If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are looking at the case of Jeffrey R. MacDonald. This is one of the most litigated murder cases in American criminal history, but I have to say, I hadn't really looked into it that deeply until now. So we will be taking a look at this case where he was convicted of murdering his pregnant wife and two daughters in February 1970 while serving as an Army Special Forces physician. So quite a lot of wrinkles in this case. This case was actually requested by a very, very astute MINDSHOCK listener, so I put it to the top of the pile, and we'll be taking a look at it in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, upturning every stone and theory in this case. As always, if you want to help support the MINDSHOCK podcast, help keep up awareness in unsolved cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and any and all cases where justice may not have been served, and to verify that it has, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support MINDSHOCK that way. Like and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you're not getting notifications, just like and comment more. All right, so let's go over the overview. I don't know how quick it's going to be because there's a lot of information here, but let's look at the official narrative, so to speak, on the wiki, and then we will do the deep dive into every aspect of this case. Jeffrey Robert MacDonald, born October 12, 1943, is an American former medical doctor and United States Army captain who was convicted in August 79 of murdering his pregnant wife and two daughters in February 1970 while serving as an Army Special Forces physician. MacDonald has always proclaimed his innocence of the murders, which he claims were committed by 4 intruders, 3 male, 1 female, very specific, who had entered the unlocked rear door of his apartment at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and attacked him, his wife, and his children with instruments such as knives, clubs, and ice picks. See, already we're off to a start here with a lot of specificity. How often, either in false or true cases, are multiple perpetrators said to be using ice picks? Knives, clubs, okay, but ice picks? How often do people use ice picks to carry out attacks on families? I mean, this is dark stuff, if true. And the other thing, I'm going to just mention it right now. So this guy's a military officer. So not just any, I mean, he's a captain. So clearly he has some kind of level of discipline, physical and mental. So coercing a false confession out of an individual such as this, it might be difficult. So we do have to keep that in mind. Okay, let's continue here. Prosecutors and appellate courts have pointed to strong physical evidence attesting to his guilt. He is currently incarcerated at the Federal Correctional Institution in Cumberland, Maryland. The MacDonald murder case remains one of the most litigated murder cases in American criminal history. Early life. Jeffrey MacDonald was born in Jamaica, Queens, New York, the second of 3 children born to Robert and Dorothy MacDonald. He was raised in a poor household on Long Island with a disciplinarian father who, although nonviolent towards his wife and children, demanded obedience and achievement from his family. MacDonald attended Patchogue Medford High School, where he became president of the student council. He was voted both most popular and most likely to succeed by his fellow students, and was king of the senior prom. So he got quite the overachiever here. Toward the end of his 8th grade year, MacDonald became acquainted with Colette Catherine Stevenson. He would later recollect he first observed Colette walking down the hallway with her best friend, and that although he was attracted to both girls, he found Colette more attractive. Approximately 2 weeks later, they began talking and formed a friendship, with MacDonald soon asking her out to the movies. The two formed a brief romantic relationship in the 9th grade, with MacDonald later recollecting that they fell in love while holding hands on a balcony while watching the movie A Summer Place at the Rialto Theater in Patchogue. He would later reminisce that whenever he or Colette heard the song Theme from A Summer Place across the airwaves, either of us would turn up the radio. The following summer, while visiting a friend on Fire Island, Colette announced to MacDonald their relationship was over. MacDonald later formed a relationship with a girl named Penny Wells. Scholarship and marriage. MacDonald's high school grades were sufficient for him to earn a 3-year scholarship at Princeton University, where he enrolled as a pre-med student in 1962. By the second year of his studies, MacDonald and Wells had separated. He soon resumed his romantic relationship with Colette, then a freshman, at Skidmore College in Sarasota Springs. He would later recollect Colette had grown into a shy young woman with a slight fear of the world in general, who would rely on his own self-confidence. MacDonald found her timidity touching and gradually viewed himself as her protector in addition to her boyfriend. You know what's curious? The thing that jumps out at me here, so Colette had grown into a shy young woman. Also, was she not so... So she was 1 year younger than him, roughly, maybe. So she was not in the same class, or was she? So was she kind of popular and outgoing in high school? And then if she had grown into a timid, shy young woman, what caused that? Because if it wasn't him, was it another boyfriend? Like, what? There has to be a reason for that. That just doesn't magically happen overnight. So that is curious there. So that's something to keep in mind as we go ahead here. The two regularly exchanged letters, and he would frequently hitchhike to Skidmore College to be in her company at weekends. Although MacDonald was dating other women at the time, he resolved to marry Colette upon learning she was pregnant with his child in August 1963. She, in turn, left college to raise their child. With the consent of Colette's family, the two married September 14th in New York City. 100 people attended the service, with the reception held at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. The couple then honeymooned at Cape Cod. Their first daughter, Kimberly Catherine, was born April 18th, 1964. Medical school. Upon completion of his undergrad degree at Princeton, MacDonald briefly worked as a construction supervisor before he moved with his wife and child to Chicago in the summer of 1965, where he had been accepted at Northwestern University Medical School. The couple moved into a small one-bedroom apartment, with Colette committed to maintaining the household and raising their daughter, as MacDonald focused on his studies while also working a series of part-time jobs to assist with the family financing. The following year, the family relocated to a middle-class neighborhood. Their second child, Kristen Jean, was born on May 8th, 1967. Shortly after MacDonald graduated from med school in 1968, he and his family relocated to Bergenfield, New Jersey, as he completed a 1-year internship at the Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center in New York, specializing in thoracic surgery. MacDonald later described his internship year as a horrendous year for both himself and Colette, adding he frequently worked 36 hours with only 12 hours at home. Consequently, when at home, he was frequently exhausted and had limited interaction with his wife and daughters. At the completion of his internship, MacDonald and Colette vacationed in Aruba before MacDonald joined the Army. U.S. Army. MacDonald was commissioned in the U.S. Army June 28, 1969, and sent to Fort Sam Houston, Texas, to undergo a 6-week physician's basic training course. While at Fort Sam Houston, he volunteered to be assigned to the Army's Special Forces, the Green Berets, to become a Special Forces physician. He was then assigned to Fort Benning, Georgia, where he completed their paratrooper training course. Although MacDonald had joined the Army knowing he might be deployed to serve in the Vietnam War, he later learned that as a Green Beret doctor, he was unlikely to serve overseas. And again, we're not going to go down MINDSHOCK land right now. However, it is curious whether or not MacDonald could have been part of some kind of MK Ultra precursor. or something of that nature, or the precursor to the Phoenix program, where supposedly Jeffrey Dahmer and other serial killers may have been connected to in some fashion and have been brainwashed or mind control experiments conducted upon them, at which point they may have been compelled to snap or kill, either by the design of their string pullers or just some kind of psychic break with reality that caused them to lash out. So we will, of course, examine that theory as well, but that just jumped out at me since we're, again, dealing with some kind of military overlap here. Fort Bragg. In late August, MacDonald reported to the 3rd Special Forces Group at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to serve as the group's surgeon. He was joined by his wife and children, and the MacDonald family resided at 554 Castle Drive, in a section of the base reserved for married officers and afforded security by military police. The couple quickly became popular among their neighbors, although MacDonald and Colette are known to have argued occasionally. That's actually a curious point there, because in a lot of these accounts, they're either never argue, they're the perfect family, the picture perfect, or they argued a lot and they were troubled. Here we have an account where there's occasional arguing, which some would deem in a perfectly average category. By the time the MacDonalds moved into their new apartment at Fort Bragg, Colette had accrued 2 years of studies with aspirations to obtain a bachelor's degree in English literature and teach part-time. Both daughters had developed distinctive personalities, Kimberly being marked feminine, intelligent, and shy, Kristen a boisterous tomboy who would run over and crack someone if she observed her older sister being bullied by other children. So here's the younger sister is the boisterous tomboy who would stand up for her older sister. Another curiosity, something you don't see all the time. On December 10th, the 3rd Special Forces Group was deactivated and MacDonald was transferred on base to headquarters and headquarters company 6th Special Forces Group, 1st Special Forces, to serve as a preventative medical officer. Shortly before Christmas '69, with his wife approximately 3 months pregnant with their 3rd child and 1st son, MacDonald brought his daughters a Shetland pony, anticipating the family would soon relocate to a farm in Connecticut. I mean, these people get around. He kept this purchase a secret from his wife and children, and he and his stepfather-in-law drove them to the stable as a surprise on Christmas Day. His daughters chose to name the pony Trooper. The same month, Colette is known to have penned a letter to college acquaintances in which she described her life as, quote, never being so normal or happy, end quote. Adding she and her husband were content and their baby son was due to be born in July and her family would be complete. By 1970, MacDonald had earned the rank of captain. He was planning to study advanced medical training at Yale University upon completion of his tour of duty as a Green Beret doctor. Yale, huh? Shades of Skull and Bones coming up. I mean, again, I'm not anticipating any kind of crazy mind shocks in this particular case, but just from doing all of these cases, there seem to be certain patterns here that are not present in the majority of cases. So just that's just another curiosity. We'll see if that pans out or not. No bias here. February 16th to 17th, 1970. On the afternoon of February 16th, MacDonald took his daughters to feed and ride the Christmas pony he had bought with them. The trio then returned home at about 5:45 p.m. MacDonald then showered and changed into an old pair of blue pajamas. After the family ate supper, Colette left the household to attend an evening teaching class at Fort Bragg's North Carolina University Extension. According to MacDonald, he then played horsey, allowing his daughters to ride upon his back as if he was their Shetland pony for a short while before he had put Kristen to bed at approximately 7 p.m. as Kimberly played a game on the coffee table. He then slept for an hour before watching Kimberly's favorite television show, Laugh-In, with her before his older daughter also went to bed. Colette herself returned home at 9:40 p.m. The two had sat on the couch watching television together before Colette decided to go to bed midway through The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. MacDonald had himself fallen asleep in the living room in the early hours of the following day. Murders. 3:42 a.m., February 17th, 1970. Dispatchers at Fort Bragg received an emergency phone call from MacDonald, who faintly spoke into the receiver, quote, help, 544 Castle Drive stabbing. 544 Castle Drive stabbing, Hurry, end quote. The operator then heard the sound of the receiver clatter against a wall or floor. Within 10 minutes, responding military police had arrived at the address, initially believing they were responding to a domestic disturbance. They found the front door closed and locked and the house dark inside. When no one answered the door, they circled to the back of the house where a police sergeant discovered the back screen door closed and unlocked and the back door wide open. Upon entering, the sergeant walked into the master bedroom before running to the front of the house, shouting, "Tell them to get Womack ASAP." Colette MacDonald was discovered sprawled on the floor of the master bedroom. She lay on her back with one eye open and one breast exposed. She had been repeatedly clubbed around her body, with both her forearms later found to be broken. The pathologist would note that these wounds had likely been inflicted as Colette had raised her arms to protect her face. In addition, she had been stabbed 21 times in the chest with an ice pick and 16 times about the neck and chest with a knife, with her trachea severed in 2 places. A bloodied and torn pajama top was draped upon her chest, and a paring knife lay beside her body. Beside her, Jeffrey MacDonald was found lying face down, alive but wounded, with his head on Colette's chest and one arm around her neck. As military personnel approached, he whispered, "Check my kids. I heard my kids crying." 5-year-old Kimberly was found in her bed, having been repeatedly bludgeoned about the head and body and stabbed in the neck with a knife between 8 and 10 times. She lay on her side. Her skull had been fractured from at least 2 blows to the right side of her head, and one wound to her face had caused her cheekbone to protrude through her skin. The wounds inflicted to Kimberly's head were sufficiently severe in nature to have caused bruising to her brain, coma, and death soon after infliction. Across the hallway, 2-year-old Kristen was found in her own bed, also lying on her left side with a baby bottle close to her mouth. She had been stabbed 33 times across the chest, neck, hands, and back with a knife, and 15 times with an ice pick. I mean, this is insane. I don't know if I've ever heard of a case where there was this level of damage inflicted on children this young. 2 knife wounds had penetrated her heart, and the ice pick wounds were noted to be shallow. The injuries to her hands were likely defense wounds. On the headboard of the MacDonald's marital bed, the word PIG was written in 8-inch capital letters. The blood used to write the word was later determined to belong to Colette. Having received impromptu resuscitation, MacDonald sat upright, then exclaimed, "Jesus Christ, look at my wife. I'm gonna kill those goddamn acid heads." End quote. He was immediately taken to nearby Womack Hospital, shouting, "Let me see my kids," as he was carried out of his home on a stretcher. MacDonald's account. Taken to Womack Army Medical Center, medical staff discovered the wounds MacDonald had suffered were much less numerous and severe than those inflicted upon his wife and children. He had suffered cuts, bruises, and fingernail scratches to his face and chest, although none of these wounds were life-threatening or required stitching. I mean, I'm just going through this again. We'll see if they actually took the DNA from underneath his fingernails to see what was there. MacDonald was also found to have a mild concussion. He had also received a single stab wound between 2 ribs on his right torso. The wound was described by a staff surgeon as a clean, small, sharp incision measuring 5/8 of an inch deep, and had caused his lung to partially collapse. MacDonald was released from the hospital after 9 days. Questioned by the Criminal Investigation Division, MacDonald claimed that at about 2 a.m. February 17th, he had washed the evening's dinner's dishes before deciding to go to bed. That's 2 a.m. What's his usual bedtime? Although because his younger daughter, Kristen, had wet his side of the bed, he had taken her to her own bed. Not wishing to wake his wife to change the sheets, he had then taken a blanket from Kristen's room and fallen asleep on the living room couch. So already this is a problem because unless this is usual, or is this the only time he ever did that? Is this the only time he slept on the living room couch? Or was this bedwetting repeated and he normally did this? According to MacDonald, he was later awakened by Colette and Kimberly's screams and Colette shouting, Jeff, help, why are they doing this to me?" As he rose from the couch to go to their aid, he was attacked by 3 male intruders, 1 black, 2 white. The shorter of the 2 white men had worn lightweight, possibly surgical gloves. A 4th intruder he described as a white female with long blonde hair, possibly a wig, and wearing high-heeled knee-high boots and a white floppy hat partially covering her face. I mean, this is kind of ludicrous. I mean, this is quite, if he just made all this up, I mean, this is kind of weird. Who's going to go on a killing spree wearing heels? Wearing high, I mean, I don't know. This individual stood nearby holding a lighted candle chanting, quote, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs," end quote. MacDonald claimed that the 3 males attacked him with a club and ice pick, with the female intruders shouting, "Hit him again." During the struggle, his pajama top was pulled over his head to his wrists, and he had used this bound garment to ward off thrusts from the ice pick, although eventually he was overcome by his assailants and knocked unconscious in the living room end of the hallway leading to the bedrooms. When he had regained consciousness, the intruders had left the house. He then stumbled from room to room, attempting mouth-to-mouth resuscitation upon each of his daughters to no avail, before discovering his wife. He had pulled a small paring knife from Colette's chest, which he then tossed to the floor, attempted in vain to find her pulse, then draped his pajama jacket over her body. Then he had phoned for help. Initial investigation. And of course, everybody knows what I'm going to say. Brain fingerprint scan for MacDonald, and of course, all the security on the base as well. Initial investigation. Within minutes of the discoveries at Castle Drive, military police were instructed to check the occupants of all vehicles in and around Fort Bragg, seeking 2 white men, 1 black man, and a white woman with blonde hair and a floppy hat in an effort to apprehend the 4 intruders MacDonald alleged had attacked him and his family. Despite these efforts, military police failed to locate the 4 intruders, and the initiative was abandoned by 6 a.m. Here's the other thing, too. If you're gonna make up attackers, would you use the vague, oh, there were 3 of them or 4 of them, average height, average build, all white or all black, whatever. This guy, if he's lying, I mean, he selected a high-heeled blonde woman, possibly a blonde wig with a floppy hat, a short white guy, a tall white guy, and a black guy. So it's like he's trying to cover as many bases as possible, but this group might stand out, whereas if he had just said there were 3 or 4 nondescript type individuals, I don't know. This is a tough one. Shortly after daylight on February 17th, investigators recovered the murder weapons just outside the back door. These instruments were an old hickory kitchen knife, an ice pick, and a 31-inch long piece of lumber with 2 blue threads attached with blood. All 3 were quickly determined to have come from the MacDonald house, and all had been wiped clean of fingerprints. MacDonald later claimed to have never seen these items before. So if they were really from the house, he claimed to have never seen them before. I mean, how much shock is he in? And also, if he thinks he's going to be railroaded. I mean, again, this is before most of these true crime TV shows, so we're not talking 3 or 4D chess here. So this many decades ago, in a simpler time, would he just deny seeing them just as an instinctually if he felt he was going to go down for this? I mean, I don't know. This is kind of weird. Scrutiny. As Army investigators studied the physical evidence, the Army CID quickly became disbelieving of MacDonald's account as they found very little evidence to support his version of events. Although MacDonald was trained in unarmed combat, the living room where he had supposedly fought for his life against 3 armed assailants showed few signs of a struggle, apart from a coffee table that had been knocked onto its side with a pile of magazines beneath the edge and a flower plant that had fallen to the floor. That's curious as well, because if these really are acid-tripping psychotics, I mean, would we think there'd be way more of a mess? I mean, I don't know. Questioning of the MacDonald's neighbors revealed they had heard no sounds of a struggle or disturbance within the household in the early hours, but had heard Colette shouting in a loud and angry voice. The 16-year-old daughter of these neighbors, who occasionally babysat for the family, informed investigators the 2 had seemed taciturn and indifferent to each other in the month prior to the murders. By February 23rd, Colonel Robert Kriwanek, the Fort Bragg provost marshal, had advised the FBI to discontinue their search for the four intruders. Okay, so yeah, this actually reminds me of the Ketty Cabin murder case. If you haven't checked that out on MindShock, make sure you check that out as well. Just from all those cabins were so close together, supposedly nobody heard anything. But okay, so initially, first impression of the case here, either he's lying or he's telling the truth, but he had some kind of psychotic break, either due to some kind of MK Ultra type experimentation or not, or he just possibly genetic, whatever. We don't know his history with mental health or his family's history. Or there's some kind of cover-up. If he was involved in something top secret and he's set up, obviously the neighbors could be intimidated into saying whatever. And if the Fort Bragg provost marshal is in on it, then of course it could look this way. So what am I missing? Or it happened exactly like he said, but for whatever reason, if people had something against him, perhaps they had no interest in really finding these people. Or I guess the final option is that just incompetence and they just didn't believe him for whatever reason, even if he was telling the truth and even if those individuals were out there. But again, for people who lived at the base at the time, one would think security might be tight. Was security just not that tight where just random roving acid-tripping psychotics could easily get into homes? Or was security tight? Because this is very, very important here, because that would answer a lot of questions here. But let's continue here. In addition to the lack of damage to the inside of the house, no fibers from MacDonald's torn pajama top were found in the living room where he claimed the garment had been when torn in his struggle with the intruders. However, fibers from the pajama top were found beneath Colette's body and in the bedrooms of both his daughters, and one fiber from the garment was also found under Kristen's fingernail. A single fragment of skin was recovered from beneath one of Colette's fingernails, although this evidence was later lost. Okay, this is not good. I mean, obviously incompetence could take place whether this is or isn't a setup, whether he is innocent or he's guilty. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it's a problem when evidence is lost. So if this fragment of skin that was under Colette's fingernails, see, if this is some kind of frame-up job, even if it wasn't intended as a frame-up on the outset, like if he pissed people off, and then this really happened, and they decide, okay, we're going to make him go down for this, even if they weren't involved in the planning of this before the fact, they just took advantage of a situation of roving acid-tripping psychotics, or maybe it was planned and they were hired, who knows, but would they make that piece of evidence go missing? Because if that DNA does not match him, I mean, what does that mean? And it's conveniently lost? I mean, that's a problem. Again, regardless of innocence or guilt, that's a problem. Bloodstain splinters likely sourcing from the section of lumber recovered close to the back door of the apartment were recovered from all three bedrooms of the apartment, but not the room where MacDonald claimed to have been attacked. Also, how smart is this guy? So this guy supposedly is really smart. So would he be that sloppy with his story of the cover-up? Maybe, if he's in a state of shock and all this, even if he is guilty. Or if he's innocent, he might have got the story wrong too, depending on his state of shock and how severe his injuries are, and blood loss, etc. So yeah, it's hard to make heads or tails out of any of this. No blood or fingerprints were found on either telephone MacDonald claimed he had used to call for help after checking each member of his family and attempting to resuscitate them. Furthermore, the bloodstained tip of a surgical glove was also found beneath the headboard where the blood inscription was written. This glove was identical in composition to a medical supply MacDonald invariably kept in the family kitchen. I mean, that's a curiosity as well. So that doesn't mean it's the same type of glove, but if it is, would acid-tripping psychotics rely on using gloves within the home instead of bringing their own? I mean, maybe. I mean, again, if they're tripping, then they see the gloves and like, oh, maybe it's a good idea to wear gloves not to leave fingerprints. I mean, who knows? If we're dealing with acid-tripping psychotics, I mean, all logic goes out the window. So in terms of determining motivations at that point. Although it had rained on the night of February 16th to 17th, and MacDonald also specifically claimed the female intruder's boots were all wet, with rainwater just dripping off of them. The sole footprint observed at the scene was a bloody bare footprint located in Kristen's bedroom, leading from the child's bed in the direction of the doorway. And it doesn't say it here whether that footprint exactly matches MacDonald. But whether it does or doesn't, is it really possible for four acid-tripping psychotics to not leave any footprints from wet shoes? Unless they were left and this was all covered up. I mean, are there photographs immediately after? Forensic analysis. By mid-March, the CID had obtained the results of forensic testing of the blood, hair, and fiber samples within 544 Castle Drive that contradicted MacDonald's accounts of his movements and further convinced investigators of his guilt. For example, Kimberly's blood was also found on his pajama top, even though MacDonald had claimed he was not wearing this garment while in her room attempting resuscitation. MacDonald's own blood was located in significant quantities in only two locations: in front of the kitchen cabinet containing the rubber gloves and upon the right side of a hallway bathroom sink. Investigators also questioned why Colette's blood was found in Kristen's room, although all three victims were found in separate rooms, suggesting that they had been attacked separately. Moreover, although blood evidence indicated Kimberly had been attacked as she entered the master bedroom, investigators questioned why home intruders would bother to carry her back to her bedroom to continue their attack. The four members of the MacDonald family had different blood types, a statistical anomaly that assisted investigators in determining the movements of each member of the household and their subsequent theory as to a likely scenario of the unfolding events. Upon the assumption the four individuals discovered by responding military police were the only four people in the house in the early hours of February 17th, investigators were able to reconstruct a likely scenario of the chain of events that had unfolded via blood typing and the nature and severity of the wounds discovered on each individual. Okay, so if there is guilt, though, could this be a situation where if Colette snapped and possibly attacked one or two of the kids and MacDonald retaliated? I mean, we really don't know. Is this as simple as he snapped, he killed everybody one at a time? Or did Colette snap and was she involved in hurting one or more of the kids? I mean, just the severity of the injuries is a huge problem. I mean, this is really weird. And if there was, the fact that a female intruder was reported, why would he include that? Because this is also, I mean, this is so long ago, a little bit more of a traditional time. Because statistically, female killers are way more sadistic than male killers. So females are far less likely to be sadistic serial killers. But the ones that are extremely, extremely sadistic and extremely more violent with far more repeated blows with knives or whatever weapons than their male serial killer counterparts. So if he's telling the truth, and if the female was the one that killed the children and his wife, that kind of matches the injuries if we're looking only at statistics of female versus male killers. Again, that doesn't mean that's what happened here, but I find it curious that he included a female as one of the intruders. I mean, that is interesting. So did he just pull that out of the ether, not to mention just this motley crew of killers, different shape, sizes, and colors, including the female? And why would he include the detail of it might be a wig? I mean, it's just, it's a little weird. It's weird to me. This story is definitely weird to me, unless, does he have a history of drug use or some kind of, again, if he was experimented on mentally and he was hallucinating, he could be telling what he believes to be the truth, even if it's not. But again, I find it curious, because if he hadn't reported that one of them was a female, I would find that less curious in terms of matching up to the injuries on everybody. I mean, yeah, this is really, really tough. Forensic reconstruction. An argument or fight between MacDonald and Colette began in the master bedroom, possibly over the issue of Kristen's repeatedly wetting his side of the bed while sleeping there, or his adultery. Investigators speculated that the argument turned physical and she had probably hit him in the forehead with a hairbrush, which resulted in a mark on his forehead which failed to break his skin. As he retaliated by hitting her, first with his fists, then beating her with a piece of lumber. Kimberly, whose blood and brain serum were found in the doorway, may have walked in after hearing the commotion and was struck at least once on the head, possibly by accident. Believing Colette dead, MacDonald carried the mortally wounded Kimberly back to her room. After stabbing her, MacDonald then... See, this is kind of weird. Even if that happened, there's a very big jump from accidentally hitting your kid to stabbing them dozens and dozens of times. I mean, that's weird. MacDonald then proceeded to Kristen's room carrying the club he had used to bludgeon Kimberly, intent on disposing of the last remaining potential witness. Before he could do so, Colette, whose blood was found on Kristen's bed covers and on one wall of her room, apparently regained consciousness, stumbling into her younger daughter's bedroom and threw her own body over Kristen in a desperate effort to protect her. After killing both of them, MacDonald then wrapped Colette's body in a sheet and carried her body to the master bedroom, leaving a smudged footprint matching her blood type as he exited Kristen's bedroom. CID investigators then theorized that MacDonald attempted to cover up the murders using articles on the Manson family murders that he had recently read in the March 1970 issue of Esquire investigators had found in the living room. Well, that is a damning piece of circumstantial evidence, is it not? Yeah, that's not nothing. Obviously, that's not anywhere near beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, it's a popular magazine. It's not like it's an obscure magazine that might tell you how to murder people. It's Esquire. So, a lot of people had that magazine in their living room. So that doesn't really mean anything. However, if he hadn't had the magazine there at all, it's harder to make that connection. Also, though, would he have gotten rid of that magazine at some point? I mean, I don't know, to be less suspicious if he is guilty. Putting on surgical gloves from a medical supply in the kitchen closet, he went to the master bedroom where he used Colette's blood to write the word PIG on the headboard. MacDonald then laid his torn pajama top over her dead body and repeatedly stabbed her in the chest with an ice pick. Then discarded the weapons close to the back door of the property after wiping them clean of fingerprints. Finally, MacDonald took a scalpel blade from the supply closet, entered the adjacent bathroom, and stabbed himself once in the chest while standing beside the sink before disposing of the surgical gloves. He had then used the family telephone to summon an ambulance before lying down beside Colette's body as he waited for the military police to arrive. So that's basically the CID theory reconstruction. Now, if it does in fact match all of the blood evidence, because each family member has a different blood type, so that obviously is helpful for, conducting this type of reconstruction. So, although again, if this was just messy across the board, it's kind of hard to say it's 100% definitive. I wonder what kind of forensics was done to see if he could definitively not have the injuries that he had with an ice pick or the other knife. I mean, was a scalpel blade really the only way he could have stabbed himself? And why would he do that? Why wouldn't, if he is guilty and he's trying to make it set it up to make it look like he was also attacked, why wouldn't he use the ice pick or the other knife? I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of questions here. I mean, then again, if he snapped, obviously his decisions might not be logical in any way, but it's still curious as to how he came up with all of this. And yeah, I mean, brain fingerprint scan, that's the way to go, obviously. Interrogation. April 6, 1970, Army investigators formally cautioned, then interrogated MacDonald. He was first offered the chance to recount his version of events, then recounted his claims of being attacked by 4 intruders with whom he grappled with before falling to the ground. Also, again, why would he pick 4? If he's guilty and it's making it all up, wouldn't he just say 1, maybe 2 nondescript individuals dressed all in black? Then again, if he did have a psychotic break of some kind, So he recounted his claims of being attacked by 4 intruders with whom he grappled with before falling to the ground, observing the top of some boots, and being rendered unconscious before regaining consciousness, experiencing symptoms of pneumothorax in the hallway after the intruders had left. Investigators were unconvinced of MacDonald's accounts. Midway through questioning, MacDonald was asked a question about his stab wounds by CID investigator William Ivory. "You didn't do it yourself, did you?" This question prompted MacDonald to deny the accusation before referencing his puncture wound and his having to persuade hospital doctors to insert a chest tube into his body as he was sure his lung was punctured. Questioning then focused upon the crime scene and results of the forensic testing. MacDonald denied any of the murder weapons had originated from his household, despite the fact that the section of lumber matched wood from Kimberly's closet. Well, did it match wood as being the same type of wood, or was it conclusively proven to be exactly the same type of wood? He also claimed to be unaware of how the fiber and blood evidence contradicted his accounts of his movements and actions. Investigator Robert Shaw then questioned MacDonald as to the lack of disorder and damage within the household and the lack of any motive, stating that investigators' experience had 4 intruders embarked on a murderous frenzy within a small household, they would expect to encounter evidence such as busted furniture, broken mirrors, and bashed-in walls. But the only signs of the struggle were the top-heavy living room coffee table, which had not flipped over all the way in the midst of a struggle, and a flower pot beside the table with the plant upon the carpet and the pot standing upright. Then again, if he was going to stage a struggle, wouldn't he try to smash the pot and make more damage? See, this is, again, why certain cases like this one here are so difficult, because you would think if he's staging some kind of a struggle with not one, but 2 or 3 individuals, he would go out of his way to make sure it looked like a damn struggle so people would believe it. But if it was a real struggle, in a real struggle, weird things happen where a pot might still be standing upright or whatnot, even in some kind of commotion. Because again, look to like a Hollywood movie, people think a struggle is going to result in a ton of damage. And depending on the kind of struggle, it would. So if you're staging a struggle, wouldn't a person be more likely to stage a little bit too much rather than too little if they're trying to convince people a struggle took place? Yeah, this is tough. MacDonald was unable to offer a plausible explanation for this observation and also claimed to be unaware of how Kimberly's blood and brain serum were recovered from the master bedroom. Also, if he's telling the truth and he was unconscious, he would be unaware of how all that happened. Following a short break, questioning resumed the same afternoon. Investigator Franz Grebner listed further physical discrepancies between MacDonald's account and the forensic evidence, repeatedly stating all the facts pointed to his having staged the crime scene. And if he did, obviously he didn't do that great job of staging it. MacDonald was unable to offer a plausible explanation to this questioning before abruptly accusing Grebner of having run out of ideas and attempting to frame him to maintain a 100% solved homicide rate. Well, that's curious, especially if MacDonald knew for a fact what his clearance rate actually was. In response, Grebner stated, quote, we have all this business here that would tend to indicate that you were involved in this rather than people who came in from the outside and picked 544 Castle Drive and went up there and were lucky enough to find your door open, end quote. I mean, that is true. It seems like if he's telling the truth about the intruders and the killers here, it seems like someone would have pointed them that way and this was somehow targeted. When investigators asked MacDonald to submit a polygraph test to verify his accounts, he readily agreed. Although within 10 minutes of the conclusion of the interview, he called investigators to state he had changed his mind and would not submit to any polygraph testing. Now that's curious too, because if he's telling the truth and he's emotional, he's like, oh yeah, of course I'll take it. Then after sitting there and thinking about it for a while, if he had read how they were inconclusive, and then he might have said, wait a second, maybe that's not smart. And that's why he changed his mind. See, there are quite a few pieces pointing to his innocence here that I could already see right off the bat, unless he's just that mentally unwell, in which case they wouldn't point to his innocence. Formal charges. On the evening of April 6th, MacDonald was relieved of his duties and placed under restriction pending further inquiries. The following day, he was assigned an Army lawyer. At the recommendation of his mother, on April 10th, he instead hired a flamboyant civilian defense attorney, Bernard Siegel, to defend him. Less than a month later, May 1st, the Army formally charged MacDonald with 3 counts of murder. That same day, MacDonald penned a letter to Colette's mother and stepfather, professing his innocence, emphasizing the Army would never admit their error, and speculating his wife's soul may hold infinite patience and understanding of his current legal predicament. Okay, so what does this mean? Why wait until being formally charged? So again, this is, it is curious. So what did the Army tell Colette's mother and stepfather? Because if they told them nothing, then maybe he would wait until the formal charges became public to pen this letter. Otherwise, what would he say prior to that? I mean, yeah, it's tough. Without knowing all of the correspondence that took place prior, it's really impossible to gauge what that could mean. Army hearing, an initial Army Article 32 hearing into MacDonald's possible guilt, overseen by Colonel Warren Rock, convened on July 6, 1970. This hearing lasted until September. MacDonald's lawyer, Bernard Siegel, adopted an offensive strategy on behalf of his client at this hearing, citing numerous examples of incompetence on behalf of the Army CID, stating that they had clumsily and unprofessionally trampled all over the crime scene during their examination of the house, obliterating any traces of evidence the perpetrators might have left, and losing vital pieces of evidence, including a single thread found between Kimberly's nail, MacDonald's pajama trousers. Wait, they lost his trousers? 4 torn tips of rubber surgical gloves found in the master bedroom, and a single layer of skin found between one of Colette's fingernails. Siegel elicited several examples of incompetence from military police and responding personnel, including testimony revealing an ambulance driver had stolen MacDonald's wallet from the living room, and a pathologist who testified to having failed to obtain the children's fingerprints for comparison at the crime scene. Yeah, that's a lot of incompetence. That is a lot of incompetence. Now, that doesn't mean he's innocent, of course, because even if he's guilty, that doesn't mean that these incompetent people aren't incompetent. But the incompetence is a problem. It's a problem. The first witness to testify in MacDonald's defense, responding military policeman Kenneth Micah, testified that on the way to answering MacDonald's emergency call on the night of the murders, he had observed a blonde woman with a wide-brimmed hat standing on a street corner approximately half a mile from the MacDonald home. He noted that this sighting was unusual given the late hour and the weather. Mika also testified that contrary to instruction, an ambulance driver had placed the tilted flower pot upright while at the crime scene. Okay, we're in MINDSHOCK land now. So what are the possibilities? MacDonald paid this guy off, or coincidentally, there's a woman in a wide-brimmed hat on the street corner a half a mile from the home, and at a late hour, and the weather, which again, back in this time period, in this location, was highly unusual. Yeah, we're definitely in MINDSHOCK land now. Colonel Rock also testified that he himself went to the scene of the crime and tipped the coffee table over, with it striking the edge of a rocking chair and coming to rest on its edge. Rock also noted that the fact that if no wet footprints and mud were found at the crime scene belonging to the alleged intruders, that meant the crime scene investigators had also failed to find any evidence of the large number of military police and civilians who also walked around the house. That's a good point. That's a good point. So if there's no evidence of any wet footprints, if they're incapable of finding any footprints, that means they wouldn't find footprints of the perpetrators, even if the perpetrators were real. Yeah, we're getting into MINDSHOCK territory, that's for sure. Suspect ID. In August, Siegel, not Seagal. I don't think this guy's not related to Steven Seagal. This is Segal, not Seagal. was approached by a delivery man named William Posey, who claimed the blonde woman MacDonald stated had attacked his family might have been a local 17-year-old drug addict and police informant named Helena Werrell Stokely. According to Posey, Stokely had been in the company of 2 or 3 young males in a car parked outside her apartment at approximately 4 a.m. on the morning of the murders. Posey also claims Stokely had ceased wearing her boots and floppy hat subsequent to February 17th and had dressed in black on the date of the funerals, also stating to him that she did not remember what she did on the date of the murders. Posey later relayed this info at the hearing, adding that Stokely had informed him months later that she and her boyfriend could not marry until, quote, we go out and kill some more people, end quote. Wow. Okay, so if this is true, so if this delivery man has not been paid off by the MacDonald camp, I guess the guilters would say that's their argument, right? That this guy made it all up because he was paid off. If he's telling the truth, so if the delivery man, William Posey, is telling the truth here, so Stokely just happened to be a 17-year-old drug addict and police informant who regularly wore these wide-brimmed floppy hats and boots, high-heeled boots. She just never wore them again after the murders. And then so apparently she doesn't usually dress in black, but she just so happened to dress in black on the date of the funerals. And she just so happened to tell her boyfriend that they couldn't marry until, quote, we go out and kill some more people, end quote. So I suppose theoretically it is possible that her and her boyfriend and these other people, they've killed people and they just happen to not kill MacDonald and his family, and it's all coincidental. Let's not fall for false dichotomies here. I mean, there's a lot of different possibilities. But we are so firmly in mind shock land. Now, that's hard to write off. That's definitely hard to write off. I mean, again, brain fingerprint scan. Okay, continuing on here, Stokely was located and questioned regarding her whereabouts on February 17th. So there was a search, but they couldn't find them? So they're relatively local, so why wouldn't they be able to find them unless they did find them? So if she is a police informant and she's on some kind of list on, not to be agitated with her and other people she's informing on or with or other informants possibly, yeah, this is looking bad. This is starting to look real bad. So she was questioned regarding her whereabouts February 17th. Her answers were vague and self-contradictory. She recalled being in the company of her boyfriend, Gregory Mitchell, on the night of February 16th and going out for a ride in a car in the early hours of the following day, driving aimlessly, but claimed to have been so far out on mescaline that she could not say for sure whether she had been at the house or not. So not only did she not deny or refuse to answer, she admitted that her and her boyfriend were out riding during those same hours while high on drugs, and she actually couldn't state definitively whether she was or wasn't at the house. So she left the option on the table that they actually had gone to MacDonald's house. This is insane. This is insane. Although witnesses had claimed Stokely had admitted her involvement in the murders, with several also remembering her wearing clothing similar to that described by MacDonald on the date in question, she was not subpoenaed to testify. Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm out here. I mean, come on. Whether he's innocent or guilty, whether she's innocent or guilty, the fact that they not only tracked someone down matching the description by multiple people and multiple people claiming she admitted involvement in the murders, they didn't even bother to subpoena her to even testify so that they could investigate and actually see whether or not she was innocent or guilty. They didn't even bother to do that. So clearly this is a wrongful conviction. Even if he's guilty, it's clearly a wrongful conviction at this point. Procedural irregularities regarding investigative conduct into Stokely were also highlighted by Siegel at this hearing. MacDonald's testimony Following favorable character testimony from several acquaintances and a military psychiatrist, MacDonald testified for 3 days in mid-August. Sections of his testimony contradicted what he had informed investigators on April 6th, including his claim on this occasion to have actually moved Colette's body, having found her a little bit propped up against a chair before he just sort of laid her out on the floor. He also stated that possibly because of his surgical background, he had sort of rinsed off his hands as he checked his own injuries in the bathroom before calling for help. Referencing the type B blood found in the kitchen, MacDonald testified that he may have also washed his hands in the kitchen sink for some reason prior to making the phone call to emergency services. Contrary to medical reports and his earlier accounts, he also claimed to have located 2 bumps on the back of his head and 2 or 3 puncture wounds in his upper left chest, other wounds to his right bicep, and approximately 10 ice pick wounds to his abdomen on February 17th or 18th, all of which had healed without treatment and none of which had required surgery. Interesting. That's also interesting. Question in regards to his infidelity, MacDonald admitted he had been unfaithful on 2 occasions, but insisted Colette had not known about either affair. He also claimed their time at Fort Bragg had been the most content of their married life. MacDonald's testimony was followed by that of a clinical psychologist who testified as to the conclusions of a series of tests he had conducted on MacDonald. This expert testified that the tests revealed an extraordinary absence of anxiety, depression, and anger in MacDonald with regard to the loss of his family, and that his report concluded that he was able to muster massive denial or repression to such a degree that the impact of the recent events in his life had been blunted. Furthermore, this extreme psychological response would likely see an individual convey himself as victimized and perhaps somewhat of a martyr. So again, is that common for people to go through this? It's so emotionally taxing, you kind of just turn off the emotions, especially for a military man. It would seem like that's obviously a real possibility. Again, innocent or guilty doesn't really, in either of those situations, this could be the outcome mentally. The initial dismissal of charges, to the chagrin of Colonel Kruanek, on October 13th, 1970, Colonel Rock issued a report recommending that charges be dismissed against MacDonald as insufficient evidence existed to prove his guilt, adding his belief no truth existed in the charges, and that the nature of the murders led him to believe the perpetrator or perpetrators were either insane or under the influence of drugs. And was MacDonald drug tested the night of? That'd be curious. Rock also, well, they have his blood anyway because he was attacked, so they could do the test. Rock also recommended that civilian authorities further investigate Stockley. Later the same month, all charges were formally dismissed, although a new CID investigation tasked with finding the murderer or murderers was assembled February 71, with MacDonald still considered a suspect. In December, MacDonald received an honorable discharge from the Army and initially returned to New York City, where he briefly worked as a doctor before relocating to Long Beach, California in July 71 in an effort to put the past behind him and to distance himself from the constant reminders of his wife and daughters. He obtained employment as an emergency room physician at the St. Mary Medical Center, frequently working long hours. He also became an instructor at the UCLA Medical School, a medical director of the Long Beach Grand Prix, a lecturer on the subject of the recognition and treatment of child abuse, and a participant in the development of a national cardiopulmonary resuscitation training program. MacDonald lived in a $350,000 Huntington Beach condominium apartment and is known to have lived a promiscuous lifestyle prior to forming a long-term relationship with a 22-year-old airline stewardess named Candy Kramer in the late 70s. Wow, is that her real name? In the years immediately following the dismissal of the murder charges, MacDonald received an abundance of emotional and public support. He also wrote letters to several magazines and newspapers detailing his willingness to further publicize the background and legalities of his case. That's curious, too, because, that's curious. Further investigation. Within days of the dismissal, MacDonald began granting press interviews and media appearances, most notably on the December 15th, 1970 episode of The Dick Cavett Show, during which he appeared flippant as he complained about the Army investigation and their focus on him as a suspect.
Jeffrey MacDonald. I hope this isn't too painful for you.
My wife came home and we had a before bedtime drink, really, and watched the beginning of a late-night talk show. There were people in the Army who wanted a court-martial, regardless of any evidence.
Where are these investigators now who did the original?
Well, most of them have been transferred. It's the Army way of handling things. If someone really fouls up, you either give them a medal or you transfer them.
On this occasion, he claimed to have sustained 23 wounds, some of which he claimed were potentially fatal. See, here's the thing. I mean, I have to interrupt here again. See, if there was no existence of Stockley and her boyfriend, if Stockley didn't exist, then this case you'd have to lean guilty. If this druggie and possible police informant did not exist, then this would be such an easier case. Would it not? At least on the surface. MacDonald's stepfather, Alfred Kassab, had initially believed in his stepson-in-law's innocence. Both he and Colette's mother, Mildred, had testified in support of MacDonald during the Army's Article 32 hearing, informing the press, quote, "My wife and I feel very strongly about Captain MacDonald's innocence. After all, it was our daughter and 2 grandchildren who were butchered," end quote. However, by November 1970, Kassab had grown suspicious of MacDonald's repeated reluctance to provide him with a copy of the 2,000-page transcript of the Article 32 hearing. In an apparent effort to discourage Kassab's efforts to obtain a copy of this transcript in his pursuit of the killers, MacDonald told his stepfather-in-law that he and some Army colleagues had actually tracked down, tortured, and eventually murdered one of the 4 alleged murderers. Wow. Okay, I thought we were in MINDSHOCK land before. I mean, we're definitely there now. I mean, we are definitely there now. Okay. Wow. So here's the thing. What if he did do that? Then what? Because how would we know? I mean, if MacDonald does have a certain level of intelligence, I mean, this is tough. And obviously he would only tell this, possibly the family of of Colette. Why would he tell anybody else about this? I mean, again, obviously a brain fingerprint scan would solve this problem, but there also could be other reasons, undisclosed or otherwise, why he wouldn't want that transcript given to Kassab. We can't just immediately assume he's guilty. I mean, and that transcript is available to other personnel, so it's not, I mean, what could possibly be that damning? I mean, this is weird. So, Kassab's suspicion greatly increased following MacDonald's casual and dismissive demeanor on the Dick Cavett show just days after he himself hand-delivered 500 copies of an 11-page letter to members of Congress requesting a congressionally mandated reinvestigation of the murders, and he and his wife publicly turned against MacDonald. Is it also possible MacDonald was just on some kind of drugs or something to relax himself for the show? Yeah, I mean, that's tough. Or is he just that resentful of being a suspect? Because if he's innocent, I mean, how would he feel being accused of that? Of, the people he loved the most, if he's innocent, of course. I mean, yeah, it's tough to read into this. It's pretty tough. Kassab successfully obtained a copy of the Article 32 transcript from the Army in February 1971. He repeatedly studied the document, realizing MacDonald's claims were inconsistent with the physical facts, and concluding his account was nothing more than a tissue of lies that repeatedly contradicted the known facts of the case. One example was MacDonald's assertion that he had sustained life-threatening injuries, including 10 ice pick wounds during the alleged physical assault at the hands of his assailants. Kassab had met MacDonald in hospital less than 18 hours after the attack and had observed him sitting up in bed, eating a meal with very little bandaging or medical dressing on his body. An examination of hospital records confirmed MacDonald had received no such wounds. Kassab also discovered that within weeks of the murders of his family, MacDonald had begun dating a young woman employed at Fort Bragg. He and his wife also later discovered that by 1969 he had rekindled his relationship with Penny Wells. You know what's weird? Daryl Routier in the Darlie Routier case, supposedly after Darlie's in prison, his son's killed, he actually went back with his girlfriend that he had before Darlie Routier. Is that curious? Because we see is there a pattern of that with guilty individuals more so than innocent individuals? Because again, that seems a little tough too, just because if someone wants some kind of mental comfort, you would either reach back into the past, something comforting and familiar, or of course you try to find something new. But yeah, again, it's so hard because in both innocent and guilty situations, you could see maybe it unfolding in similar fashions. With the cooperation of Colonel Kriwanek and other Army investigators, Kassab visited the crime scene for several hours in order to compare the physical evidence against MacDonald's testimony in March 1971. Also, did MacDonald know about this druggie Stokely and what she usually wore? Did he not make up these attackers? Did he make the attackers match people he saw in the area on purpose so that if somebody tracked them down, they would possibly have a suspect? But how could he have guessed that she was high and driving around randomly unless that's what she always did and he somehow knew about that? But then what about the supposed confessions that she had? Yeah, I mean, nothing really adds up here. It's very, very tough. Very tough indeed. The personal assessment ultimately convinced Kassab of MacDonald's guilt, and he resolved to devote his life to pursuing all legal avenues to bring MacDonald to justice. As the Army's investigation was completed, the only way Kassab could bring MacDonald to trial was via a citizen's complaint filed through the United States Department of Justice. He filed this complaint in early 1972. However, because the murders had occurred while MacDonald was serving in the Army and had since been discharged, the citizen's complaint was declared moot. The FBI refused to take on the case. And also, did they just want the case buried regardless of what happened? Because of some possible connections to other things? I mean, you'd really have to do a deep dive into MacDonald's history. Was he involved in anything top secret? Or maybe not top secret, but just something that would look badly? He found something out about somebody or just something of that nature that made him a target? Legal maneuvers. Between 72 and 74, the case remained trapped in limbo in the Department of Justice as legal issues were raised and debated over which sufficient evidence and probable cause existed for indictment and prosecution. On April 30th, 1974, the Kassabs, their attorney Richard Kahn, and CID agent Peter Kearns presented a citizen's complaint against MacDonald to the U.S. Chief District Court Judge Algernon Butler, requesting the convening of a grand jury to indict MacDonald for the murders. The following month, Justice Department Attorney Victor Warhide ruled the case worthy of prosecution. Grand jury. August 12, 1974. A grand jury convened before U.S. District Judge Frank Dupree in Raleigh, North Carolina to hear the legal proceedings. 75 witnesses were called to testify. MacDonald was the first individual to testify at this hearing. His testimony lasted 5 days, during which he conceded that although he had publicly resolved to pursue all legal avenues during the 1970 dismissal of the murder charges against him and to hire investigators, he had failed to do so. Nonetheless, he was adamant he had made his own efforts to identify the perpetrators and to locate Helena Stokely. He also claimed the numerous... See, here's the thing. If he did find who was responsible and he killed the guy, I mean, would he necessarily kill all four, or would that be too obvious? Or who knows? It depends on who they were and what kind of criminal element it was. Because it does seem strange that he would just forget about this and move past it, unless he did find who was responsible and made them pay. Or if there is some kind of overlapping military or government conspiracy, he was too scared to, or he realized that it was futile to pursue. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities here, innocent or guilty. So, yeah, without more information on all of that, it's really tough. He also claimed the numerous fabrications he had provided to the Kassabs and to sections of the media in the intervening years were to placate his in-laws, and that he had received more stab and puncture wounds to his body than recorded in contemporary medical records, which he blamed on malpractice. Here's the thing, if the fix was in, would they have intentionally downplayed and not recorded injuries? Yeah, that's tough. When asked by Victor Warhide if he would submit to either a polygraph, or sodium amytal test to verify his version of events, MacDonald read a statement prepared by his attorneys denying their request. Other witnesses to testify included surgeons on duty at Womack Hospital who had examined MacDonald's and who testified aside from his punctured lung, MacDonald was, quote, not in any great danger medically, end quote. And that save for a superficial stab wound to his upper left arm and abdomen, MacDonald had no other stab wounds to his body. A reporter who had covered the Article 32 hearing and who had interviewed MacDonald after the charges were dropped also stated that in his experience, individuals under the influence of LSD seldom became violent, and that by contrast, those who consume amphetamines frequently do. December 12th, a former chief of psychiatry had also testified at the Article 32 hearing. Bruce Bailey testified. Bailey said that when discussing his family and the events surrounding their deaths with him, MacDonald would occasionally, quote, become emotional, become tearful, but he recovered quickly, end quote. Well, again, innocent or guilty, that could be the case. That doesn't tell us anything. Bailey also testified he found MacDonald to be a controlling, although if he was a complete sociopath, psychopath, unless he was faking, perhaps he would not become emotional. Bailey also testified he found MacDonald to be a controlling individual who was extremely dependent on what others thought of him, and that he would often launch into a verbal tirade to allow his deep-seated emotions to become expressed by other means. When questioned as to whether MacDonald suffered from a mental disorder, Bailey testified he did not, although he could not discount the possibility of him murdering family members in a situation of extreme stress. Isn't that true of everybody, though? This testimony was followed by a Philadelphia, or at least people who have no other violent incidents other than the incident when they snapped and killed family members. This testimony was followed by a Philadelphia-based psychologist who conceded that had MacDonald committed such an act of violence, he would successfully completely block the episode from his mind. But I mean, innocent people also block that from their mind. So, yeah, that's tough. The chief of the FBI's crime laboratory chemistry section, Paul Stombaugh, then testified the pajama top placed over Colette's body had been heavily blood-stained before the garment was torn. And that, contrary to MacDonald's claims, a lack of tearing at the edges of these holes proved that all 48 holes within this item of clothing had been inflicted while the garment was stationary rather than in motion. Stombaugh also testified all the cuts within all garments other than the pajama top had been inflicted with the old hickory kitchen knife found outside the family home and not the paring knife he claimed to have removed from Colette's body. That the majority of the blood had belonged to Colette and her blood had transferred onto the garment on at least 4 locations prior to the garment being torn. Furthermore, the club used to bludgeon Colette and Kimberley, which MacDonald had denied any knowledge of, had also been sawed from one of the mattress slats in Kimberly's bedroom, and a single hair found in Colette's right palm had sourced from her own body and not a blonde-haired intruder. Interesting. Again, if there's a cover-up afoot, obviously they could frame it that way. But here's the thing, too. Is he innocent, but then he thought he could be blamed as guilty, and then that messed up some of his story? Because let's say he's super smart. If he's super smart and innocent, but also stressed out in the moment of all this commotion going on, what would he do, and would he change what he said? I mean, again, yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough. Further testimony, MacDonald was recalled to testify before the grand jury January 21st, 1975. On this occasion, he was markedly arrogant and sarcastic when questioned with regards to issues such as his infidelity or the prosecution's illustration of forensic contradictions between his version of events and the physical evidence. On one occasion, shouting, quote, "I have no idea. I don't even know what crap you're trying to feed me," end quote. Here's the thing, though. This is so traumatic. Is it possible this whole ordeal had such an effect on his psyche that this is the result. And if he is innocent, could you blame him for having to have lived through all of this? And if he's guilty, it seems like he wouldn't be that smart, because he's allowing, unless he's guilty and also has some kind of a psychic break as a result of the guilt, and then in which case maybe he would behave this way. But yeah, it's pretty tough. So he said this in response to a question as how his blood and Colette's blood had transferred onto a sheet taken from Kristen's bedroom into the master bedroom. He also refused to discuss the results of a private polygraph test to which he had consented in 1970, the results of which had been given to Bernard Siegel, indicating he would have to speak with his attorney on this matter before consenting to this line of inquiry. Yeah, it would be interesting to know the results of that test as well. Following a brief recess, MacDonald read a statement prepared by his attorneys denying the prosecution's request to discuss the results of his 1970 polygraph examination, contending Warhide had violated attorney-client privilege. He then read his own statement to the jury, claiming 5 long years had passed since the murder of his family and his efforts to start life afresh, and that his questions posed by the prosecutions were ones that had to live with for 5 years. Indictment. On January 24th, 75, the grand jury formally indicted MacDonald on 3 counts of murders. Within the hour, he was arrested in California. On January 31st, he was freed upon a $100,000 bail raised by friends and colleagues, pending disposition of the charges, although he was arraigned on May 23rd and pled not guilty to the murders on this date. On July 29th, Judge Dupree denied the double jeopardy and speedy trial arguments successfully filed by his attorneys and allowed the proposed trial date of August 18th, 75 to stand. Although the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled to stay the proceedings on August 15th, the panel of this court ordered the indictment dismissed on the grounds of a defendant's right to a speedy trial on January 23rd, 76. MacDonald himself later claimed to weep tears of relief rather than tears of joy upon hearing the news, and later recollected to return to a big celebration that his ordeal was now over. On appeal on behalf of the government led to a reinstatement of the indictment via an 8-0 margin within the U.S. Supreme Court, May 1st, 78. In response to this decision, Alfred Kassab informed the press he and his wife welcomed the development, stating, quote, "It has been a tremendous personal pressure to have someone running around that you are convinced killed your daughter and grandchildren," end quote. You know what's interesting? The phrasing of that. How smart is Alfred Kassab? Because he didn't state, like most people would state, oh, to have a guilty individual, running around. He's stating it's a tremendous personal pressure to have someone running around that you are convinced killed your daughter and grandchildren. So he's just stating that he's personally convinced. That doesn't mean it's the actual truth. Interesting. On October 22nd, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals rejected MacDonald's double jeopardy arguments. The Supreme Court refused to review this decision March 1979. A quote from Alfred Kassab commenting on the inconsistencies in MacDonald's accounts of his actions and wounds sustained on the night of the murders, as contained in the transcript of the Article 32 hearing, 76, the story, as MacDonald told it, had to be a fabrication. It could not have happened the way he said it happened. None of his story holds together. I mean, none of what he says he did. He claims to have been attacked in the living room. He claims to have sustained 10 ice pick wounds. Now those 10 ice pick wounds nobody has ever seen. No doctor in the hospital ever saw them. Trial. MacDonald was brought to trial on July 16, 79, charged with 3 counts of murder. He was tried in Raleigh, North Carolina before Judge Dupree and pled not guilty to the charges. MacDonald was defended by Bernard Siegel and Wade Smith. James Blackburn and Brian Murtaugh prosecuted the case. Initial jury selection began on this date and will continue for 3 days. Although MacDonald's lawyers had been confident of an acquittal, there was successful rulings against the defense. The first such ruling was Judge Dupree's refusal to admit into evidence a 79 psychiatric evaluation of MacDonald, which suggested that an individual of his personality and mindset was highly unlikely to be capable of killing his family. Dupree justified this refusal by stating that as MacDonald's attorney had not entered an insanity plea for their client, he did not wish for the trial to be hindered by opinionated and contradictory psychiatric testimony from prosecution and defense witnesses. A further defense setback was the judge's ruling against a motion to suppress the introduction of MacDonald's pajama top as evidence. On the first day of trial, Judge Dupree allowed the prosecution to admit into evidence the March 1970 copy of Esquire magazine found in the MacDonald house, part of which contained the lengthy article relating to the Manson family murders. However, Dupree also refused the prosecution's request to allow any sections of the earlier Article 32 transcripts from MacDonald's 1970 Army hearing to be produced as evidence, ruling that as the current trial was a civilian trial and the Article 32 military hearing held several reports from the military investigators which had suggested that MacDonald had murdered his family in a drug-induced rage, this evidence was also opinionated. That's interesting. Okay, so he doesn't appear to be favoring either side. Opening statements. In his opening statement to the jury delivered on July 19th, James Blackburn outlined the burden of proof the prosecution faced in proving MacDonald's guilt, that the prosecution intended to meet this burden, and that the murders had been committed with malice aforethought. Blackburn then outlined the prosecution's intention to outline both physical and circumstantial evidence indicating MacDonald's guilt, and to introduce numerous witnesses, imploring the jurors to listen to the evidence that comes from the witness stand, to examine the evidence as it is shown to you, and to reach your own conclusion. Blackburn finished his opening statement by stating to the jurors, quote, basically we believe that the physical evidence points to the fact that unfortunately one person, not 2, 3, or 4 or more, killed Colette, Kimberley, and Kristen, and that person is the defendant, end quote. Wade Smith then argued on behalf of the defense. Smith referenced the events of February 17, 1970, the Army investigation and subsequent dismissal of all charges, repeatedly emphasizing the case had occurred over 9 years ago, and that in the intervening years, Jeff had done his utmost to rebuild his life, while others would not allow him to forget his painful past. Their client had now been brought to trial to face the charges of murdering his wife and children. Smith emphasized to the jurors their ability to relieve their client of this ongoing ordeal by acquitting him of all charges. Testimony. One of the chief prosecution witnesses to testify was Paul Stumbaugh, whom the prosecution summoned to testify on August 7th. Stumbaugh demonstrated to the jurors how MacDonald's pajama top had been pierced by 48 small, smooth, and cylindrical ice pick holes after the garment had been placed atop his wife's chest. Stumbaugh contended that in order for the holes to have been as smooth and devoid of fraying or tearing, the garment would have had to remain stationary, an extremely unlikely occurrence if, as MacDonald contended, he had wrapped it around his hands to defend himself from blows from an attacker wielding an ice pick or club. Furthermore, Stumbaugh demonstrated that by folding the garment in the manner depicted in the crime scene photographs, all 48 holes could have been made by 21 thrusts of the ice pick through the garment, and an identical pattern implying Colette had been repeatedly stabbed through the pajama top while the garment was lying on her body. Although Siegel subjected Stumbaugh to a harsh cross-examination, repeatedly raising his voice as he challenged Stumbaugh's credentials and forensic methods, Stumbaugh remained steadfast as to his conclusion. A further piece of damaging evidence against MacDonald was an audio tape made of the April 6, 1970 interview by military investigators, which was played in the courtroom immediately after the jurors had returned from visiting the still intact crime scene. The jury heard MacDonald's matter-of-fact, indifferent recitation of the murders. They heard him become angry, defensive, and emotional in response to suggestions by the investigators that he had committed to the murders. He asked the investigators why would they think he, who had a beautiful family and everything going for him, would have murdered his family in cold blood for no reason. The jury also heard investigators later confront him with their knowledge of his extramarital affairs, to which MacDonald murmured, "Oh, you guys are more thorough than I thought." That's an interesting statement. Despite earlier rulings against the defense counsel, the prosecution was also hampered by the lack of an obvious motive for MacDonald to have committed the murders. He had no history of violence or domestic abuse against his wife or children. The defense also argued the crime scene was hopelessly compromised during the investigation, and potential evidence was either destroyed, was lost, or remained uncollected. MacDonald's defense attorneys also called several favorable character witnesses, plus a forensic expert named James Thornton, to the stand. Thornton attempted to rebut Stumbaugh's contention that the pajama top was stationary on Colette's chest, rather than wrapped around MacDonald's wrist as he waited off blows, stating that he had attempted to stab a pajama top wrapped around a ham with an ice pick as an assistant moved the item back and forth, resulting in perfectly cylindrical holes with no tearing around the edges of the garment. Following Thornton's testimony, prosecutors Murtaugh and Blackburn staged an impromptu reenactment of the alleged attack on MacDonald. Murtaugh wrapped a pajama top of the same material around his hands and attempted to fend off a series of blows that Blackburn attempted to inflict on him with the ice pick used in the murders. The resulting ice pick holes in the pajama top were jagged and elongated, not smoothly cylindrical like the ones with the garment recovered upon Colette's body. Furthermore, Murtaugh received a small wound on his upper right arm. MacDonald had received no defensive wounds on his arms or hands consistent with a struggle. In addition, aside from a small smear of blood discovered upon the Esquire magazine and a single speck of blood upon MacDonald's spectacles, a speck of blood on his spectacles? Man, okay. No other traces of blood were recovered from the room in which MacDonald claimed to have fought for his life. Helena Stokely. One of the final defense witnesses Siegel subpoenaed to testify was Helena Stokely. Intent on extracting a confession from her that she had been one of the intruders MacDonald claimed had entered his house, murdered his family, and attacked him, Siegel talked to Stokely in private for over 2 hours, attempting to persuade her to confess to end MacDonald's years of suffering unjustly, also promising her immunity from prosecution due to the expiration of the statute of limitations. There's a statute of limitations on murder? On murder of children? Stokely repeatedly informed Siegel she was unable to help him. She also denied ever having seen MacDonald and refused to testify to acts that she was adamant she did not commit. Under oath, Stokely denied any culpability in the murders and any knowledge of who may have committed the acts. Insistent she was unable to recall her whereabouts on the date of the murders, Stokely emphasized her extensive drug use in 1970 and the intervening years, adding the night of February 16th to 17th, 1970 was by no means the first or last night in which she was unable to recall her whereabouts. Following this testimony, Murtaugh and Siegel alternatively argued before Judge Dupree for the dismissal or introduction of testimony from several witnesses to whom Stokely had earlier allegedly confessed. I mean, I would like to hear from these witnesses as well. I mean, what's their story and why? On August 20th, Dupree refused the introduction of this testimony, citing legal trustworthiness requisites and stating the introduction of these witnesses could add no further value to the proceedings than what they had experienced from Stokely's own testimony. What? Wait, what? Because Stokely's denying it as if she is guilty. I guess she would, right? Or she's denying any memory of it. Even if she did do it, she doesn't remember doing it. But if she really did do it, these other people could shed light on that, especially if they take polygraphs. And what would be the result of such? So, yeah, Judge Dupree seemed relatively impartial up until this point. Because if she really is adamant that she doesn't know him, because if she did know him or he knew her, then he didn't invent these people. If he picked real people, even if he's guilty and lying, he picked people that were real and described them to further muddy the waters. But she's claiming she doesn't know him at all. Defendant's testimony. The final witness to testify on behalf of the defense was MacDonald himself, who testified on his own behalf August 23rd and 24th. MacDonald was first questioned by Bernard Siegel, who sought to humanize his client in the eyes of the jury. He began his questioning by asking MacDonald about his family. MacDonald described each family member and their individual personalities, stating that the family shared almost everything. We were all friends. Colette and I shared the children growing up. We shared our life experiences. He also claimed the reason he had never remarried was the fact that he was unable to forget his wife and children, who he thought about daily. Siegel then asked MacDonald to recount his family background, his career at Fort Bragg, and his family's general lifestyle, February 1970. He then produced several family photographs and artifacts, asking MacDonald to describe each item or the circumstances surrounding each photograph and to identify the individual in each image. MacDonald then recounted his life in the years since the deaths of his family, describing his decision to relocate to California as an effort to distance himself from well-wishers, and insisting the reason he worked up to 80 hours a week was that it was easier than sitting and thinking about his family. You know, another curiosity that we didn't really talk about yet, what if MacDonald wasn't the target and it had nothing to do with him? What about Colette? Did she know Stokely? Stokely said she didn't know MacDonald. What about Colette? Was she even asked if she knew Colette? How many people did Colette interact with? If someone was really angry with Colette, they might not even bother to kill MacDonald. They would just want to kill her and her children. Was that avenue even investigated? Because she took classes. So it wasn't like she was home the whole time. She was out and about interacting with many different people. The following day, James Blackburn cross-examined MacDonald. He outlined every piece of physical and circumstantial evidence recovered at the crime scene, which contradicted MacDonald's own accounts of the assailants attacking him and murdering his family, and instead indicated his own guilt. Blackburn typically began each question with a statement to the effect of, "Dr. MacDonald, should the jury find from the evidence?" MacDonald was unable to offer any plausible explanations for these discrepancies. For example, he was unable to explain how the piece of lumber used as a weapon came from a mattress slat on Kimberly's bed, but claimed that there may have been some wood in the utility room, later adding his insistence the club which had struck him across the head was sort of smooth and may have been a baseball bat as opposed to a wooden instrument. He also claimed the earlier testimony of Army investigators pertaining to his questioning on April 6, 1970 was unreliable due to the poor conduct of the investigators and the fact several weeks had elapsed between the murders and his formal questioning. Those are fair points. And again, if he's staging all this himself, why would what is the prosecution alleging here? He took a wooden slat from his daughter's bed that obviously would be found out. Obviously, they would find that out. And claimed to have never seen it. Is that really more likely than an acid-tripping psychotic involved in slashing and killing, seeing a wooden slat and just randomly deciding, oh, they want that slat to continue killing in some kind of induced hallucinations or otherwise? I mean, I don't know. What do all the MindShock listeners think is more likely? Because he knew they would know where that wood would come from. So, I mean, it's really weird. It's really weird. And again, if he's staging, wouldn't he stage a believable fight scene in the living room and knock over more stuff? I mean, it's not that hard to knock over some stuff. Yeah, this is really weird. This is really weird. When questioning MacDonald with regards to various discrepancies in his accounts of his movements, the injuries he sustained, and the positioning of his pajama jacket upon his body throughout the night of the murders with regards to the tearing and fiber evidence sourcing from the garment, Blackburn succeeded in highlighting several discrepancies in MacDonald's accounts by comparison to previous interview transcripts and his current claims and the contradictions of this testimony with forensics evidence. In response, Siegel repeatedly raised objections to this line of questioning, claiming the discrepancies were misleading. His objections were frequently overruled. Following a brief recess, Blackburn resumed his cross-examination. On this occasion, he illustrated instances of MacDonald adjusting his testimony regarding having moved his wife's body after learning fibers from his pajama top were found beneath her body. He then asked direct questions regarding the location of blood, fiber, and other physical evidence within his apartment, which directly contradicted his accounts of his movements and those of members of his family. Blackburn frequently accompanied these questions with a hypothetical suggestion that, quote, if the jury should find from the evidence, end quote, forensic or circumstantial evidence which contradicted MacDonald's testimony, would he have any plausible explanation for these discrepancies? MacDonald did frequently attempt to rebuff this line of questioning, but was typically unable to offer any explanation for this evidence. Closing arguments. On August 28, 1979, both counsels delivered the closing arguments before the jury. James Blackburn argued first, beginning by contrasting the injuries inflicted upon Colette, Kimberley, and Kristen with those suffered by MacDonald. He then outlined the medical testimony which listed the sole serious injury MacDonald had sustained as the pneumothorax wound to his chest, stating that even if the prosecution conceded the wound was potentially life-threatening, the wound was the sole serious injury he had sustained. Referencing the life and death struggle MacDonald claimed to have engaged in with the alleged intruders, Blackburn stated the evidence indicated a struggle had occurred in the MacDonald home, but this struggle was between only one white male and one white female. The white female was Colette and the white male was her husband. Okay, so another thought here. If his account is true and he really was sleeping and these killers engaged in all of this and then they were on their way out when MacDonald engaged them and they were trying to leave as soon as possible after all this carnage, would they not stick around and stab him 33 times like they did the others? Would they just try to put him down as quickly as possible and run away? I don't know. It's again, like everything, it's really tough. But if that is true and they're kind of just trying to get away, and maybe these guys are not as high as the blonde woman who wants him hurt more and more, and they just run off with her. Is she the only one that's really high? Because that could theoretically explain that. At least to a certain degree. Blackburn then poured scorn on the character witnesses who had earlier testified MacDonald had been a good husband and father, then returned to the evidence stating, quote, if we convince you by the evidence he did it, we don't have to show you he is the sort of person that could have done it, end quote. He then closed his initial argument by saying, quote, I can only tell you from the physical evidence that things do not lie, but I suggest that people can and do, end quote. like those interpreting the evidence. The following day, Bernard Siegel and Wade Smith delivered their closing arguments on behalf of the defense. Siegel focused much of his closing argument upon the campaign of persecution his client had been subjected to and by the legal system for almost a decade in an attempt to frame him for the murder of his family, describing the prosecution's case as a house built on sand. Portraying MacDonald as a loving husband and father, Siegel then emphasized MacDonald's insistence from the outset that 4 intruders had been responsible for the murders. Siegel spoke for over 3 hours using virtually all of the defense's allotted time. Blackburn and Murtaugh agreed to forfeit 10 minutes of their allocated rebuttal time to allow Smith to make an argument to the jury. Following a brief recess, Smith appealed to the jurors to question the lack of an obvious motive for MacDonald to have committed the murders. He referenced the family photographs of MacDonald enjoying the company of his wife and children in the years and even weeks before their deaths, stating, quote, "It makes no sense, there is no motive," end quote. He then appealed to the jurors to give MacDonald the peace he had sought for almost a decade. In his rebuttal argument, James Blackburn referenced Smith's earlier observation regarding the unbelievability of a successful doctor murdering his family, but contended the events of February 17, 1970 occurred because events overtook themselves too fast. Everything else, ladies and gentlemen, we say in that crime scene flowed from that moment. He then referenced once again to the physical evidence, stating that the evidence unequivocally illustrated the chain of events which occurred and which only pointed to MacDonald's guilt. Blackburn closed his rebuttal argument by stating that although the prosecution was convinced that MacDonald was guilty, they only wished he was not, given the final moments of the victims and who it was that was going to make them die, adding that the defendant would never have peace. In a final address to the jury, Judge Dupree informed the panel that they had 3 choices to choose from: to find MacDonald not guilty, to find him guilty of first-degree murder, or guilty of second-degree murder in each case. Conviction and incarceration. Shortly after 4 p.m. August 29, 1979, the jury, having deliberated for 6.5 hours, announced that they had reached their final verdict. MacDonald was convicted of 1 count of first-degree murder in the death of Kristen and 2 counts of second-degree murder in the deaths of Colette and Kimberley. 4 jurors wept as they announced their verdicts, and MacDonald's mother rushed out of the courtroom. MacDonald himself displayed no emotion. Judge Dupree imposed a life sentence for each of the murders to be served consecutively. Bail was revoked, and MacDonald was temporarily transferred to a Butner County jail prior to his permanent transfer to the Federal Correctional Institution in Terminal Island, California. Immediately following the verdict, Alfred Kassab telephoned the family lawyer, Richard Kahn. Kassab thanked the lawyer for exhaustive efforts over the years, saying, "Hi, Dick, I just got what I wanted. 3 life sentences. Thanks for everything. We couldn't have done it without your help." The Kassabs also informed the press, quote, "This was something that had to be done. Now we can rest in peace," end quote. MacDonald appealed Dupree's bail revocation ruling, requesting that bail be granted pending the outcome of his appeal. This application was rejected on September 7th. A further appeal to be freed on bail was rejected by the 4th Circuit Court of Appeals November 20th. Post-conviction. Appeals. On July 29, 1980, a panel of the 4th Circuit Court of Appeals reversed MacDonald's conviction, ruling via a 2-to-1 margin that the 9-year delay in bringing him to trial violated his 6th Amendment rights to a speedy trial. He was released on August 22nd, having posted $100,000 bail and subsequently returned to work as the director of emergency medicine at St. Mary's Medical Center in Long Beach, California. He would later announce his engagement to his fiancée, Randy D. Marquith, in March 82. What happened to he couldn't get married? 6 months later, December 18th, the 4th Court Circuit of Appeals voted 5-5 to hear the appeal en banc. As a majority did not vote to hear this appeal, the application was accordingly denied, upholding the previous ruling. This decision was appealed, and on May 26, 81, the U.S. Supreme Court accepted the case for consideration, hearing oral arguments on December 7th. On March 31st, 82, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that MacDonald's rights to a speedy trial had not been violated, stating that the time interval between the dismissal of the military charges and the indictment on civilian charges should not be considered in determining whether the delay in bringing MacDonald to trial violated his right to a speedy trial under the 6th Amendment. He was rearrested and returned to federal prison, and his original sentence of 3 consecutive life terms reinstated. The following year, MacDonald dismissed Siegel as his legal representative. Defense lawyers filed a new motion for MacDonald to be freed on bail pending appeal, but the 4th Circuit Court of Appeals refused. His remaining points of appeal, including his contention the evidence presented at trial did not justify the finding of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, were heard on June 9th, 82, although his conviction was unanimously affirmed on August 18th. Shortly thereafter, MacDonald licenses to practice medicine in both North Carolina and California were revoked. MacDonald again appealed this decision, contending his conviction should be overturned due to suppressed exculpatory evidence. Dupree rejected these defense motions March 1st, 85. The Supreme Court upheld the lower court's decision October 6th, 86. A further defense motion that MacDonald should be granted a new murder trial on the grounds of prosecutorial misconduct was denied July 8th, 91. This ruling was appealed on the grounds of judicial bias on October 3rd, but was denied. A further appeal was argued before the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals February 92. This appeal listed newly discovered evidence, which MacDonald contended was suppressed at his trial and which he claimed corroborated his exculpatory account of the murders. This appeal contended that had Judge Dupree permitted this evidence, the jurors would have learned that all of the doctors hired by the defense who had worked for the Army or the government at Walter Reed Hospital had concluded that MacDonald was psychologically incapable of committing such acts of violence. The court ruled, well, to me, the Stokely, those who heard Stokely confess, because supposedly there's more than one individual, multiple individuals said that she had mentioned taking part in the murders. The fact that they weren't allowed to testify, to me, that's the most problematic here. That seems like a denial of his right to, because if they're credible, if they all, I mean, at the time polygraphs, but now brain fingerprint scans for all, because what would they all reveal? The court ruled against awarding a new trial June 2nd, stating Judge Dupree had acted correctly when he refused to allow the jury to view a transcript of the 1970 Article 32 hearing, and because this was not an insanity trial, he had acted properly in not allowing the jurors to hear any of the psychiatric testimony. This ruling also stated that Helena Stokely's confessions of guilt pertaining to the murder were unreliable and conflicted with the established facts of the case, and accordingly, the judge's ruling against her being allowed to testify at MacDonald's 79 trial was valid. Well, how is that valid? Like, see, drug addicts are not reliable, that's true, but they also might commit murders in drug-fueled psychotic episodes. I mean, to be fair, you have to allow for all investigation and all available evidence to be presented. Also, the prosecution, if they can prove that MacDonald actually did know her somehow and intentionally placed her at the scene to muddy the waters, if they could do that, that would go a ways to discrediting that aspect, which, from all information here, that was not done. On September 2nd, 1997, I'm going through the decades here, the district court granted MacDonald's motion to file a supplemental affidavit with the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. This affidavit contended that although several saran fibers found at the crime scene, which did not match any evidentiary item recovered, had most likely sourced from a doll and not a wig, these fibers were also used in the manufacture of human wigs prior to 1970, and thus added to the weight of previously amassed exculpatory evidence. Wait a second. So they did find fibers that may have been a wig, or may not have been, but fibers that did not originate in the home? That's curious. His motion for DNA testing upon these fibers was transferred from the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals to the District Court. MacDonald's lawyers were also given the right to pursue DNA tests on limited hair and blood evidence on October 17th, 1997. This testing began in December 2000, with MacDonald's lawyers hoping the results would tie Stokely and her then-boyfriend Gregory Mitchell to the crime scene. On March 10, 2006, the Armed Forces DNA ID Laboratory announced the results of the DNA testing revealed that the DNA of neither Stokely nor Mitchell matched that upon any of the exhibits tested. But did they match MacDonald, or did they or no? Furthermore, although a single hair found within Colette's left palm was also cited by MacDonald as belonging to one of the alleged intruders, this testing also revealed the hair to have come from his own body. But what about the other DNA testing that was tested against Stokely or Mitchell? They didn't match. This hair was also a precise match with others recovered from the bedspread within the master bedroom upon the top sheet of Kristen's bed. Yeah, well, you would expect that. This hair was also a precise... Okay. A hair found in Colette's right palm was also determined to be her own. 3 hairs, one from the bedsheet, one found in Colette's body outline in the area of her legs, and a single hair measuring 1/5 of an inch found between Kristen's fingernail did not match the DNA profile of any MacDonald family member or known suspect. So that's curious. Okay. So there's a DNA profile that doesn't match MacDonald or any of the family members, and also does not match Stokely or her boyfriend Mitchell. And of course, if there really were 4 intruders, we have no idea who the other 2 would have been. Or was it not Stokely's boyfriend? Was it Stokely and 3 other males? But even if it was her boyfriend, there's still 2 other males unaccounted for that they have no way to test the DNA against. Also, if this is some kind of frame job, obviously switching labels in the lab, that's how most crime scene corruption does occur. And no, I didn't forget, I still have the Stephen Avery podcast coming up on crime lab corruption, listing dozens and dozens and dozens of cases where this exact thing was done. Okay, September 2012, the district court conducted a formal evidentiary hearing regarding DNA evidence and statements relating to key witnesses who offered testimony indicating MacDonald's innocence. On July 24, 2014, the district court rejected these claims in their entirety and reaffirmed MacDonald's conviction on all counts. Reportedly, MacDonald was disappointed but not surprised with this ruling. He presented a motion to alter or amend this judgment to the district court, although this was denied November 2014. He then appealed the denial of this motion to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. On December 21st, 2018, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit affirmed the district court's ruling. In April 2021, MacDonald was denied a request for compassionate release upon the grounds of his ailing health, with Judge Terrence Boyle citing the compassionate release law applies only to individuals whose crime occurred on or after November 1st, 1987. That's a weird, arbitrary distinction. A further appeal against this ruling was dismissed by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit on September 16, 2021. Later confession of Helena Stokely. Shortly after MacDonald's initial release from prison in August 1980, his supporters hired a retired FBI special agent and PI named Ted Gunderson to assist in overturning his conviction. And of course, we've gone over the one and only Ted Gunderson many, many times in many cases, most notably the Johnny Gosch series. Gunderson contacted Helena Stokely, who on occasion confessed that she and 5 members of what she described as a drug cult had developed a deep grudge against MacDonald, as he had refused to treat heroin and opium-addicted patients. Accordingly, she and other members of this group had plotted revenge against MacDonald, intending specifically to murder his family but leave him alive. Wow. Are we firmly in MINDSHOCK territory or not at this point? According to Stokely, she had telephoned the MacDonald residence late in the evening of February 16th to determine all members of the family were present in the house. Colette had answered and stated a babysitter would be there in the early evening, but that after she had left, all the family would be present and alone. The group had then dropped mescaline before driving to the MacDonald residence. She and 4 others. So did this not include her boyfriend here? It doesn't say that this included her boyfriend. She and 4 others had entered the house and confronted MacDonald, intending on him signing a Dexedrine prescription, although the situation quickly deteriorated, with MacDonald attempting to fight his attackers before quickly lapsing into unconsciousness. Stokely alleged she then ran into the master bedroom to find "death to all pigs" or something like that scrawled on the headboard, and 2 of her friends bludgeoning Colette on the bed as her child lay asleep next to her. Stokely was adamant she had worn a beige floppy hat on the evening in question. Stokely had submitted a polygraph test in April 1971 with the military examiner stating, quote, "It is concluded that Miss Stokely is convinced in her mind that she knows the identity of those person or persons who killed Colette, Kimberley, and Kristen MacDonald. It is further concluded that Miss Stokely is convinced in her mind that she was physically present when the 3 members of the MacDonald family were killed. No abnormal physiological responses were noted in the polygraph tracings. However, due to Miss Stokely's admitted confused state of mind and her excessive drug use during and immediately following the homicides in question, a conclusion cannot be reached as to whether she in fact knows who perpetrated the homicides or whether she was present at the scene of the murders. End quote. What's curious, though, because even if she's hallucinating, how many other murders have a drug addict local to the area also spotted by a delivery man? I mean, this is insane. Or the ambulance driver, delivery man, whoever that was. That's insane because she was placed near the scene by other parties, not just herself in her drug-induced state. Unless people are alleging MacDonald paid her off, or paid that guy off to say that. Now, what's curious here, so she doesn't name her boyfriend of one of these individuals. That's curious. That is curious. Unless it was the boyfriend, but she just didn't include him in this particular confession. Yeah, this is weird. And if Gunderson or these other individuals were attempting not to find the truth, but simply to get MacDonald off the hook for whatever reason, wouldn't they make up the story, or at least if they're lying, wouldn't they say that Stokely only had 3 others with her instead of 4 to match MacDonald's account perfectly? Because this doesn't match MacDonald's account. There's an extra individual here. So if they're simply paid off by MacDonald or the MacDonald camp to try to prove that he's innocent, would they have these inconsistencies? Whereas if they're just trying to find the truth, that seems like that's more natural to be inconsistencies that way. April 16th, 2007, MacDonald's attorneys filed an affidavit on behalf of Stokely's mother, Helena Teresa Stokely, who stated that her daughter had twice confessed to her that she was present in the MacDonald house on the evening of the murders and that her daughter was afraid of the prosecutors. So not just all these other individuals, but her own mother. I mean, this is insane. I mean, this is truly one of the most mind-shocking cases ever. MacDonald requested to expand his then outstanding appeal to include this affidavit alongside all the evidence amassed at trial, the developments which he claimed had been subsequently discovered, including the 2006 results of the DNA testing. Yeah, the 2000 testing is curious because it does not include Stokely or her boyfriend, but it also does not include any MacDonald family member. And the statements of individuals to whom Stokely had made these confessions. This appeal also alleged that the trial statements of prosecutor James Blackburn should be considered unreliable as he had been convicted of fraud, forgery, and embezzlement and subsequently disbarred in 1993. Wow. That's insane. Wow. So the prosecutor who had been convicted of fraud, forgery, embezzlement, and disbarred. So again, that doesn't mean that in the MacDonald trial, he was acting illegally, but that definitely throws into question his own credibility here. As he stated, was it him that stated that people lie and evidence doesn't? So if he was lying about the evidence, what does that mean? MacDonald's motions regarding the DNA results and the affidavit of Stokely's mother were denied. The denial of these 2 motions were based on jurisdictional issues, specifically that MacDonald had not obtained the required pre-filing authorization from the circuit court for these motions to the district court. Nevertheless, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals granted MacDonald's motion for a successive habeas petition and remanded the matter back to the district court Eastern Division. The Britt affidavit. On January 12, 2006, MacDonald was granted leave to file a further appeal based upon a November 2005 affidavit of a retired Deputy United States Marshal Jim Britt, who had served in this role during the trial. Britt stated that he had overheard Helena Stokely admit to prosecutor James Blackburn she had actually been present at the MacDonald house at the time of the murders and that Blackburn had threatened her with prosecution if she testified as a defense witness admitting this claim. Stokely had earlier met with a defense counsel prior to this alleged meeting with Blackburn and informed them she had no memory of her whereabouts on the night in question. Wow. I mean, this is just getting worse and worse for the prosecution. I mean, clearly this is a wrongful conviction, even if he's guilty, because, I mean, this is just insane, because this matches one of the descriptions he gave, and she admitted this allegedly herself to her own mother, to a bunch of other individuals, and if we are to believe this U.S. Marshal that she also admitted this to James Blackburn, who had later been disbarred. Okay. I mean, this is quite a mountain of evidence. I mean, this is insanity here. This is insane. In November 2008, Judge James Carroll Fox denied this appeal. This denial was based on the merits of the claim, specifically that as Stokely had made many contradictory statements regarding her participation or lack thereof in the murders, her claims were unreliable. Well, again, wouldn't you expect a drug addict tripping to be unreliable? That doesn't mean that she wasn't there or wasn't involved. In addition, MacDonald's claim that Stokely had been expected to testify in a manner favorable to him at trial until she had been threatened by Blackburn is contradicted by the official trial records. Well, what about the U.S. Marshal? Subsequent to this November 2008 decision, a government motion to modify the decision to negate Britt's claims was denied. Included within the motion was jail documentation establishing that Stokely was originally confined to the jail in Pickens, South Carolina, not Greenville, South Carolina, as Britt had claimed. Also included were custody commitment and release forms indicating that although Britt and fellow Deputy United States Marshal Geraldine Holden had escorted Stokely into the Raleigh courthouse on August 17, 1979, agents other than Britt and Holden had actually transported Stokely to the 1979 trial. MacDonald appealed the district court's denial of his claim to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. In 2011, the Court of Appeals reversed the decision, remanding MacDonald's claims back to the district court for further consideration. I mean, this is like a crazy game of ping pong here. I mean, it's just insanity. But Britt, again, why not subject Britt to a brain fingerprint scan? Because why would he lie about this with Stokely? Maybe he was confused on certain details. I mean, sure. But clearly it's verified that he did escort Stokely at some time. So he was present with her and could have overheard something. So, yeah, I mean, this is weird. MacDonald faced several legal obstacles in his efforts to incorporate a motion relating to the earlier results of DNA testing of hair and fiber evidence recovered from 544 Castle Drive into his motion regarding the claims made in Britt's affidavit, with the court stating he must obtain a pre-authorization for what should be a separate motion filed in relation to the results of the DNA testing. On April 19th, 2011, and it's just crazy how this is all still going on from this 1970 case, the United States Court of Appeals granted a pre-filing authorization relating to the DNA claims, reversing the decision of the district court and remanding his appeals for further proceedings. An evidentiary hearing related to the claims within the Britt affidavit, the hair and fiber evidence, and further testimony pertaining to Stokely's verbal confessions was held in September 2012. However, in July 2014, Judge Fox ruled against MacDonald's appeal, upholding his convictions. Fatal vision. In June 1979, MacDonald invited author Joe McGinnis to write a book about his case. Initially unsure of MacDonald's guilt or innocence, McGinnis agreed to his request and was given full access to MacDonald and his defense team during the upcoming trial. The book McGinnis authored relating to the murders, Fatal Vision, portrays MacDonald as a narcissistic sociopath who was guilty of murdering his family and who believed in his ongoing capabilities to deceive both legal personnel and personal acquaintances. McGinnis quotes a 1979 report compiled by a psychologist named Hirsch Lazar Silverman, who stated MacDonald handled his conflicts by denying they even exist, adding that MacDonald lacked any sense of guilt and had been capable of committing asocial acts with impunity and had been incapable of forming emotionally close relationships with females of any age. Silvermore further states MacDonald had avoided and resented his commitments as a husband and father, and that given his ongoing denial of truth, he would continually seek both attention and approval. Fatal Vision also alleges a possible motive for the killings. As MacDonald was regularly taking the amphetamine Escatrol in an effort to lose weight via weight control program for his Green Beret unit, McGinnis suggests MacDonald may have murdered his family in a spur-of-the-moment fit of psychotic rage as a result of his frequent consumption of the amphetamines. Furthermore, the book emphasizes the fact that MacDonald worked extremely long hours in several medical employment roles in 69 and 70, and his extensive social and family commitments resulted in his suffering from an increased lack of sleep. Reportedly, MacDonald had expected McGinnis's book to profess his innocence and ongoing miscarriage of justice to which he had been subjected. In 1987, he sued McGinnis for fraud, claiming the author had agreed to hear his innermost thoughts in order to write a positive account of his ongoing fight for justice for himself and his family, but had actually falsely claimed to believe his claims of innocence after he had already reached a conclusion of his guilt in order that he, MacDonald, continue cooperating with him on the project. This lawsuit resulted in a mistrial on August 21st, 1987. The two later settled out of court for $325,000, although the Kassabs subsequently filed their own countersuit against MacDonald, citing an inheritance clause resulting in MacDonald receiving only $50,000. Okay, wow, okay. What to make of all that? Is it possible MacDonald was some kind of psychotic, but that he was also innocent? Because again, I think this case, it all hinges on Stokely, because we have many cases where crazy drug addicts confess to crimes they didn't commit. But how many of those cases was someone matching that drug addict's description placed in the home as a guilty party by a person proven to have been in the home during the attack? I mean, this is just insane. I mean, this is definitely one of the most mind-shocking cases I've ever looked at. Wow, I mean, this is just really, really insane. Aftermath. Colette, Kimberley, and Kristen MacDonald were laid to rest side by side in Washington Memorial Park, Suffolk County, Long Island, February 23, 1970. Each grave was initially inscribed with the surname of MacDonald, although the gravestones were later changed to Colette's maiden name of Stevenson. MacDonald is currently serving his life sentence at a federal prison in Cumberland, Maryland, and continues to maintain his innocence. Several individuals believe MacDonald's claims of innocence, and he remains determined to clear his name. In 2017, MacDonald stated, quote, "I am not going to get out saying a falsehood to the Parole Commission in order for them to give me a break. If it takes me saying I killed my family to the Parole Commission to get out of here and go home, I'm never going home," end quote. Yeah, that is curious, because Stephen Avery also had the same position, because he wouldn't do that either. He would sit in prison and this was during the first frame up, the 85 frame up, were the same individuals that framed him in 2005. Even if he's guilty, they think he's innocent and they framed him. These same individuals framed him for the Penny Berenson assault in 85, and he didn't take any opportunity to get out because he was innocent, and he's not gonna get out by saying he's guilty. So again, is that principled or is that mental? I mean, I don't know. So MacDonald's lawyers have repeatedly used the Freedom of Information Act to locate any evidence not presented by either counsel at his 79 trial, citing suppression of evidence as justification for a retrial. All efforts have proved unsuccessful, as successive courts have ruled that these uncovered and stipulated items do not establish any proof of innocence, and thus would not have influenced the verdict of the jury. Well, they clearly would, if the DNA sample that doesn't match anybody in the house. I mean, that's insane. Not to mention all of the stuff around Stokely. I mean, it's curious. I mean, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt when you have an individual like Stokely and all of these alleged confessions, including a U.S. Marshal. I mean, that's not a fellow druggie. That's a U.S. Marshal. MacDonald claims that unidentified fingerprint and fiber evidence uncovered inside his home has never been matched to any known individual to have been in the premises prior to or after the murders, and that these prints are evidence of his claim of home intruders. Further evidence he contends has been withheld include two unidentified 22-inch long synthetic hairs found in a hairbrush, but which were not made available to his defense at trial, and a minute spot of blood, either type O or type B origin, either his blood or the blood of his daughter Kristen, that was uncovered in the hallway. His supporters also point to an unsourced black woolen fibers found upon Colette MacDonald's mouth and shoulder as evidence of intruders, which they contend were also deliberately withheld by the government from the defense from presenting as evidence supporting MacDonald's contention. In August 2002, MacDonald married a former children's drama school owner-operator named Catherine Courage. So this was not the other woman he was engaged to. The two had first met in Baltimore decades previously, but became reacquainted in 1997 after Courage wrote MacDonald a letter offering to assist with his legal case. Their friendship gradually became romantic, and their marriage occurred when MacDonald was incarcerated at a federal prison in California, IA. MacDonald was later transferred to the Federal Correction Institution at Cumberland, Maryland, which is closer to his new legal state of residence as well as to his wife. MacDonald became eligible for parole in 1991, but he did not apply for parole at that time. At the urging of MacDonald's second wife and his attorneys, MacDonald applied for a May 2005 parole hearing. His parole request was immediately denied. His next potential parole hearing was in May 2020, although it is unknown whether he applied for parole on this date. Gregory Mitchell, whom Helena Stokely accused of murdering Colette MacDonald, died of cirrhosis of the liver on June 2nd, 1982 at the age of 31. Like Stokely, Mitchell is known to have been a heavy narcotics user. Prior to his death, Mitchell allegedly confessed to multiple people of his involvement in murders. Okay, wow. Wow, so not just Stokely, but her boyfriend also? What? Her boyfriend, or another individual that she was associated with here, Mitchell, he also confessed. So you have two individuals confessing to the murders. So it says he did pass a polygraph test in 1971, and the CID had cleared him of any involvement. So Stokely passed saying that she was involved. Wait, so did Mitchell deny it in the polygraph, confess to other people, but denied in the polygraph, passed the polygraph? How high was he during the polygraph, and is that why he passed it? Helena Stokely died at the age of 30 in January 1983. Her body was found inside her Seneca, South Carolina apartment, with her death estimated to have occurred 5 days before her body was discovered January 14th. Her autopsy indicated she died of acute pneumonia and cirrhosis. In the years prior to her death, Stokely had undergone several years of treatment for drug addiction and psychiatric care. On December 17th, 1995, Judge Franklin Dupree died at the age of 82 following a short illness. Bernard Siegel, MacDonald's lead defense attorney, died in California in 2011. James Blackburn, a lead prosecutor in the 79 trial, later admitted that between 1990 and 91 he had forged several court documents unrelated to the MacDonald case and illegally wired money from his firm's bank account. In 93, Blackburn pled guilty to fraud, embezzlement, forgery, and obstruction of justice. He was disbarred and served 3.5 months in jail. Colette MacDonald's mother and stepfather, Mildred and Alfred Kassab, both died in 1994. She on January 19th, he on October 24th. Alfred Kassab had initially believed MacDonald's testimony and been a staunch and vocal supporter of his son-in-law, but he drastically changed his opinion and became one of MacDonald's fiercest adversaries. Initially, Mildred had welcomed the 1971 diagnosis of breast cancer, writing in her diary the cancer would help her in her desire to just die following the murders of her daughter and grandchildren. However, her husband's steadfast determination to see MacDonald brought to justice compelled her to assist him in his quest for justice, and she consented to submit to radiation therapy. In 1984, Kassab reflected on the impact the events made on his marriage to Colette's mother, stating, quote, "Most people who go through traumatic things like this, nowhere near as lengthy, almost always end up in divorce, but with us, it's drawn us closer," end quote. With his own health in decline in 1989, Kassab recorded a message on a tape recorder, stating he wished the recording to be played at any future parole hearings. In this recorded message, Kassab stated, quote, "I want to be sure he serves out his sentence the way it should be served out. I don't want him walking the streets," end quote. Yeah, what a perplexing case. I mean, Stokely here, her boyfriend, these are definitely key figures, as well as Britt, the U.S. Marshal. I mean, this seems to be a wrongful conviction, even if he's guilty. I mean, it's weird. An interesting post here from Miss Night Terrors on the True Crime subreddit. You would think someone intelligent enough to attend Princeton and Northwestern Medical School could have done better than that. Did he really think anyone would believe him? This is in reference to the girl with the floppy hat. And also staging the scene. I mean, this guy's clearly very intelligent, so if he's guilty, you really would think he would have done a better job. Some more posts on this Reddit here. Senator Bink said Freddie Kassab eventually ended up suspecting Colette had walked in on MacDonald molesting Kim. Okay, so this theory actually, not that it's true, but it seems slightly more plausible because this could cause this kind of reaction. Response here by Snoo Cheesecakes. I had not heard that, OMG. That would explain his vehement denial that Kim was the one in his bed, probably would explain her bedwetting, and also the epic battle. That's gross and terrifying. I know he told people and said he told her he was leaving to go to Russia for a month with the boxing team, and perhaps she talked back to him about that, but it doesn't seem like she'd be furious as much as worried and upset about him being gone when she was pregnant with 2 little kids. The child molestation accusation would certainly do the trick, however. MacDonald needed to be seen as the best student, best athlete, best man, and best soldier, and big deal doctor, etc. He had a self-esteem issue with a big need to overcompensate around his masculinity, according to the psychiatrist who tested him. Being accused of wanting to sleep with his 6-year-old certainly might set him off. I find it so weird that his upstairs neighbor hears Colette angrily confronting him earlier, but did not hear the murders, as brutal as those were. So the neighbor's directly upstairs? Does anybody find this insane? Marquette Beach responded, I was stationed on Fort Bragg, and a friend of mine lived in the same housing area. It was the same house type. It really is the key. It was not a brutal murder, not a group of intruders and fighting. That would have been heard. It was him going person to person, killing them quickly. The military was pretty lax on child molestation at that time, though him being a doctor, that might have killed his career. Response by Snoo Cheesecakes. As a Green Beret, I don't know if that means they're trained to kill in hand-to-hand combat or if he was. I know he had jump training, but there had to be a time between him punching her in the face and him going to get the club and knocking her out with it when she'd be screaming. She had 2 broken arms from being hit hard enough with the club to break bones. I wonder if he used his medical knowledge to cut her trachea so she couldn't yell or anything. That is truly sick, but could possibly explain something there. Marquette Beach responded, he was not long tabbed. Special Forces units are airborne units, so you only have to be airborne qualified. The Green Beret was the unit headgear at the time, so anyone assigned to a Special Forces unit wore it. Just like if you wanted an airborne unit, even if you were not jump qualified, you would wear the unit headgear. Maroon Beret. They have changed this with Special Forces units. The only ones who wear the Green Beret are long tabbed. Otherwise, you wear a maroon beret. There are many reasons she may not have screamed or maybe tried and could not. The time of the attack, she was in deep sleep, and him waking her up, she probably was not aware what was going on right away. Maybe physical violence was unusual and she probably didn't scream because of the kids and didn't want the neighbors to hear. Maybe he knocked the wind out of her in the first hit and she hit the bed or floor. The one point on this is that if she woke up to find strangers, she would have screamed 100%. No scream does not 100% point to MacDonald, but it does kill most of his story, because this group of chanting hippies would have woken her before they got to her room. Not necessarily, because according to her statements, if she's engaged with MacDonald herself, either trying to get drugs or whatever, and the people that she came with are already engaged in these murders, if they put their hand over her mouth and started stabbing her immediately, and the other kids, I mean, that could explain that as well. So they're surrounded by people in the other apartment. So if this is some kind of a setup, were the neighbors threatened? I mean, even if he's innocent, is it possible he had some friends that threatened him, that, I don't know, threatened the neighbors into not saying anything, innocent or guilty? Even if he's guilty, he could have done that. Or if he's innocent, if the fix was in... I mean, this kind of goes back to the JonBenet Ramsey case as well. If the police were instructed to intentionally botch the collection of evidence and the case for whatever reason, is that also what happened here, regardless of who's innocent or guilty? Another interesting point that Snow Cheesecakes pointed out No matter what, stabbing his wife through his pajama top was really strange. Ironic that a guy so obsessed with his masculinity would attack a sleeping pregnant woman and 2 very young children. Either that or stoned hippies did and he didn't fight back worth expletive. Not quite the macho image he wished to project. I mean, that's also true. If he wants to be viewed as that macho, would he give the story about such a... Well, then again, if there's that many perpetrators, maybe he thought that would, him going down quick... Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tough no matter how you look at it. Then again, if he had just woken up, he wouldn't have known exactly what was going on as he was being attacked with a bunch of guys with weapons. I mean, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's also stated on a few different subreddits that Colette's stepfather actually paid for a reenactment of the murder per MacDonald's story, and it was impossible. I mean, without knowing exactly what happened, I mean, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, all the neighbors, I mean, yeah, everything's a problem here. So what happened? Did the delivery guy who said he saw Stokely, was he just lying about that for attention? Or did he not know who she was in? Did he not know that MacDonald described her at the crime scene? At the time of that report? That would be curious to know as well. Because they did say they were looking for these individuals, and he came forward. I don't know. That's tough. But at which point did he come forward? Yeah, we need a timeline on that. If he is on all those diet pill amphetamines, that could mess with his mind. So his recollection of events could be blurry. Again, regardless of innocent or guilty, but even if he's innocent, just that heavy use, lack of sleep, stress, etc. Are we saying he should be able to perfectly recall everything and explain every single piece of evidence, regardless of what happened? I mean, yeah, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. A post here on Reddit by LandMany4084. What is certain is that he did not get a fair trial. The government jumped through so many hoops and went against protocol to try him. One of the federal prosecutors transferred out of the military and specifically requested he be placed in the Justice Department as he pursued the case. That's insane. Furthermore, the prosecutor in the Article 32 hearing, one of them, was a former son-in-law of Judge Dupree. Wow. That alone should have disqualified him as a judge. He denied every single one of the defense team's legal motions. All of them. They also buried the lab notes that laid out candle wax in each of the locations MacDonald claimed. Wax that couldn't be traced to any candle in the house. Wow. So, wow, this is insane. So these druggies, did they have candles and this was some kind of satanic ceremony as well? There are far too many questions for me to ever be certain of that. He also hired a terrible trial lawyer for the North Carolina case. Siegel's attitude was that his client would be handedly acquitted, so why waste time pursuing their own laboratory testing? That's messed up. The lab notes might have changed his mind on that front. MacDonald may have been rightly convicted, but he was not justly tried. That's a good way of putting it. So yeah, we have Stokely, all those confessions, the U.S. Marshal testimony, the unidentified DNA sample, and now also missing lab notes that supposedly lay out the candle wax locations in the locations MacDonald claimed. Huh. That is mind-shocking, I have to say. That's mind-shocking. I also wonder if the stepfather, if certain military officials that wanted MacDonald, wanted to do MacDonald in no matter what, did they tell him something that wasn't true? Or some kind of falsified report or whatever to lead it? Because he initially thought MacDonald was innocent, and then he turned based on numerous pieces of info, including MacDonald's own behavior, which of course, again, if he has some psychotic issues as well, even if he's innocent. If he was fed false info and based, or if that tainted his view in some way, what does that mean? Because now we have all this funny business with the judge and the prosecutor and all of this and the suppression of evidence and so-called misplaced lab notes. I mean, that's crazy. Okay, wow. We're going into Mind Shock land even further. Altruistic Logic 69 posted this. I believe both Jeff MacDonald and Helena Stokely are guilty. I have a feeling they worked together. I don't get why no investigation ever considers that both can be part of the murders. I believe she was there and Jeff committed the murders. The whole time her confession had been that she's been involved in a murder, which means she took a part in it, which means someone else also took a part in it. Okay, all right, wow. We are firmly in Mindshock land. This is Mindshock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. The motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Does that actually explain a lot of this? Is it possible MacDonald was involved in some kind of illegal drug peddling of various drugs and Helena Stokely was one of the customers, possibly also these other guys, and something went wrong? Now, he could never admit that. She would be too scared to admit that for whatever reason, although who knows what she did or didn't admit on other occasions, and who knows what's been held back. I mean, is that why they didn't want to let her testify or let originally in the military investigation, or even to let any of the people who heard her confessions or her mother testify or provide evidence, because somehow they knew that he was also guilty and they didn't want to muddy the waters? Now, regardless of that, if they both participated in to a certain extent, does that explain all the inconsistency? And if she was there and her friends were there during those murders, let's say he's innocent, but he's guilty of providing them with drugs. Let's say there's a fight or dispute that breaks out, the collateral damage are the children, and these drug-induced psychotics stab them a bunch of times in this. I mean, it is hard to believe that he would do it with that level of violence, but who knows, whatever. Whether he did or he didn't, let's just say theory A. Let's examine two different theories where they're all there, and MacDonald is involved to a certain extent. If he's involved in peddling drugs, which again, he would probably never admit. So in this scenario where he's innocent of the violence against his family, but he's guilty of peddling drugs, so these people were in the house. Now, would they attempt to frame him so that way they only used what was in the house? Mostly. Again, they're drug addicts. They left candle wax. There's some DNA samples, possibly. But for the most part, they do their best to make it seem like he acted alone and then run away. That's why they just dump the weapons right outside the back door, because that makes him look more guilty. Right? Or in theory B, he is somehow also involved. Maybe he gets into a fight with Colette while they're there. Or maybe they're disgruntled druggie customers or whatever, and they show up at the house. And Colette becomes aware of his drug peddling at that moment, and he's getting into a verbal fight with her while the other guys are there. Maybe he even does strike her but doesn't kill her, and then all-out mayhem ensues after that. But this does seem more plausible than him acting alone if he did it, because it's just so difficult to explain away Stokely. I just can't do it. I mean, how much of a coincidence theorist Dunning-Kruger goof do you have to be to just pretend that Stokely's completely unrelated? You also have to throw away this U.S. Marshal putting his reputation on the line. You have to throw away, okay, the delivery guy, maybe he doesn't have as much of a reputation as a U.S. Marshal, but why would he come forward with false info that he spotted her in the area? And then you also have the alleged confessions of her boyfriend or associate as well. So it really seems like both of them being involved to some extent. This seems to be the most plausible theory thus far based on all the information we have available here. I really can't shake that U.S. Marshal. We also have Ted Gunderson. I mean, with his claims on what Stokely had stated, it really seems like Stokely must have some level of involvement. So possibly they're both guilty. Who knows? But if he's guilty of something illegal revolving around drugs, that would explain how he knows Stokely and possibly her associates. All right, here we have some more mind-shocking insider info from a poster named Kelgarth. My uncle was assigned to Fort Bragg at the time of the murders and was involved in the Article 32 investigation. People said Helena Stokely literally terrorized the base. For a while, she babysat for parents, and afterwards they would find items missing from their homes. She was caught peeping in windows at all times of night and broke into several houses. Not difficult on a military installation where people are lax about locking doors. It got to the point parents were afraid to allow their kids outside in the evening because Stokely was caught giving them drugs and trying to scare them. She would even climb trees and cackle like a witch. She was also totally obsessed with the Manson murders, and that was all she talked about. People found graffiti about killing pigs, helter-skelter, etc. on their cars. Once she was caught putting something in the food at a wives' luncheon, but because she was the daughter of a high-ranking officer, the contaminated food was simply thrown out, and the MPs weren't even notified. Stokely and her weird friends considered MacDonald a narc because he reported or was accused of reporting military dependents using illicit drugs to the local police, and a lot of people on the base at the time of the murders were convinced this was the reason he and his family were targeted. Okay, we are firmly in smoking gun territory, way in MINDSHOCK land, and I believe that if this is true, again, I am not claiming anything is true or untrue, if it can be determined that this information from Calgarth is actually legitimate, I have to lean towards innocence here. Because if MacDonald really is straight edge, a straight shooter, and he actually is viewed as a narc, and he actually reported the use of illicit drugs to local police. Also, this is 1970. We have to keep that in mind. So this military guy, if he really is a straight shooter, and he did report this, so can we write off that Stokely, being the daughter of a high-ranking officer? I mean, that almost connects the dots here. So if all of these other people have testimony that she's literally terrorizing the base, it's not surprising that she would be in the area. If she actually did break into all these other homes, is there any evidence that she babysat for the MacDonalds or no? But even if she didn't, it seems like if MacDonald really did have this reputation as a narc, they were specifically targeted, and there really is all this other graffiti about pigs. I mean, what does that mean? This is insane. If this information is legitimate, I mean, yeah, it seems like MacDonald might have some kind of psych issue. I mean, who wouldn't after this? And that's why he's so weird after this. Calgarth also posted this. Of course, I've always found it strange that those closest to the situation, i.e., those who knew MacDonald and Helena Stokely, were convinced she was involved and he was innocent. And those who didn't know anyone involved thought him guilty. You know what's also crazy? Doug Nut Muffin posted this. Helena Stokely said heroin was being flown into the U.S. inside the body cavities of dead soldiers. A DEA veteran named Michael Levine confirmed this in an essay he wrote called The Drug Wars Shills. It's in the book Into the Buzzsaw. He doesn't go into much details, but cites a court case as reference, U.S. versus Herman Jackson, etc. So that is kind of, so a lot of drug users or so-called crazy people, a lot of their so-called conspiracy theories end up being true. So what kind of information was Helena Stokely privy to? If she really is the daughter of a high-ranking officer, and MacDonald got caught in the middle here. This kind of does explain everything. This kind of explains everything. Another post from Calgarth. I think it's fairly common knowledge that drugs are being transported to the U.S. in the bodies of fallen service members, and Helena Stokely hung around with the lowest of the low. So I'm not surprised she knew about it. My uncle knew an army captain who had a kid around 10 years old who got drugs from Helena Stokely and became so ill he had to be taken to the hospital and have his stomach pumped. Of course, nothing was done about it, and the captain was suddenly transferred to another base, even though he had been at Fort Bragg less than a year. According to a nurse, it was this incident that prompted MacDonald to start providing names of military dependents, i.e. teenagers, using illicit drugs to the local police. Apparently, it got to the point that a lot of teens didn't want to go to the base clinic or hospital when they were ill because they were afraid MacDonald would be on duty. Of course, you can't believe every rumor you hear on military installations. I know because I was in the Navy, but I've always believed MacDonald probably was turning in drug users on the base, and people on drugs like Stokely and her motley crew will do just about anything to protect their supply and stay out of jail. Furthermore, if some of the neighbors had dependents who either did drugs and they were afraid MacDonald would report on them, or MacDonald already reported on them, did they in fact see Stokely and her cohorts? Did they in fact hear the crime being committed? But they didn't want to say anything against Stokely. They wanted MacDonald to go down for it, or were they neutral and simply afraid? Were they neutral and simply afraid of Stokely's high-ranking father? So they didn't want to implicate her. This is starting to make more and more sense the more we go down these rabbit holes. Calgarth also posted this: there's always resentment among enlisted personnel and lower-ranking officers toward higher-ranking officers. And MacDonald was only a captain. Perhaps he had a bad experience with a patient who was using illicit drugs. Perhaps he was tired of seeing Stokely and others like her wreaking havoc on the base and getting away with it just because Daddy was a colonel. Perhaps he had friends who were police officers, which he probably did because he was a doctor and would have had occasion to come into contact with local police. Perhaps he hated hippies, or maybe he just hated Helena Stokely personally. Okay, here's the thing, though. If he is guilty, though, and is highly intelligent psychopath, if he knew Stokely was terrorizing the base and obsessed with the Manson murders and leaving all this graffiti, did he stage the scene to make it look like her and her cohorts did this? To make it believable because of all this information? I mean, this is also very tough, though. This is all very, very tough. Calgarth also posted this: the crime scene was contaminated because military police officers first on the scene had never handled a murder case. There are very few serious crimes on military installations and tracked in and out of rooms, touching various objects, etc. The evidence against Jeff is questionable, and don't forget, he was cleared at the Article 32 hearing. It was 5 years before he was indicted by a civilian court, and another 4 years for a total of 9 years before he was tried, by which time many of those involved or who had information had relocated, died, or forgotten a lot of what they had known. So this, again, if Colette's stepfather was given false information by military personnel and that they used him as a pawn, I mean, that would be obviously very sad as well. I mean, heartbreaking on top of heartbreaking, obviously, for this case. Calgarth also posted this: the blood trail in the apartment is open to interpretation, and if he was awakened by Colette's screams like he said, her blood on his pajamas, the torn pajama pocket, etc. could have occurred while he was fighting off the intruders in the master bedroom. He was bashed over the head and at some point lost consciousness, and I know from experience that a significant blow to the head can obliterate memory or result in confusion. Additionally, Army doctors did not consider MacDonald's wounds, one of which punctured his lungs, superficial. MacDonald was a jackass, and once he got over the shock of what happened, he seemed to revel in the notoriety. He shouldn't have lied to Kassab about finding and killing one of the intruders, but by that point, I'm sure he just wanted to get his father-in-law off his back and get on with his life. But how do we know for certain that he lied about that, though? Because if who Stokely hung around with was common knowledge, do we know for certain that he didn't do that? Other posters discussed that if he had a bad reaction to whatever drugs he was taking, diet pills, or if he also took drugs in addition to the diet pills, he could have had hallucinations that he believed were real. So if he had seen Stokely earlier and knew who she was and that she terrorized the base, did he hallucinate her being there? But that doesn't explain why she would confess to it and all these other people either. But just going through all the theories here again, I mean, I don't want to be remiss and miss any of the theories. I mean, also, I keep going back, if that information is true about those lab reports mentioning the candle wax not matching any candles that were in the house, that's a tough one. A post by Jana Arden here. I am on the fence. I so wish they would have got more out of Helena Stokely than they did. I also think there were a lot of things going on in that town and around the base at the time, especially the drug scene. I think MacDonald's arrogance, liking of the spotlight, has a lot of people believing he is guilty just based on the actions after his family was killed. I do think about that, but don't give it a great amount of weight in saying that he's guilty. But there are other things that point out that make me wonder a lot, especially his lack of injuries, and if the scene in the living room was staged or not. He was a doctor and he was an intelligent person, as told by many people. In my opinion, he was also a perfectionist person. He was a type A and strove to do his best to have the best. He was working his way up the ladder. He liked to excel. I wonder what wasn't lining up with his life at the time. Was the family situation getting out of his control? Those are the things that I wonder about. I mean, if he really is a perfectionist, why not stage the crime scene better if he was guilty? I mean, that is a problem. I mean, also, isn't it convenient? It seems awfully convenient that Stokely's obsessed with the Manson murders and there's all this pig graffiti everywhere. You know, yeah, I mean, that seems awfully convenient, doesn't it? If MacDonald's going to go through the trouble of staging blood graffiti in the bedroom with Pig, wouldn't he make a little bit more of a mess in the living room? I mean, how do people rectify this? So what are the pieces of evidence that the guilters usually ignore? If the lab reports that were seemingly lost and not put into trial, but people that had seen them stated that there's candle wax. There's also a hair from a possible wig. And then there's also a piece of DNA that doesn't match anybody in the house. So those are three damning pieces of physical evidence that are just ignored. That's a problem. And then, of course, the relationship between the judge and the prosecutor, former son-in-law, that's a problem. The military individual who actually left the military and joined the Justice Department just to try MacDonald and make sure he got convicted, the denial of all these appeals and all this evidence, the U.S. Marshal putting his reputation on the line, and Ted Gunderson as well, regarding Stokely. That's a lot of problems right there. That's enough to make me lean in the direction that he's possibly innocent. Now, if we combine his diet pill use, if he had a bad reaction, and he also is a smug, arrogant guy, that could explain the behavior. I never like to look too much at the behavior, just like in the Scott Peterson case. I mean, there's schmucky, arrogant philanderers out there. That doesn't mean they're murderers. There's a lot of people out there. I mean, just go and look. People behave like that all the time. That doesn't mean they're guilty of murder. So I would give that the least amount of weight. It's also hard to ignore that if Stokely's father really is a high-ranking officer and there's all these antics, it's just so much to ignore, though. It's tough. It's really, really tough. And if Stokely's boyfriend also confessed to all these other people, it's so hard to ignore all of this information. Also, other people comment there's some discrepancies on testimony. So one of the babysitters supposedly lived upstairs, and in her trial, she did not hear that she did not state that she heard raised voices, but in one of the books, she did state that. So that's kind of weird. Other information, even with his busy schedule, supposedly he was actually training with the boxing team at the time. And he was in physically good condition. And that MacDonald was even planning to accompany the boxing team overseas. So if he's doing all this boxing training, I mean, again, if it's three drugged up guys who don't feel pain with weapons, yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough. In the Wilderness of Error series, Helena Stokely's friend admits that Helena borrowed her floppy hat on that specific night and borrowed her roommate's boots in episode 4. So, I mean, this podcast is getting a little long. There's definitely going to be an episode 2. I'm just going to leave a little tease here. We'll be going over a wilderness of error in the next episode, as well as some in-depth articles on the case featuring even more information and possibly another woman, not Helena Stokely, who was seen in the area that possibly matched the clothing she was wearing, but not the face. So the last post I'm going to go over here by Chili. I did see one thing in Wilderness of Error that gave me pause about the Helena Stokely theory. Stokely claims to have been in the MacDonald house when the phone rang and laughed when the caller asked for Dr. MacDonald. There's also a person who said he made that call seeking medical advice, recalls a woman answering and laughing, then hanging up. The caller also says he remembers hearing a scuffle in the background and someone yelling at Stokely to hang up the phone. If this is true, it's pretty strong and corroborated evidence of her presence in the house that night. Does anyone know whether this allegation is credible? Phone records would easily confirm whether a call was placed to the MacDonald residence at that time. And I don't know if that's ever been tracked down by anybody. I know there's a lot of shoddy phone evidence regarding in the 70s, but I mean, this is on a military base. Presumably, it would be able to be tracked down. So again, I will always default to the brain fingerprint scan just to glean more information from those still alive, because that's pretty important. But yeah, we'll be doing a follow-up episode. All the MindShock listeners out there, feel free to leave your thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, any possible new or undiscussed evidence. And we will attempt to, as always, take a logical look at this case as much as possible given the available information. Hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
Thank you.
you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And this is the Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald series, episode 2. Witnesses. Are there more witnesses to individuals leaving MacDonald's apartment? Because all the guilters, they like to pretend that nobody else was there and there's zero evidence that anyone was there in the apartment. Now, even if MacDonald is guilty, as we outlined in the previous episode, that doesn't mean he acted alone, or regardless of the extent of the guilt, if he was somehow involved with some kind of individual's drug-related or otherwise, and there were other people there, is there corroborating evidence that there were other people there that night? Whether or not it was a girl in the floppy hat or not, how much actual evidence is there that other individuals were fleeing the apartment? And we're going to examine all that and more in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support the podcast, find it interesting and informative, and keep up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description, or you can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Okay, so we have a lot to go over here. Let's set the stage here with more information first. So this is InsideStoryOBS.blogspot.com. Behind the scenes in the Observer's newsroom, my talk with MacDonald during his 1979 trial. And about this blog here, I'm Rick Thames, executive editor of the Charlotte Observer. I grew up in Eastern NC and have also worked in papers Florida, Tennessee, Kansas. At the Observer, I oversee all news, sports, business, and features content, local, state, national, and international. I do not supervise our editorial pages. Okay. All right, so I believe a newspaper can and should be an asset in its communities. It should inform, enlighten, and inspire as it safeguards a free and self-governing society. I love what I do, and I wish the same for you. Okay, so here's a post here from the Charlotte Observer behind-the-scenes blog, whatever you want to call it, InsideStoryOBS.blogspot.com. Posted Saturday, September 15, 2012, my talk with MacDonald during his 1979 trial. I can see how someone coming across the murder trial of former Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald 33 years later would think he was wrongly convicted. As a reporter who covered the trial, I watched the case build for and against MacDonald day by day for 7 weeks inside a Raleigh courtroom. I was a 24-year-old reporter for the Fayetteville Observer, barely a year into my first job as a journalist. My beat was the military, and MacDonald, 35, had been a doctor in the Army Special Forces. Fort Bragg was where I reported most of my stories. It was there 9 years earlier that MacDonald's family had been savagely wiped out in one night. Now, MacDonald stood accused of committing that savagery against his own pregnant wife and 2 small girls. As the jury went into deliberations, the press corps quietly took its own poll. A majority said MacDonald would be found guilty. I voted with the minority. It wasn't that I was convinced that MacDonald was innocent. I simply doubted that a jury of 12 people could see what I had seen and unanimously agree he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Yet they did. They looked right past nagging details that supported MacDonald's case and decided that what really mattered was this: he was lying. On Monday, the case gets another airing in a court in Wilmington. MacDonald's lawyers say they have fresh evidence and testimony that gives more credence to MacDonald's versions of what happened. That version goes like this. MacDonald and his family were attacked by 2 white men, a black man wearing a fatigue jacket, and a blonde-haired woman wearing a floppy hat and carrying what appeared to be a candle. The woman, he said, chanted, quote, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs," end quote. Journalists tend to hang on to their work when they report memorable stories. For me, the MacDonald trial was that kind of story. When I heard last week about the new hearing, I dragged a plastic tub from a closet and soon was leafing through dozens of articles I filed over that 7-week period. Reading those yellowed pages, I was reminded how the jury could think the unthinkable. I also found a cassette tape. On it was my one-on-one interview with MacDonald conducted while the trial was underway. I didn't know this in 79, but it was remarkable we were talking at all. The government had begun presenting its case. MacDonald decided he could talk because the judge's gag order covered witnesses, but not the prosecution or defense. That's kind of interesting. So there we were, sitting in a pizza restaurant during a lunch recess, the rookie reporter asking questions of a defendant who had been honing his story for nearly a decade. In playing the tape now, I'm reminded of how indignant MacDonald was over the idea of a trial. 9 years earlier, the Army had investigated MacDonald for the murders and declined to prosecute. And we'll actually be getting into why later in this episode. The latest set of prosecutors, he assured me, would present nothing new from that time. There is no case, MacDonald said. They know there is no case. What they are trying to do, they are trying to mount up a pile of stuff and make it look like a good investigation was done, and then in a closing argument, unbuttressed with any facts at all, they are going to misinterpret the witness's words. You watch. He heaped special scorn on two people he held principally responsible. His stepfather-in-law, Alfred Kassab, whose complaint with the Justice Department was the basis for reopening the case, and Assistant U.S. Attorney Brian Murtaugh, who helped prepare the case for trial. I asked again, are you sure there's nothing new? And then he brought it up. The blue pajama top. MacDonald had worn it the night of the murders. He said a government expert had come up with a model of that shirt, which would be shown during the trial. It's something he devised in 74 that he felt added to the case, MacDonald said. He didn't seem particularly worked up about this model, and showing my inexperience, I didn't ask him to explain further. But a few weeks later, its significance showed when the former FBI expert Paul Stumbaugh took the stand. Stumbaugh said the shirt had 48 ice pick holes in it, more than 4 times the number of wounds found on MacDonald. None of the holes matched his wounds, but it was possible to fold the shirt in such a way that the holes equaled the 21 ice pick thrusts into the chest of MacDonald's wife, Colette. And we actually, I don't know if we spent a lot of time on this regarding the shirt, but I'll give thoughts on it in a moment. The shirt was found on her chest. MacDonald said he only put it there after regaining consciousness and finding her severely wounded. But prosecutors asserted that he stabbed his wife with the ice pick through the pajama top to simulate an attack on him. I mean, you would think someone with any kind of intelligence wouldn't do this, just like, you know, using whatever materials from within the... I mean, none of it really makes any sense. Again, make sure you check out episode 1, because if he is even remotely intelligent, it just seems very strange that he could get away with it doing it in this fashion. You know, that's what really sticks out to me, unless, of course, he was on some kind of drug-induced rage, in which case, of course, I mean, all logic and reason will go out the window. So under that circumstance, maybe. But okay, so as the jury deliberated, among the evidence it requested to see again was that blue pajama top, as well as the top Stumbaugh used as a model. Later, jurors said it was part of a patchwork of physical evidence that convinced them that MacDonald had made up a story. Never mind that the initial Army investigation mishandled critical evidence. And I'm just going to bring this up again here. If MacDonald knew he was going to be blamed, would he lie to try to explain things away to make him appear more innocent if he thought he was going to be blamed for it no matter what? I mean, that's a curious question. I mean, anybody not addressing that question is obviously not doing logical, objective, neutral investigation. And then, of course, there's the theory that maybe he is partially guilty. There were other people there as well. Or, as I also outlined, if he felt guilty, because if he was involved in some kind of drug trade or something illicit and illegal, if these other people on drugs were also present, and he either couldn't stop them or whatever, something happened, so he would blame himself for it anyway, and then for whatever reason, narcissist and all, he doesn't want to admit any kind of illegal wrongdoing on his side, even if it has nothing to do with his killing his own family. He doesn't want to be looked at in that light, so he would never admit anything. And in his own mind, deranged or otherwise, Like, what's he thinking? His family is dead anyway. Why is he gonna ruin his own reputation at that point? Who knows? Or maybe it is true that he really did hunt one or two people down. I mean, I don't know. The motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Never mind that the initial Army investigation mishandled critical evidence. Never mind that a neighbor saw 3 people, one with a candle, walking toward the MacDonald home the night of the murders. And we're actually not going to just go into that account. We're also going to go into an account of a minimum of an ear witness, possibly also another eyewitness who saw people running from the home as well. So apparently there is a neighbor who saw 3 people, one with a candle, walking toward the MacDonald home. Now, that could theoretically be circumstantial, but what about combining that with someone who heard people running from the MacDonald home through the puddles and everything? Never mind that the defense worked to implicate a drug addict who owned a floppy hat and blonde wig and bore an uncanny resemblance to one of MacDonald's alleged attackers in a police sketch. Clothing, blood fibers, and wounds all told a different story. All the pieces came together, one juror told a Charlotte Observer reporter also covering the trial. You couldn't deny it. As long as those pieces stay firmly in place, it's difficult to imagine MacDonald's fate changing now. Now, some comments here. One by Greg is interesting here. My observation is that trials are less about the truth and justice and much more about manipulating the facts. The prosecution wants to bend the truth by limiting witnesses' testimony with yes or no answers and not allowing them to expand. The defense, of course, wants to control testimony and phrase questions to win the case. If only the real world was like on Matlock and Perry Mason, where the guilty party is usually convicted and the innocent goes free. We are fortunate today to have DNA analysis, which can make a great difference in achieving justice as long as the evidence gathering and testing are done correctly. I mean, that's a huge as long as. Now, the other curiosity here is that it's not just about the manipulation, it's also the manipulation of the jury. Because how many jurors are actually well-versed in logic and reason? I mean, seriously. That doesn't mean that most cases are tried poorly or that the guilty party goes free or that an innocent party is imprisoned, although that there's endless examples of both, of course. Even if you argue that most of the time the system works, like greater than 50%, even if you go 70%, I mean, that's still a lot of innocent people in prison and a lot of guilty people out on the street. So I've actually mentioned this in years ago when I first started the podcast. There should be a logic and reason test required to be a juror. I mean, you are literally controlling the fate of many people. So that's no small task. Just randomly pulling people, just anybody who has a driver's license, that seems like idiocy. I mean, they take the extra step of removing people from the jury pool who are prejudiced in any way, but they don't seem to give a crap whether there's even a basic level of logic and reason. I mean, that's curious, isn't it? So I just wanted to set the stage there with that article. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's go further down the rabbit hole here. Who is the real Jeffrey MacDonald? Exclusive interviews with his friends and family. This is on people.com. Some people find it interesting, some people don't. This was published January 23rd, 2017. Jeffrey MacDonald's loved ones portray him as kind and generous as he challenges his conviction for murdering his family. For the past 47 years, Jeffrey MacDonald, the former Green Beret surgeon convicted of the 1970 murder of his pregnant wife and 2 daughters, has been the subject of thousands of news articles as well as multiple books and movies. Some have portrayed him as a sociopath. Some have portrayed him as an innocent man allegedly railroaded by inexperienced Army investigators. Mostly it's the negative portrayals that have stuck. However, MacDonald's defenders are quick to point to an extensive battery of psychological tests by different prominent forensic psychiatrists, all of which have shown no signs of a sociopathic or psychopathic personality disorder. My opinion has always been that Dr. MacDonald did not have psychopathology that would have been consistent with the violent behavior that occurred on the night his family was killed, end quote, wrote Dr. Robert Sadoff, a now retired University of Pennsylvania forensic psychiatrist who first examined MacDonald in 1970 in a 2013 affidavit for his legal defense. Now, for the first time, those have known and loved MacDonald for decades have opened up to people exclusively about him. They've stood by him ever since February 17, 1970, when his wife, Colette, 26, and daughter, Kimberley, 5, and Kristen, 2, were brutally murdered at their Fort Bragg, North Carolina apartment. On January 26th, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals will hear oral arguments on MacDonald's actual innocence claim to overturn his conviction. Just as MacDonald and his supporters have maintained his innocence, prosecutors are just as adamant he's guilty and that his conviction should stand. U.S. Attorney John Stewart Bruce declined to comment on the specifics of the case, saying in a statement to People, quote, "When cases are pending court proceedings, it is the practice of our office to litigate the case in court through evidence and argument and hearings in written filings with the court rather than through the news media," end quote. Bob Stevenson, 77, Colette's brother, believes he's guilty as well. MacDonald seemed to live a charmed life, a star athlete who was voted most popular and most likely to succeed at Patchogue High School on Long Island, New York. He first met Colette, his future wife, in the 7th grade. Their relationship was off and on again throughout high school. But by the time he headed to Princeton University in New Jersey and she went to Skidmore College in upstate New York, they were serious about each other. When Colette got pregnant after their sophomore year, quote, "We were deeply in love, only seeing each other, and decided to get married," end quote, MacDonald says. They wed on September 14th, 63 in New York City. After MacDonald's junior year at Princeton, MacDonald finished his undergraduate degree in medical school simultaneously at Northwestern University in Chicago, and then did his surgical internship at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital in New York City before joining the Army. People were being drafted for Vietnam, MacDonald says of his decision to enlist. "I talked to Colette and decided I would volunteer as a paratrooper, something I really wanted to do." The decision meant being apart from Colette and their 2 young children while he underwent training. But by the time the family landed in Fort Bragg, North Carolina in August 69, they were all together again. MacDonald was a newly minted Green Beret and group surgeon at the base while Colette cared for their daughters and started night classes. For the first time in their 6-year marriage, MacDonald had a steady paycheck, a normal schedule, and was home nights and weekends, though he moonlighted a couple of nights a month at local hospitals. "Colette and I would look at each other and laugh," MacDonald says. We'd never been so good financially. We were increasingly happy. Loved ones remember kind, generous, thoughtful man. In Fort Bragg, MacDonald met and became close friends with Rick Thosen, a medical supply officer at the base, and his wife, Judy, a nurse. They were very loving, says Judy, 69. The couple frequently visited MacDonald's apartment, including for Thanksgiving 2 months before the murders. He loved the girls. They had everything going for them at that point. Samantha and William Alvey, MacDonald's niece and nephew, were toddlers at the time of the murders. Initially, the Army cleared MacDonald in the murders, after which he moved to Long Beach, California. Along with their mother, Judy, Samantha, and William would spend 2 weeks every summer with MacDonald. Quote, "I just remember a really kind, generous, thoughtful man," says Samantha, 48, who has kept in touch with MacDonald in prison throughout his incarceration. "He always asks how I am, how my family is, about our jobs. It's never about, oh, poor me, I'm in prison, this has been so terrible. It's always about him wanting to make sure everyone else is okay," end quote. William, 47, says his uncle had a huge impact on his life when he was a kid, whose parents were going through a divorce. He recounted to People a birthday he had in grade school when he was 30 pounds overweight. "MacDonald took me to a sneaker store and bought me a nice pair of Adidas sneakers. We would go running every morning," he says. William adds, "Jeff was kind of like a father role model to me and my sister because he was implementing things that were going to make us excel in life and make us progress." End quote. MacDonald's influence set William on a lifelong path of health and nutrition, he says. He played football in high school and college, then went on to buy multiple health clubs after he graduated. Phyllis Gilbert got to know MacDonald after her then-boyfriend brought him to California to help start an emergency room program at St. Mary Medical Center in Long Beach. Quote, "He showed a maturity that I was incredibly impressed with," says Gilbert. "He was a young man who was unbelievably brilliant in what he did. He was a hard worker. He was generous. He was friendly. He was open and giving and caring, all the while dealing with some of the heaviest things in life that you can imagine," end quote. Gilbert says MacDonald always volunteered to work on the toughest days for him, his daughter's birthdays, Colette's birthday, their anniversary, the anniversary of the murders, and family holidays. All of those Jeff wanted to be working, she says. He knew when February, the anniversary of the murders, was rolling around, you felt it. Donna Koch got to know MacDonald after he was convicted. She was helping research the case for an appeal and was closely working with former L.A. coroner Tom Noguchi, who reviewed the autopsy results and concluded that there were multiple assailants, and at least one of them was left-handed. MacDonald was right-handed. She went to visit MacDonald in prison to this. So, and here's the other thing. I have to chime in here. If MacDonald is that smart that his staging and the way that he killed them, if he specifically did that so it would look like multiple perpetrators using his left hand, etc., why would he be so dumb as to use materials already in the home? And the whole ice pick situation with the shirt. Does that make any sense? Because that's what I was going over in episode 1. Either he's that smart that he wouldn't make dumb mistakes like that. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Or maybe he has a split personality. One of his personalities wanted him to get caught, and he was shifting between personalities during the murders. Or if he's that dumb, then how could he stage it so well as to look like multiple assailants? I mean, something's not jiving here. She went to visit MacDonald in prison to discuss the results based on Dr. Noguchi's investigation. Quote, I remember I was so excited because Dr. Noguchi's results were consistent with what Jeff had been saying, she says. I was rattling off this and that, and I looked at him, and he was the color of white chalk. And he said, to you, this is evidence. To me, you're talking about my little girl. He was trying not to cry. It was one of the most poignant things that had happened, and I will never forget the look on his face and how stupid I felt, end quote. And you know what's curious? Because everybody always focuses on how much of a narcissist he appears to be and his appearance on the talk show, etc., etc. He could have also been on drugs on that appearance, whatever. And then they say there's zero evidence there's any remorse or any emotion and all that. Well, apparently there is, unless all these people are lying. Again, that doesn't really point to innocence or guilt because, you know, obviously in emotional situations or in drug-induced rages, anything can happen. That doesn't mean someone wouldn't show emotions after the fact. And if someone is a narcissist or a sociopath who's innocent of a crime, you can't expect them to show emotions, can you? Like, the coincidence theorists are really a clueless bunch in this case. John Gardner spent several years behind bars with MacDonald at the federal prison in Sheridan, Oregon. He came up to me and befriended me saying, is there anything I can do for you, says Gardner, 44, who had been out of prison for 13 years but stays in touch with MacDonald. Quote, everyone called him Doc. He was like a role model. He helped people a lot, black, white. He helped everybody in there. People respected him, end quote. Gardner knew the crime MacDonald was convicted of but couldn't bring himself to talk about it. Quote, I've seen him cry about it, he says. I've seen tears, chokes me up just to think about it, end quote. Unless people think, I mean, MacDonald just paid off all these people to lie and say that, but then why wouldn't he pay off more? Because it's not like there's that many people talking about him crying and being emotional. There's really not. There's not that many. So, yeah, again, it's just, things just do not jive in this case. I don't know how anybody could think this is just so definitively clear-cut, because even if he didn't kill them, it's still possible he could have been involved in some kind of criminal activity with drugs, etc., that brought those people to the house in the first place. Because are we to believe that it was just absolutely random? I mean, that's tough. That's tough. So both on the side, innocent or guilty, there seems to be more to the story. Let's look at this article from September 15th, 2012 on Daily Mail. New DNA evidence could clear ex-Green Beret doctor of killing his pregnant wife and 2 daughters in 1970. Jeffrey MacDonald, a clean-cut Green Beret doctor convicted of killing of his pregnant wife and their 2 daughters, is getting another chance to prove his innocence more than 4 decades after the slangs terrified a nation gripped by his tales of Charles Manson-like hippies doped up on acid slaughtering his family in their own home. And you know what's kind of crazy? People that say he made that up, there's clear evidence that there were Charles Manson-like doped-up hippies on acid in the area. Now, whether or not they killed his family, that's a separate matter. But it's not like he made up the presence of Manson-like hippies doped up on acid. Because as we went over in the first episode, Stokely and her crew, and people associated with her, they were, or at least her, she was obsessed with Manson. There was all this graffiti. There were, they were on acid, self-admitted. I mean, so it's not like he pulled that out of the ether and just made that up, because a lot of goofs were pretending that he just made that up because of some magazine. There's literally Manson-like doped-up hippies on acid in the area. Again, doesn't mean they did this crime, but the case now hinges on something that wasn't available when he was first put on trial: DNA evidence. A federal judge will convene a hearing on Monday to consider new DNA evidence and witness testimony that MacDonald and his supporters say will finally clear him of a crime that became the basis of a best-selling novel and TV drama. It's just the latest twist in a case that has been the subject of military and civilian courts, intense legal wrangling, and shifting alliances. This is Jeff's opportunity to be back in court almost 33 years to the day of his conviction, says Catherine MacDonald, who married him a decade ago while he's been in prison. MacDonald, now 68, was not eligible for parole until 2020 and had never wavered from his claim that he didn't kill his pregnant wife Colette and their two daughters, 5-year-old Kimberley and 2-year-old Kristen. He has maintained that he awoke from a slumber on their sofa in their home on the base of Fort Bragg in the early morning hours of February 17, 1970, and they were being attacked by intruders, 3 men and a woman. In October 2000 letter, MacDonald wrote to Catherine MacDonald, he wrote, quote, "It would be a dishonor to their memory to compromise the truth and admit to something I didn't do, no matter how long it takes," end quote. So again, this is kind of similar to the Stephen Avery situation. In Stephen Avery's original frame up by the same people when there wasn't 36 mil on the line, he refused to say he was guilty to get out of prison, because he just refused to cop to something he did not do. So I mean, that's kind of curious that MacDonald is taking the same path. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, that doesn't mean he's innocent, but it's kind of weird. The gruesome stabbing and beating deaths came just 3 months after the Manson family slayings in California. The pregnant wife and MacDonald's description of the woman attacker chanting "acid is groovy, kill the pigs" all fed into fears that Manson-type killers were on the loose in North Carolina. The word pig was written in blood on a headboard, the same word that was written on the door of Manson victim Sharon Tate's house in Los Angeles. You know what else is kind of weird, though? Like, would it really be that smart? Because it just seems so outlandish. If MacDonald did it and he was trying to make it look like he didn't, it's really weird. I mean, unless he was in some kind of drug-induced rage, again, it just seems strange that he would choose all of that. I mean, it's just a little weird. The Army charged the Ivy League-educated MacDonald with murder, then dropped the charges months later after an Article 32 hearing. By December 1970, MacDonald was not just a free man, but had also received an honorable discharge. But his father-in-law, Alfred Kassab, who initially believed in his innocence, changed his mind and eventually persuaded prosecutors to pursue the case in civilian court. In 1979, MacDonald was charged, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison, a sentence he now serves at the federal prison in Cumberland, Maryland. MacDonald had stood by his innocence claim so strongly that he refused to apply for parole for years. And when he did, he refused to acknowledge any guilt and was rejected. MacDonald and his supporters have continued to pursue legal avenues over the years to try to clear his name. U.S. District Court James Fox will consider 2 types of evidence: 3 hairs that don't match the family's DNA, and a statement from Jimmy Britt, a deputy U.S. Marshal when the case was tried. Britt, who has since died, gave a statement to the defense attorneys in 2005 that he heard prosecutor Jim Blackburn threaten Helena Stokely, a troubled woman whom MacDonald had identified as one of the attackers. A previous MacDonald attorney has said Stokely was prepared to testify. She was in the MacDonald home the night of the murders until Blackburn threatened to charge her with the slayings. She later testified she couldn't remember where she was that night. And again, this is clear, even if he's guilty, this is just such a clear wrongful conviction, just because of antics like these. The 4th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals granted MacDonald's request for the hearing. It's expected to last up to 2 weeks, and Fox will determine whether to order a new trial. This is the first time the judge is having to consider all the evidence in the case as a whole, said Chris Mumma, head of the NC Center on Actual Innocence, which has a pending request for DNA testing on other items found in the home. Pieces of evidence were considered in the past. Now the 4th Circuit has told the judge to consider the evidence as a whole, whether admitted at trial or not. A lab was able to get DNA testing from the roots of hair, so Mumma is optimistic that other evidence can be tested if the judge agreed. The center has asked that 40 items be tested, but hundreds of bloodstains were collected, along with the weapons, the eyeglasses the children wore, and pieces of the gloves used to write the word pig. In 79, only blood typing existed, but not DNA testing. Jeffrey, Colette, and their daughters all had different blood types, so prosecutors could recreate which people were in which rooms together. But Mama asked, what if the blood types belonged to people outside the MacDonald home? And that's a very good question, because if they only had the types, but they didn't actually match the DNA to them, I mean, this is insane that people aren't talking about this. I mean, it's absolutely insane because they just assumed it was them because they also have the blood type. But how many other billions of people in the world have the same blood type as these individuals? So, I mean, it's just absolute insanity that people think that this is not only beyond a reasonable doubt, but anywhere within the same universe. I mean, it's really weird. There's evidence that I think would be worth testing to determine if there's DNA evidence not tied to family members, or that does, she said. The DNA testing may completely confirm the government's theory. Fox will consider the statement of Britt, who accused former prosecutor Jim Blackburn of threatening Stokely. Blackburn later went into private practice and was found guilty of several ethical violations. He was disbarred and served a prison sentence. Because he's likely a witness, Blackburn can't talk about the case. He does, however, support the trial verdict. We prosecuted the case to the best of our ability, he said. We still believe the verdict was correct. Like the Manson murders, the MacDonald killings led to books, most famously Fatal Vision, which also was the basis of a television miniseries that concluded MacDonald was guilty. Earlier this month, documentary filmmaker Errol Morris's book, A Wilderness of Error, was published. There will be some familiar faces at the proceedings, but others have played central roles in the case we're missing. Stokely died in 1983 at age 32 of pneumonia and cirrhosis of the liver. Britt, the U.S. Deputy Marshal who said the prosecutor threatened Stokely, also has since died. Jeffrey MacDonald's father-in-law, Kassab, has also died. Now, Colette MacDonald's brother, Bob Stevenson, will be there to fill his role. The truth is, there is nothing new out there, said Stevenson, 73, who declined to say where he lives, saying he receives death threats. There is nothing. Do you know how much DNA is in my home and your home? The mere discovery of DNA has nothing to do with the man's guilt. I mean, that's true with a man's guilt. That's true. That is true. But it also is not beyond a reasonable doubt that MacDonald committed the crime. Stevenson said he promised Kassab before he died in 1994 that he would continue to pursue MacDonald. Until he was dead or I am dead, we will battling as adversaries, he said, adding later, I will never lose interest, I will never lose zeal, I will never lose faith. And again, I've postulated this in episode 1, that if something was told to Kassab that made him switch, that made him turn on MacDonald, if that something wasn't true, what does that mean? So as of 2017, apparently there are still 3 hairs that don't match anybody known in the case. Now, I'm not sure if it's been definitively stated who they were tested against, like Stokely or the other people, the other possible people there. So we really don't know. And also, I don't know if it's been reported what else has or hasn't been tested, because again, we do know lab reports were hidden and not allowed at trial for candle wax and all these other things. Just absolutely insane. I'm going to go over another article from People here. This was written by Nicole Wasensi-Egan, published January 20th, 2017. Who were the suspects that Jeffrey MacDonald says murdered his family? Helena Stokely and Greg Mitchell, both now deceased, repeatedly confessed to the murders of Jeffrey MacDonald's family. And this is actually kind of curious, because in a lot of cases, you do have a crazy that might confess to murders they didn't commit. But here we have not 1, but 2 of the alleged confessing independently to different people. I mean, that is a curiosity. Is there any other true crime case like this? When military police officer Ken Micah arrived at Jeffrey MacDonald's Fort Bragg, North Carolina apartment February 17, 1970, he saw MacDonald in the master bedroom lying on his stomach next to his bloodied wife, Colette. I see he's still alive, and I lean down next to him and say, who did this? Micah tells People. And he starts describing 3 guys and a woman. See, that's another thing, too. Like, how often is somebody who killed their family would lie so specifically about that? The woman he described, long blonde hair or wig, a floppy hat, and knee-high boots. I mean, this is literally something out of what? Like a cartoon? I mean, to think that a highly intelligent individual would relay such a bizarre, outlandish story, I mean, that is kind of weird. That's kind of weird, especially if he knows that nobody can corroborate it. Like, put yourself in McDonald's shoes. Like, let's say he's not in a drug-induced rage, or even if he is. If he knows nobody could have seen these people, unless, of course, you want to argue that he saw them hanging around outside, maybe, and that's why he named them, because then he knew neighbors could corroborate their presence. I mean, that's really the only thing I can think of where if he's guilty, but then again, why would he make all these other just incredibly dumb mistakes if he's smart enough to do that? Again, it doesn't really make sense. The woman he described, blonde hair or wig, floppy hat, knee-high boots, resembled a woman Micah had passed on the way to the apartment belonging to MacDonald, a Green Beret surgeon. Micah said it was unusual to see a woman alone at that hour at Fort Bragg. He told his lieutenant to send a police car, but no car was ever sent. Well, that's interesting. So they don't care about what? That's kind of weird. Later that morning, Fayetteville Police Detective Prince Beasley heard a description of the intruders and recognized one of them, the female, as Helena Stokely, who had a history with drugs and was one of his narcotics informants. Beasley had his dispatch call CID, the Army's investigative division, to let them know he had one of the suspects. So let me get this straight. Not one, but two officers actually recognized one of the alleged suspects. So military police officer Ken Micah, he actually saw the woman on the way there. Because a lot of goof guilters say, oh, nobody ever saw her. That was all in the imagination and made up nonsense of MacDonald. Now, that's a silly argument because we have not one, not two. Apparently, there was also like one or two other drivers who apparently saw her that night as well, or someone who looked like her. And then another driver who also saw a woman alone, but supposedly not her. But either way, I mean, there's a lot of corroboration to his story here, true or untrue. It's a little weird. I mean, to say beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty when there is corroboration, and there's actually even more mind-shocking corroboration that we're going to get to. Now, again, that doesn't mean he's completely innocent, but it does mean that there could have been other people in the home. So Beasley had his dispatch call CID to let them know he had one of the suspects, but no one ever responded, he said. I mean, what kind of investigation is this? Thus began Stokely's long and complicated relationship with the case of the murder of Jeffrey MacDonald's wife, Colette, 26, and their daughters, Kimberley, 5, and Kristen, 2. Over the next 12 years, she repeatedly confessed to being at the MacDonald home on February 17th, 1970, the night of the murders. So did her boyfriend, Greg Mitchell, a Vietnam veteran who picked up a heroin addiction while fighting overseas. But more than 9 years after the murders, in 1979, MacDonald was convicted of the murders. He has always maintained his innocence, though prosecutors and Colette's brother, Bob Stevenson, are just as adamant he's guilty. You know, if none of these people existed, and actual officers didn't know about them, and there were no actual confessions, I mean, this would definitely, and that's kind of scary, too, if he's innocent, that it would point to his guilt if they didn't exist and weren't identified. Even if, let's say he's innocent, that's scary because, it still wouldn't be beyond a reasonable doubt, but you would maybe understand why he was convicted a little bit more. On January 26th, the 4th Circuit Court of Appeals in Richmond, Virginia will hear oral arguments on MacDonald's actual innocence claim, which has a high legal hurdle for overturning a conviction. U.S. Attorney John Stewart Bruce declined to comment with the specifics of the case, saying in a statement to People, when cases are pending court proceedings, it is the practice of our office to litigate the case in court through evidence and argument and hearings and written filings with the court rather than through the news media. The cult. Stokely and Mitchell ran with a group of people they called their cult. Two of the members matched the descriptions of the other two alleged intruders given by MacDonald. A black man wearing a green army fatigue jacket with sergeant stripes, that's oddly specific, and a white man with pock marks on his chin and cheeks. Another relatively specific description. So that's actually curious. So we have matches for all 4 individuals? Or were there 2 white guys, or is Stokely's boyfriend not the match? So we have matches for at least 3, very specific matches for at least 3 of the 4 individuals. So this supposedly made-up cult that MacDonald just threw out of nowhere, there just happens to be one in the area where at least 3 of the 4 intruders, alleged cult members, just happen to match exactly? Is that a bridge too far for most people? Now, again, if MacDonald is this genius and he saw them hanging around and he intentionally named them and described them accurately, but again, if he did that, if he's that smart, how could he botch this up so poorly? I mean, it's kind of weird. You would think he would at least make it look like more of a struggle. I mean, he's a Green Beret, and there's literally there's one slightly knocked over table. I mean, yeah, it's rough. Because, again, if you look in movies and everything, you would think, like, it's not that... Even somebody who's stupid could do a better job of staging some kind of fight. Just a few hours before the murders at 10:30 p.m., Beasley saw Stokely wearing the blonde wig, floppy hat, and knee-high boots with the black man, he said later in a declaration for the case. Though Stokely was a troubled drug addict at the time of the murders, she wasn't always that way, says her younger brother, Gene Stokely. Their father was a retired Army colonel, and the family was idyllic until Helena began using drugs. And again, check out episode 1 where we go over into all these crazy situations in and around the base where Stokely apparently gets off scot-free with everything. She was always upbeat, says Gene 57. She had so much talent singing and playing piano, she got singing lessons from a member of the Fayetteville Symphony. A little pizza parlor in the Haymount section of Fayetteville became an area for dealers and users during Helena's last year in high school, Gene says. According to my mom, a detective with the Fayetteville police approached her and asked her to funnel them info, he says. It sounded like she agreed, decided to play the part, and became more and more involved. She was doing a good thing. She let herself be taken in so deep, it had a hold on her. It was her downfall like quicksand. It won't let you go. While Gene never saw his sister wearing the blonde wig, he says she used to wear different hats and hippie clothes. She also had a certain fascination with the occult, and a black cat named Satan, Gene says. And it's kind of interesting if that all predated the Manson killings. Numerous confessions by Stokely and Mitchell. In October 82, Stokely told Ted Gunderson, a PI employed by MacDonald, that members of her cult targeted MacDonald because, quote, he refused to treat heroin and opium-addicted persons, end quote. Yet when it came to testify at MacDonald's trial in 79, Stokely claimed she could not remember where she was at the time of the murders. In 2005, retired U.S. Marshal Jimmy Britt came forward to say he heard then-prosecutor Jim Blackburn threaten to charge Helena with murder if she said she was there that night, a claim Blackburn denies. 3 months before she died in October 82, Helena traveled to see her mother with her infant son, David, and confessed one last time, says Gene. She told my mother she was there that night, and Dr. MacDonald was innocent, says Gene. I know my mom, in her heart, believed it. My sister knew her time was short. She had cirrhosis. The prosecution used the fact that she was affected by drug abuse over the years, but my sister had no reason to make things up or lie. In March 2007, after his mother told him about Stokely's confession to her, Gene reached out to Catherine MacDonald, Jeff's second wife, who runs a website about the case. Stokely's mother's statement is also part of MacDonald's newly discovered evidence that is part of his appeal. Greg Mitchell, too, repeatedly confessed, up until his death in June 82. Ann Sutton Kennedy, who ran a rehab facility for drug addicts in Fayetteville in 71, said Mitchell was briefly a patient there. Sutton claimed she saw Mitchell running out of a farmhouse owned by the rehab facility on which the words, quote, I killed MacDonald's wife and children, end quote, were written on a wall in red paint. Long after MacDonald's 79 conviction, 3 of Mitchell's friends contacted Catherine MacDonald saying he had confessed to them as well. The 3 people gave affidavits that are now part of MacDonald's appeal. So these aren't just made-up people. There's actual affidavits from them. That's a lot of people. So both Stokely and her then boyfriend at the time gave all these confessions to separate people. I mean, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. And they just happened to run with two other people who looked exactly like the descriptions MacDonald gave. This is all very, very curious, to say the least. In September 2012, after reading about an evidentiary hearing in MacDonald's case in the Charlotte Observer, local couple John and Chris Griffin came forward with a similar tale of an alcohol-fueled, tear-filled confession from Mitchell, who was doing some electrical work in their Lake Wylie, North Carolina home in 1980 or 81. He said, "You read about Jeffrey MacDonald. I'm the one. It was me. I killed them. Oh, those children," says John, who says Mitchell was full of remorse. He said he'd done something so horrible God wouldn't forgive him. Adds Chris, "It scared us half to death. He just had wild eyes." According to Chris, Mitchell picked up the phone at one point and tried to call Helena, but he couldn't reach her. The Griffins came forward with their info too late for it to be part of his appeal, though they say they tried to reach attorneys connected to the case through the years after Mitchell died in June 82. "We are both 99% sure Greg did it," says John. "We had no doubt he was entirely capable of it, and when he fessed up in such a crying jag, there was no reason for us to doubt him." Yeah, I mean, this is truly, truly mind-shocking information. All right, so let's go through a very, very detailed analysis here on crimetraveler.org, posted November 14th, 2020. Reckless speculation about Jeffrey MacDonald. Jeffrey MacDonald was convicted of murdering his family in 79. Serving homicide investigator and author Barney Doyle asks you to join him as he reviews the evidence to examine the truth in this case. If you've already read my book, the book he's referring to is Reckless Speculation About Murder by Barney Doyle, then you know how this works. If not, let me give you the short version. We are going to solve some murders. Okay, we won't actually solve them, but to the best of our abilities with the info available, we're going to make a guess. If you use a loose enough definition of the word solve, then I think that qualifies. Early in the morning of February 17th, 1970, MacDonald called police and reported that a group of 4 or 5 hippies had entered his home. I mean, that's an interesting detail. So there could have been a 5th. So it could have been 2 white guys, the black guy, Stokely, and Stokely's boyfriend. So 4 or 5 hippies entered his home, knocked him unconscious, and brutally murdered his wife and 2 young daughters. 2 competing theories emerged almost immediately. Those who knew MacDonald, and another point about the 4 or 5, if he wasn't sure, is that because there really was some kind of fight or scuffle as he was waking up, and he wasn't even sure how many people were there. Does that lend more credibility? Those who knew MacDonald insisted that the hippie story was true. The police investigating the crime insisted that MacDonald had murdered his family and concocted the hippie story as cover. Somebody is wrong, and we're going to figure out who. There is more info available on this case than you and I could ever actually analyze. Most of it is garbage. That's the way it works in famous cases. The facts get diluted, distorted, and misconstrued into 1,000 competing theories until the sheer density of the nonsense is so overwhelming that the case becomes impenetrable. We aren't going to let that happen to us. We're going to get our info primarily from 2 sources, Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis and A Wilderness of Error by Errol Morris. Both books are well-researched, honest in citing sources, and reasonable in their presentation of the facts. And of course, the books come to completely opposite conclusions, which is where we come in. For what it's worth, if you haven't read them, I recommend both books. Morris's book is a little more lively and readable, but McGinnis is more disciplined and journalistic in his approach. For me to accuse Morris of excessive editorialization would be the epitome of a pot calling the kettle black, so please don't infer that one of these books is better than the other. They are different in tone and substance, but I think each of them is fair, honest, thorough, and interesting. You're lucky to get 2 of those things in a true crime book, let alone all of them. Even though Morris and McGinnis do a fantastic job of describing the facts of the case, we are still going to use the autopsy and police reports from the JeffreyMacDonaldCase.com to help guide us as well. Let's start with the summary of the pertinent facts. February 17, 1970, at about 3:45 a.m., military police from Fort Bragg were dispatched to 544 Castle Drive for what the initial responding officers described as a possible domestic disturbance. Fort Bragg is a large U.S. Army base base adjacent to Fayetteville, North Carolina. 544 Castle Drive was a 3-bedroom apartment, about 1,000 square feet, where Captain Jeffrey MacDonald lived with his pregnant wife, Colette MacDonald, and their 2 young daughters. Between 6 and 8 officers arrived at roughly the same time. Several officers knocked at the front door with no response, but Sergeant Richard Tavere found the back door open. He entered, passed through a small utility room, and found 2 people on the floor of the master bedroom. Colette MacDonald was lying on her back, dead and covered in blood. Jeffrey MacDonald appeared to be unconscious and was lying beside her with his head on her chest. The word pig was written in blood on the headboard. Police checked the rest of the home and found 6-year-old Kimberly dead in one bedroom and 2-year-old Kristen dead in another. Both were in their respective beds with the lights off in both rooms. Jeffrey MacDonald regained consciousness, said that he couldn't breathe, and asked the police to check on his children. The officers attempted mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which caused Jeffrey to choke and shake. He regained composure enough to tell the responding officers that 2 white men, a black man and a white woman, had stabbed him. So did he not even remember what he said on the phone about 4 or 5 intruders? Because now he's saying 4. Supposedly the 911 call says 5. The woman was wearing a floppy hat and carrying a candle. All of the attackers were saying acid is groovy and kill the pigs. That's kind of creepy. All of them were saying that, like in a chant. Jeffrey was taken to the emergency room for treatment, and the Army's Criminal Investigation Division was summoned to investigate the murders. The Army's CID takes a beating in every telling of the story for the job they did on the crime scene. I'm not going to suggest they did a good job, because they certainly did not. But I think the extent of their mistakes has been exaggerated. It's not that they did every single thing incorrectly, as some critics seem to suggest. It's just that the mistakes they did make were devastating to the case. Most importantly, they let too many people into the crime scene, didn't supervise those people properly, allowed potential evidence to move, or in some cases disappear, before it could be documented, and did not preserve the integrity of potential trace evidence. Mistakes happen in every criminal investigation, but some mistakes are easier to overcome than others. These were not easy mistakes to overcome, especially in a case like this one turned out to be. After hearing Jeffrey MacDonald's story, Officer Kenneth Maiku told the lieutenant on scene that while Maiku was responding to the call, he had seen a woman standing on the street corner a couple blocks from the MacDonald home. She was wearing a large, floppy hat. Given the time of morning and the weather conditions, light rain, Maiku thought the situation was peculiar. He recommended that the woman be located immediately, but it does not appear that any attempt was made to do so. Add that one to the list of mistakes above. This next part is going to be unpleasant, so let's get through it as quickly as possible. If you don't have the stomach for it, I understand. I'm going to describe the medical examiner's findings in the following 3 paragraphs, but here is a short version if you want to skip over the specifics. Colette was brutally beaten with a blunt object and stabbed multiple times with at least 2 sharp objects. Kimberly was beaten with a blunt object and stabbed multiple times, and Kristen was stabbed multiple times. The autopsy reports are online, but I'll warn you that the ones I reviewed include the medical examiner's photos. Do not look at those photos. There's nothing that you or I could learn from those photos that we wouldn't understand better from the written report. Those photos would serve no purpose but to haunt you, and I don't want you to go through with that. And I actually share that opinion. I do not ever look at any medical examiner photos or any crime scene photos with dead bodies, and obviously none of that will be included on MINDSHOCK. I know some people do look at those. We simply do not do that here. I just, there's no reason for that level of haunting. Again, the text should give you pretty much all you need. And also the diagrams. We can look at the diagram, the illustrated diagrams of where injuries occur. That gives you all the information you need. Colette MacDonald suffered approximately 37 stab wounds. There were 21 small round stab wounds scattered throughout her chest and upper left arm, and another 16 elliptical, gaping incisional wounds to her chest, neck, and abdomen. Her lungs, trachea, and pulmonary artery were all lacerated, causing massive internal bleeding. The 2 different types of stab wounds suggest 2 different weapons were used. The stab wounds alone would have been fatal, but Colette also suffered 3 large lacerations and several smaller lacerations to the front, sides, and back of her head. The lacerations were caused by a blunt object and were accompanied by a skull fracture. Lastly, Colette suffered a compound fracture of her right wrist with the bone exposed, another compound fracture just below her left elbow, and a fracture of her left wrist. She had been approximately 4 months pregnant with what the medical examiner discovered was a boy. And here's another thing, too. I mean, I don't know if they can do that, for cases that far in the past. I'm not even 100% sure they can do that today. Can they determine whether these wounds were inflicted at approximately the same time, because then if they could, then you know for sure it wasn't one perpetrator. 6-year-old Kimberly was struck in the head an undetermined number of times with a blunt object. The medical examiner noted at least 2 blows to the right side of her head, causing multiple skull fractures, including one that penetrated through the thickness of the skull and dislocated a portion of it. Kimberly's nose was broken and displaced to the side as well. Kimberly was also stabbed approximately 8 to 10 times in the neck, with incisional-type stab wounds similar to those identified in her mother. So does this really seem like there's at least 2 people inflicting damage at once? Based on the bleeding of the wounds, the medical examiner believed that Kimberly was beaten before she was stabbed, though either attack would have been fatal on its own. Now, is there a way to know whether it happened simultaneously, though? They said the bleeding of the wounds. That's tough. 2-year-old Kristen suffered more than 20 stab wounds to the chest and neck, and another dozen to her back. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's tough reading this, but even like, obviously we're going to try to get the emotions out of it, but logistically, could this be done by one individual? The wounds also appeared to have been caused by 2 different weapons. Kristen also had cuts to the front and back of both hands, along with bruising on her neck, shoulders, and buttocks. Several of the stab wounds penetrated her heart, causing her death. Holy expletive, that was worse than I thought it was going to be. I need a break. Let's take 10 minutes and come back later. Okay, I'm back. I don't know how you feel about capital punishment, but if we figure out who did it, then I propose they deserve nothing short of a lifetime of agony and misery. Jeffrey MacDonald was hospitalized for 9 days, but fared better than the rest of his family. The examining physician noted a 1-centimeter break in the skin on his chest, which in actuality was a stab wound that caused a partially collapsed lung. The doctor also noted his swelling and a laceration in the middle of Jeffrey's forehead, a superficial laceration to his abdomen, and a 1.5-centimeter laceration to the front of his upper arm. I can tell that 2 things are really standing out to you already. Number 1, how come Jeffrey MacDonald had such comparatively minor injuries considering what happened to the rest of his family? And number 2, who is this mysterious woman in the floppy hat? I like the way you think you're good at this. Okay, hold on. I have some thoughts here. So we talked about one possible reason is that maybe they weren't trying to kill MacDonald. Because if they were trying to punish him by killing his family, the injuries could have been minor on purpose. Also, here's another point. If MacDonald really is guilty, why wouldn't he beat himself up more? I mean, even Jim Carrey did a half-decent job of beating the crap out of himself in Liar Liar. Like, he really couldn't have just added a whole bunch of non-life-threatening cuts. I mean, he's a doctor. Just some light cuts, arms, legs, just a whole bunch. So at least it would match, at least kind of sort of match. I mean, not really, because they wouldn't be deep enough, but still some kind of appearance that he would be more busted up. Throw his face through a window. Like, just damage yourself some more. But then again, also, he didn't even bother to do more than tip over a table to stage a fight scene if he's guilty. Like, this just doesn't add up here. It just really doesn't. The CID processed the scene, but not terribly well, so we aren't going to get nearly as much reliable evidence out of their analysis as we would expect from an indoor murder scene where police responded that quickly. Investigators observed that a coffee table in the room was tipped over on its edge. They noted that the rest of the living room was undisturbed. And again, even a dumb person, like, why wouldn't he just throw himself into the wall, into a bookcase, through a table, into the window? Like, it would be it wouldn't really be that hard to make it look like he had been in a real fight and the room matching that. But for whatever reason, he didn't do that. If he's guilty. If he's innocent, then of course he didn't do that. They later learned that at least one potted plant had been tipped over when responding officers arrived, but an unknown person had tipped it back upright. That's definitely not ideal at a crime scene, and it does raise a lot of questions about their other observations. The investigators put a lot of emphasis on the undisturbed living room, and it was later the foundation on which they built their theory that Jeffrey MacDonald murdered his own family and staged the scene. See, to me, that would make it seem less likely that it's a staged scene. Because why not stage it properly? Just like, again, why wouldn't he just give himself some more superficial wounds at least, just to make it look worse? They insisted that it was virtually impossible for the coffee table to end up on its side unless it was deliberately placed like that. They tipped the coffee table over hundreds of times and insisted that every single time it came to rest on its top and not its side. A mechanical engineer drafted a really official-looking document with equations and diagrams to argue that the table would always come to rest on its top when it was tipped over. But a skeptical army judge who was presiding over a hearing on the murders wanted to see for himself. He went to the MacDonald home, tipped over the table, and it landed on its side on the very first try. That's a nice lesson for us to keep in mind as we try to solve these murders. Always be humble about your evidence and conclusions because they're never as definitive or convincing as they might seem to you. Another point, though, what would all that coffee table being knocked over? That means nothing, because if he's in a fight and he's knocked over and his leg is somehow next to the table causing it to be on its side, like, who said the fight played out where the table was kicked on its side without a body accompanying it? Because if a human being is being knocked down next to it, there could be a jumble of arms and legs that causes it to stay upright on its side. Obviously, that's not even necessary, as we see about this judge that did it on the first try. But I'm just saying, even if it normally wouldn't land like that, how can you replicate every single possible combination of somebody falling with it? But it sounds like they didn't even do that a single time. They just tipped it over hundreds of times without a jumble of arms and legs around it. Colette was dressed in pink pajamas, but she also had a bath mat and a blue pajama top laying across her chest. Investigators later learned that Jeffrey MacDonald had been wearing the blue pajama top and it had 48 round puncture holes. If you recall, neither Colette nor Jeffrey had 48 round puncture wounds. An examiner at the FBI lab determined that all 48 of the holes could have come from the stab wounds suffered by Colette. The garment was found crumpled and folded in such a way that many of the stab wounds could have caused more than one hole in the fabric. There was also bedding on the floor near the doorway of the master bedroom, and the bedding was covered in blood. A small paring knife with a bent blade and a bloodstain near the tip was found on the floor between an armchair and a dresser. The word pig was written in blood on the headboard, had a smooth texture with no fingerprints, leading investigators to believe that the culprit had worn a glove. Portions of a rubber glove were found in the master bedroom, and surgical rubber gloves were found under the kitchen sink. For what it's worth, handwriting experts also concluded that the author used their right hand. If we trust that, then we can safely eliminate any suspects who didn't have a right hand, which is helpful because I had a theory about pirates that can now be safely discarded. Okay, that's interesting humor there, but so that's interesting. So it was written with the right hand, and one of the assailants was left-handed. So if MacDonald is faking all of this to make it look like multiple perpetrators, I guess he could have written that with one hand and then used a weapon in his left hand. But then again, why couldn't he mess up the living room to make it more believable and throw himself around a little bit more? Because that would cover those obvious bases. But clearly that wasn't done. Outside the back door, investigators found a wooden club that appeared to have blood on it, another paring knife, and an ice pick. MacDonald denied that the family had an ice pick, but several witnesses who had been to the house contradicted him. The club had blue fibers on it that were consistent with MacDonald's pajamas, but also had dark wool fibers that were not definitively matched to anything in the MacDonald home. Interesting. With 3 people dead and a 4th stabbed, there was a great deal of blood in the house. As luck would have it, each member of the family had a different blood type. In the master bedroom, investigators found blood matching Colette, Jeffrey, and Kimberly's blood types. In Kimberly's bedroom, investigators found blood matching Kimberly, Colette, and Kristen's blood types. In Kristen's bedroom, investigators found blood matching everybody's type. Blood matching Jeffrey's type was found at both the kitchen and bathroom sinks. Some of the blood was undoubtedly transferred by the killer or killers moving about the house, but the volume of blood showed that Colette was actively bleeding in both the master bedroom and Kristen's bedroom, and that Kimberly was actively bleeding in the master bedroom and her own bedroom. Kristen appeared to have been attacked and killed entirely in her own room. And again, do we have definitive testing since then? Because originally it was just on the type. They just assumed it was these individuals because these individuals had corresponding blood types. I mean, that's a crazy assumption. Not that it's wrong, but how do you know that it's right? There was also a bloody footprint leading out of Kristen's room, The blood was Colette's. Again, are we sure of that, or was it Colette's blood type? But the foot appeared to be Jeffrey's. This couldn't be determined for certain, however, because the footprint was destroyed when CID attempted to cut out the floorboards to preserve it. Wow. Talk about incompetence. It was destroyed in an attempt to preserve, as opposed to other evidence, which is like accidentally destroyed or trampled over. A fingerprint that was never matched to anybody was found in a jewelry box in the MacDonald bedroom, and Jeffrey later claimed that 2 rings were missing from the jewelry box. Jeffrey MacDonald's wallet was definitely stolen, but by an EMT who eventually confessed to it. Okay, so here's the thing. So Jeffrey's claiming that rings and his wallet were stolen, and then everybody's saying, oh, he's lying. He just did that to make it look like it was also a robbery. And then this EMT comes out corroborating that he stole at least the wallet. So did Jeffrey also not lie about the rings being missing? CID failed to preserve and photograph most of the fingerprint evidence correctly, and the fingerprints they were able to identify came back to either the MacDonalds or the investigators on scene. There were wax drippings on Kimberly's bedroom floor and the coffee table that did not match any of the candles found in the MacDonald's home. So is that a smoking gun? Because we have at least one witness who said that he saw a woman with a candle going to the MacDonald home. And then obviously the lab reports proving this were not allowed at trial, which is suspicious. So wax drippings on both. So there's only 2 areas of wax dripping: Kimberly's bedroom floor and on the coffee table. And they do not match any of the candles tested within the MacDonald home. That's curious. A magazine found in the living room had a feature story on the Manson murders, which had happened in California 6 months prior. A witness who had been at the house several days earlier claimed that he and MacDonald had discussed the magazine story, and that, like everyone else in the U.S. at the time, Jeffrey was aware of the Manson murders. And that's another thing, too. Like, some people were saying, oh, he just made that up because of that. But what are the controls here? I mean, that was one of the most discussed topics in the country. Not to mention, obviously, Stokely was also obsessed with them. Another family lived in the apartment above the MacDonalds. The day of the murder, each member of the family said that they had not heard anything out of the ordinary. The family's dog had not barked until the police arrived. During a subsequent interview, however, the wife of the family claimed that she had been woken up at an unknown time by the sound of Colette speaking loudly and angrily, although the woman could not hear what was said. The woman's teenage daughter, whose bedroom was directly above the MacDonald's living room, claimed she heard an adult male either sobbing loudly or laughing hysterically. So that's another thing, like, you really have to be careful about initial statements, because obviously it was reported no one heard anything. Well, that wasn't true, because they did. It's just the initial reports basically said that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Investigators didn't do a formal interview with Jeffrey right away, but spoke to him as he recovered. He relayed the following story as presented in the McGinnis book. Jeffrey MacDonald had worked a 24-hour shift at the emergency room from 6 a.m. on February 15th to 6 a.m. on February 16th, although he did manage to catch a little sleep in a hospital cot during slow stretches. He then worked his regular shift for the Army on February 16th. That's a crazy schedule. That evening, he came home and took Kimberly and Kristen to go feed the horse he had gotten them as a Christmas present. Wow. So that's also curious. So the people said that he didn't like being a father and all this stuff. After a 24-hour shift and then a regular shift, he's still going out to go feed a horse he got his kids as a Christmas present. Wow. I mean, that's insane. How many fathers would actually do that? Again, I'm not saying that speaks to innocence or guilt, but to those that claim that he was unattentive father, I mean, that would contradict that claim. Colette was taking evening classes at a local college, so Jeffrey tended to the kids that evening while she attended a psychology class. He put Kristen in bed at 7 p.m., then fell asleep on the floor for an hour. Kimberly woke him up at 8 p.m. to watch television. Then Jeffrey put her to bed at 9 p.m. At about 9:40 p.m., Colette returned home from class. Jeffrey and Colette had a drink and watched television. Then Colette went to bed. Jeffrey stayed up for a while longer and read a book. At a little after 2 a.m., Jeffrey prepared to go to bed. He found that Kristen was in bed with Colette, though, and that Kristen had wet the bed. He carried Kristen to her own bed, then slept on the couch so he would not have to wake Colette or change the sheets. Once upon a time, Neanderthal men were pretending not to see toddler poop on cave floors. In 1,000 years, a future dad will be tiptoeing around his rocket ship, feigning obliviousness to the space baby's spit up. Jeffrey MacDonald may indeed be a monster, but not because he let his wife sleep beside a pool of urine instead of cleaning it up. That's a decision that 4 out of 5 dads would support, and the 5th guy is probably a liar. Well, I don't know. Is it more about being too lazy to clean it up versus not wanting to wake her up? Because how could he clean that up and change the sheets without waking her? Jeffrey MacDonald said that he did not know how long he was asleep on the couch, but that he was woken by the sound of his wife shouting, "Jeff, Jeff, help," and Kimberly screaming, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." He opened his eyes and saw 4 people standing over him. One was a black man wearing an army fatigue jacket. 2 were white men, one of which had a mustache and a red sweatshirt. One of the men was wearing gloves. There was also a blonde woman with a floppy hat wearing boots and carrying a candle in front of her face. All of them were wet, as though they had been out in the rain. The woman was chanting, "Acid is groovy," and "Kill the pigs." MacDonald tried to get up but was struck in the head with what he thought was a baseball bat. He started to struggle with the men and his pajama top was wrestled over his head and around his wrists. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to see that he had been stabbed with an ice pick. He then passed out face down on the floor. When Jeffrey regained consciousness, the house was silent. Well, here's another thing, too. Like, what if they thought they killed him? That's another curiosity. Because if they're on drugs, would they not know? I mean, I don't know. If they thought they killed him, would they stop attacking him? Even though, obviously, the severity of injuries were so extreme to the others. I mean, I don't know. When he regained consciousness, the house was silent. He went to each of the bedrooms, found that his wife and daughters were dead. He tried to resuscitate them, but it didn't work. He also removed a small knife from his wife's chest and covered her with his pajama top. Jeffrey went into the bathroom to check on his stab wound, then made 2 attempts to call the police, one with a phone in the bedroom and one with the phone in the kitchen. Wait, why? He then waited with his wife until police arrived. While investigators on scene immediately suspected Jeffrey in the murders, a Fayetteville narcotics detective noticed that the description of the woman in the floppy hat sounded an awful lot like an informant he knew by the name of Helena Stokely. The detective tracked her down on the day of the murders and found her with a group of the types of drug addicts and hippies she was known to consort with. He detained the group for questioning, but CID never responded to do the actual questioning, and they were all released without charges. So there just so happens to be a group of individuals that exactly match, or almost exactly match, the perpetrators MacDonald alleges, and nobody even bothers to interview them? Wow. This is insane. Stokely's neighbor claimed to have seen Stokely arrive home in a blue car sometime between 3 and 4:30 a.m. on the morning of the murders. The neighbor claimed that in numerous discussions over the subsequent days and months, Stokely made several statements indicating that she was present for the MacDonald murders or that she was so high on drugs that she could not remember if she was present. And that's kind of a weird thing, too. Like, how many drug addicts are just independently thinking, oh, yeah, maybe I was at the MacDonald house during the murders. Maybe I was there. Like, how many people are even saying, oh, I can't remember, maybe I was there, maybe I wasn't? Like, is that, like, out of all of the drug addicts, is there anyone other than Stokely who was just randomly thinking, oh, maybe I was there, maybe I wasn't? It's kind of weird. Stokely frequently claimed to have been so high on mescaline and LSD that she could not remember anything that had happened that night. Stokely's roommate corroborated the neighbor's account and said that Stokely returned home with her boyfriend, Greg Mitchell, at around 4 a.m. So here's the thing, though. Who was the lady in the hat, wig and hat, walking away from the MacDonald home, or was she picked up later for some reason? Like, why was she not with her boyfriend or these other cult members at that sighting? And I believe there's also a second sighting of another woman who may or may not have been her, also alone. So that's kind of weird. Or did she leave during the murders because she didn't want to be present? And then they caught up with her, they picked her up walking later? At least 6 different people have come forward to claim that Stokely has admitted involvement in the murders to them, but she has denied any involvement to law enforcement and in court testimony. Again, we don't know how much of the law enforcement statements were also suppressed, because if she had told law enforcement, how do we know if that was never brought forward? Private investigators have also found several witnesses who claim that Mitchell has made non-specific statements over the years that they took as proof of his involvement in the murders. I won't bore you with the details of the Mitchell accusations because they are second- and third-hand accounts of vague statements made a long time before the investigators spoke to the witnesses. I mean, some of them aren't that vague, though, we went over. But anyway, Stokely made statements to several people about a rocking horse with a broken spring that was in the MacDonald home. Now, I don't know if we actually went over this in episode 1. This is another one of these biggest mind shocks. There's this one and one more, and then of course them fleeing from the apartment. So, yeah, hope everybody's sitting down for this. We are firmly in mind shock land. So she made statements to several different people. There's a rocking horse with a broken spring. So a picture in the local paper showed the rocking horse, but Stokely was a serious drug addict at the time, so who knows how diligent she was in following the Fayetteville Observer. And the picture didn't show that the spring was broken anyway. So here's the thing, though. I mean, a lot of people, especially back in the 70s, I mean, I don't know how popular rocking horses are now, but back then, I mean, almost every home with children had a rocking horse. So that means nothing that she said that. That wouldn't prove that she was there. But how many rocking horses specifically have a broken spring? I mean, that's a curious detail. That is curious. Stokely was known to own a blonde wig, a floppy hat, and boots. She got rid of all of them sometime after the murders. A blonde synthetic fiber was found in a hairbrush in the MacDonald home. Investigators insisted that it could not have come from a wig, but Morris made a pretty convincing case that it definitely could have. During an autopsy, medical examiners routinely collected scrapings from under the fingernails of victims. Trace evidence tends to accumulate there when a victim is clawing at and fighting an attacker. A small hair was found amongst the scrapings from under Colette's fingernails. DNA testing done decades after the murder concluded that the hair did not come from any of the MacDonalds. There was debate amongst the investigators whether the hair was actually under Colette's fingernails or if it was merely contamination from sloppy evidence handling. At any rate, the source of the hair has not been identified. I mean, that's kind of weird, though, because if they're listed... So, okay, but I mean, that can happen in any case, though. I mean, how many other cases they're saying that the fingernail scrapings aren't actually fingernail scrapings? I mean, that's a good point. They might not be, but to just automatically hallucinate and assume that... I mean, that's kind of weird. FBI Special Agent Paul Stumbaugh was reviewing photographs of the case when he noticed that there was a suitcase near the closet. There was blood spatter all around the suitcase, but none on it. Stumbaugh surmised that the suitcase was placed there after the murders, and I can't find fault in that logic. Whether it was done by the killer or by the officers on scene, though, is something we will never know. Officer Kenneth Maiku told Morris while Morris was writing his book that Maiku was aware of Stokely in 1970 and knew what she looked like. He told Morris he was certain that the woman he saw in the floppy hat was not Stokely. Okay, so this is where the plot thickens. So Maiku is the guy that saw a woman in a floppy hat, not Stokely. And another individual, another officer apparently saw a woman who may have been Stokely but without a positive ID. Huh. Morris was skeptical that Maiku would have been able to tell under the circumstances, but Maiku was adamant. Here's the thing, though. So Maiku's on the way there. Was he really paying attention to the facial features of a random woman walking with a hat? Anyway, so continuing on with this write-up, Maiku was adamant, I believe him. He was the passenger in a 2-officer car, and the woman was standing on a street corner where they came to a stop. He got a good look. And officers on the beat know the regular customers. It could be at night from a block away, and I could still spot the regular customers when I was working a beat. It's a relatively small number of people that you deal with over and over in law enforcement, and you get to know them really well. Well, okay, if he stopped directly in front of her, I mean, I don't know about a block away, but if he stopped directly in front of her and saw her face and knew that it wasn't Stokely, so could there really have been 2 different women in a floppy hat that night? It's kind of weird. Or Maiku's lying. So the circumstances... So again, her father is some kind of colonel. Apparently, some people allege he has a lot of pull in the area. So did Maiku actually see Stokely, and he simply said it wasn't her? I don't know. The polygraph examination got thrown around liberally in this investigation, and as it tended to in investigations of this type during that era. Let's not get bogged down with polygraph results. For what it's worth, Stokely passed a poly in which she claimed to have been present for the murders, and Jeffrey failed a poly in which he claimed he didn't kill his family. A poly can be so that is kind of curious, isn't it? That is kind of curious. A poly can be a useful tool if used with restraint by a skilled polyographer. It can be the worst kind of garbage evidence when it isn't. I don't know anything about the poly operators in this case, and there were a lot of them, so I'm choosing to ignore all of the contradictory results and move on as if the test never happened. You can do otherwise if you so choose. I mean, it's a shame fingerprint scan. I mean, Jeff MacDonald's still alive, so I would assume he would agree to a brain fingerprint scan, because that's obviously much more accurate than a poly. And that could potentially exonerate him. For those that don't know, that's what, like, the CIA, high-ranking military, they all use that because it simply measures brainwave response. So it doesn't matter whether you're trying to lie or not. It simply measures whether the brain recognizes information. And speaking of contradictory gibberish, we are also going to ignore all of the, in quotations, evidence provided by the parade of forensic psychologists employed in this case. I'll summarize it for you so you can quickly toss it aside. Jeffrey MacDonald's personality type was such that he was incapable of committing the murders, and also Jeffrey MacDonald's personality type was such that he was a narcissistic psychopath capable of murder at any time. If you read my book, and at this point there's no reason for you not to, we are friends now, buy 4 copies and give them to your favorite bobsled team, then you know how I feel about experts. They are critically important to understanding a lot of things, but they will also say whatever they are paid to say. Be skeptical of anything that sounds too good to be true. Good advice there. Jeffrey tried to portray his marriage as ideal, but investigators uncovered a series of facts that painted Jeffrey in a different light. He had multiple affairs during the marriage. He worked extremely long hours and took on extra jobs, and for reasons that were highly suspicious and never made clear, Jeffrey was lying to his wife about a month-long trip he was supposedly going to take to Russia. Jeffrey was the team doctor for the Fort Bragg boxing team and told Colette that he was going with the team to Russia. In actuality, there was no trip, and Jeffrey wasn't going anywhere with the team. Actually, you know something I didn't really think of that I just thought of now? Is it possible MacDonald was part of some kind of like top secret CIA MK Ultra type program? Or if he was involved in some other type of top secret programs, he was using that as a cover for something, and that's why he lied? Not necessarily to go commit affairs, although, you know, who knows, maybe, but... After the murders, Jeffrey went on a media campaign in which he exaggerated the extent of his injuries and ranted about the incompetence of Army investigators. He also told well, here's the thing. A narcissist might do that even if he was innocent, right? I mean, that's something all of the clueless guilters fail to, just the basic logic here. If he really is some kind of philandering, narcissistic psycho, even if he's innocent, and there's no magic Dungeons and Dragons spell where other roving cult psychotics that are looking to murder, that they magically would avoid entering a home as if they would even know that a narcissistic psycho would live there. So there's no magic Dungeons and Dragons protection spell like a lot of so-called true crime aficionado goofs. They think someone who's suicidal, they must have committed suicide and they couldn't have been met with foul play, as if there's some kind of magic Dungeons and Dragons spell protecting suicidal people from being victims of serial killers or other criminals. So it's the weird thing. I mean, this is basic logic. I don't know why people don't get it. But again, if MacDonald is a narcissistic psycho and innocent, he would still have done all those things. He also told an outlandish story to his former mother-in-law and father-in-law in which he claimed to have found one of the murderers, tortured, and killed them. This came at a time when his father-in-law was pressing him for info about the murders in the investigation. And here's another thing. Again, let's not fall for logical fallacies here. How do we know that didn't happen? And so MacDonald, this former Green Beret, if he was also involved in top secret operations or otherwise whatever, how do we know that didn't happen and he would have only told the family? And of course he would have denied it and said he made it up to anybody else because obviously, he doesn't want to open that can of worms. McGinnis uncovered some evidence that Jeffrey MacDonald had been using amphetamines, or again, if he is a narcissistic psycho and he did make up the story, even if he's innocent, would you really put it past him to make up such a story if he is a narcissistic psycho? Or even, again, some people could say that could be sympathetic to the family. He wanted to make them, I don't know, maybe if he was a nice guy and he thought that might bring peace, would he make up such a story? I don't know. McGinnis uncovered some evidence that Jeffrey MacDonald had been using amphetamines in the weeks leading up to the murder. They were not illegal at the time and were commonly used for weight loss. MacDonald acknowledged using the pills, but not in the quantities alleged by McGinnis. McGinnis makes some pretty far-fetched claims about how MacDonald's amphetamine use could have caused psychosis and hallucinations, which I don't think are worth considering. Colleagues tend to notice when an emergency room doctor is hallucinating. But amphetamine use, yeah, I mean, if it really did impair his abilities, that probably would have been noticed. But amphetamine use could definitely cause irritability and exacerbate other sources of stress. The Army held what was called an Article 32 hearing in July of 1970. It was a hearing to determine if there was sufficient evidence to charge MacDonald with the murders of his family. Not only did the hearing examiner determine that there was insufficient evidence to charge MacDonald, he also made the rather extraordinary proclamation that Jeffrey was innocent of the crime. There is a reason we use the term not guilty instead of innocent in trials. It is exceedingly difficult to prove innocence, which is why we don't ever require somebody to do it. In 79, Jeffrey was charged with and convicted of the murders in U.S. District Court. Obviously, the jury did not agree with the Army examiner's assessment. I think that gives us a pretty good basis to make some wild guesses. Let's review what we've learned and see who committed these murders. Also, another point, if Stokely's father, this colonel with some kind of pull, if this other Army investigator, they knew that they knew that Stokely would be protected, but they also knew that if it was her and her cohorts that did the crime, if she admitted it and her father knew that she did it, and he told the Army investigators, and there was some kind of agreement to never press charges, then they would know that MacDonald was innocent. Just another wrinkle there that I don't think anybody's considered. The facts that point to MacDonald. Jeffrey's family was brutally murdered while he sustained relatively minor injuries. Why would intruders leave a witness alive when he was unconscious and completely at their mercy? It's even more confounding in light of how excessive the violence was towards his wife and daughters. And again, I've actually addressed that so many times now. One, if they wanted to make him suffer and not kill him and punish him by only killing his family. Or two, they're that high that they thought they did kill him with the ice pick when he lost consciousness. But who knows? Or maybe if they're doing some kind of occult ritual, they're only after women and children, so they don't really care about him, so they thought they killed him quickly anyway. Their goal was never to torture him in that capacity. Continuing on here, Jeffrey was a Green Beret who regularly trained with the Fort Bragg boxing team. I'm not insisting that he could have overcome 3 adult men in a fight, but we would certainly expect a man like Jeffrey fighting for his family's lives to sustain more than a bump on the noggin and a single non-incapacitating stab wound. But here's the thing, though. If he did faint from the stab wound, that could be for a bunch of different reasons. Again, if he's this drugged out and he's semi-conscious in the first place, and he just woke up and they're already standing over him and stabbing him with an ice pick, there's not really a fight there. That would also explain why there wouldn't have been much of a struggle if his story is true. MacDonald said that he placed his pajama top on his wife after she was dead, but it was full of holes and he wasn't. He claimed that he used it to fight off his attackers while it was tangled around his wrists. But what are the odds that a pajama top wrapped around his wrists would get stabbed 40 times in a fight without MacDonald's wrists, hands, or forearms getting stabbed at all? That's an interesting point. That's definitely an interesting point. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that can be explained, I mean, in either direction, really. Because why would he be so dumb as to try to pass that off? That doesn't make sense either. MacDonald claimed that he woke up to the sound of his wife and Kimberly both screaming for help, and he woke up to 4 people standing over him. So how many people was he suggesting were in there? If his wife was being attacked in one room, his daughter in another, and 4 people standing over him, then that was a little crowded. Yet his neighbors living above them heard none of those people, and the neighbor's dog didn't bark until police arrived. I mean, the dog not barking is a problem whether he's innocent or guilty. I mean, I don't understand why. I mean, that doesn't... I don't understand how that would point to his guilt. That's strange, regardless of what happened. Okay. So, again, if he was on drugs and he had just woken up and they were standing over him, there were so many different weapons used on his family. How do they know that these criminals didn't pass through stabbing and hitting, then were standing over him? Then after they stabbed him with the ice pick, he lost consciousness, they went and did more damage. Or, again, his memory, if he was sleeping, did he hear that in his sleep before he awoke? And then, a minute or two later, he or at least that's how his memory, I mean, in a traumatic event, memory is not going to be perfect. Again, this doesn't mean he's innocent in any way, but I don't see how it points to his guilt. Jeffrey MacDonald's blood was found in front of the kitchen sink where he kept surgical gloves. Investigators believe that whoever wrote pig and blood on the headboard was wearing gloves. The murder weapons were abandoned just outside the back door, and even though Jeffrey claimed otherwise, they all seem to come from the MacDonald household. Why would intruders not bring any weapons to a murder, and why would they risk leaving behind fingerprints? Well, again, if they're on drugs, I mean, is he seriously? So the allegation is that this cult, I mean, or is there an allegation that it wasn't the cult that MacDonald said and it was other perpetrators who were not on drugs and would have been logical? I mean, same way as why would MacDonald not stage a better scene if he was the one who did it? I mean, there's a lot of unanswered questions here. I don't see how that points to his guilt. It doesn't really point to his innocence either, but I don't see how that points to his guilt. Domestic violence homicides are the most common type of homicide for women and children. That is true. And if there weren't all these sightings of this woman in a floppy hat, that would hold more weight. Jeffrey was a documented philanderer. Despite the many character witnesses who insisted that he would never hurt his family, he did admit to extramarital affairs. Cheating on your wife hurts your family, and to insist otherwise is disingenuous. I mean, this is a silly point that would point to his guilt. I mean, how many philanderers are out there? I mean, just countless. I mean, the vast majority of them would probably not be capable of murdering their families just because they're philanderers. For other reasons, yes, but not the philandering. Just like there's people who killed their families who are not philanderers. Again, like that's kind of like this is why controls are needed whenever you're doing any kind of scientific, legitimate analysis. Jeffrey went on television and provided interviews to the media in which he exaggerated the extent of his injuries. On a late-night talk show, he claimed to have been stabbed more than 20 times, even though the physicians who examined him found no such thing. And there's actually, it's kind of weird, because supposedly there was conflicting testimony from physicians. Some said he was, some said he wasn't. So again, I don't know what to make of that. Yeah, that's a tough one. And again, if he is a narcissist and he just wanted to say that, even if he's innocent, a narcissist psycho would obviously make something like that up. Jeffrey was a liar. The stories he told his wife about going to Russia and the stories he told his in-laws about killing one of the murderers were absolute whoppers. Not every liar is a murderer, but in my experience, every murderer is a liar. That's actually not true. There are some very, very principled killers who are not liars. So that's probably the vast minority. I'm not suggesting there's a lot, but there are some. Part of being a psychopath is having your own principles. Now, obviously, most psychopaths do not have the principle of not lying, but there are some, supposedly, that would never, at least they haven't been caught lying, where that's just one of their things. Just like some serial killers, whatever, they would never harm women and children. They only kill men. Other serial killers, whatever, they only want to kill women. They have their, however they operate, and they stick to it. And if they're very, very disciplined psychopaths, they would always stick to it. But again, here, do we know that he really didn't kill one of the murderers? Like, is that, because if one of them is unaccounted for, because if there were 5, or even do we know when the identified cult members, one of the white guys and the black guy, do we know when they died? Does that line up with when he said he killed one of them? Because has that actually been tracked down? Like, is it definitive that he lied about that? Now, again, if he lied to his wife about all these other things, again, how many men lie to their wives? How many wives lie to their husbands? I mean, it's just so astronomical. Obviously, that doesn't really point to innocence or guilt. Okay, continuing on here, the facts that point to the intruders. MacDonald may have cheated on and lied to his wife, but there was never any suggestion of physical abuse until he was accused of their murder. I'm actually not even 100% that was... until the accused of the murder, then the previous allegation. Okay, maybe. MacDonald gave a very specific description of the female intruder, and Officer Mike, who saw a woman who matched that description within 2 blocks of the murder scene. It was almost 4 a.m. and raining at the time, so it was really an unusual place for a person to be, let alone someone matching the description of a nearby crime. Helena Stokely owned a blonde wig, floppy hat, and boots that were consistent with the description MacDonald gave of the intruder. She confessed to at least a half a dozen people and that she was present for the murders, and told many others that she was so high in mescaline and LSD that she did not know if she was involved with the murders. Stokely seemed to know about the broken rocking horse in the MacDonald house, a detail that was not public knowledge. And that is also kind of weird, because apparently they were doing financially well at the time. I mean, he bought a real horse for his kids that they went and fed that horse before the crime, but he couldn't afford to replace this one, so did the spring break relatively recently, so he just didn't get a chance to buy a new rocking horse. But either way, that's a weird detail. Dark wool fibers were found on the club that was used in the murders, but the fibers could not be matched to anything else in the MacDonald home. At least 2 unrelated witnesses claim that Stokely's ex-boyfriend, who was with her on the night the MacDonalds were murdered, made incriminating statements about the murders over the years. A blonde synthetic fiber was found in Colette's hairbrush that couldn't be matched to any wigs owned by Colette. Prosecutors argued that it came from one of the girls' dolls, but a doll expert pointed out to Morris that the length of the fiber made it extremely unlikely. And also, why... didn't the girls have their own hairbrushes? Why would they use Colette's hairbrush to brush their doll's hair? I actually originally, I don't remember that detail. I knew that it was caught in the hairbrush. I was kind of assuming it was a random hairbrush in the house. But if it was specifically Colette's, that makes it a lot less likely. But why? I mean, why would there be a hair there? I don't know. Again, none of this really makes any sense. Wax drippings were found in 2 rooms that couldn't be matched to any candles in the MacDonald's home. There were fingerprints from an unknown person on Colette's jewelry box. And Jeffrey MacDonald claimed the 2 rings were stolen. So wait a second. So they checked all of the investigators' fingerprints, and this unknown fingerprint did not match the investigators who responded or any of the family. That's curious as well. Jeffrey was a free man for 9 years between the Army hearing and his conviction in federal court. He was never accused of another violent crime that entire time. That's an interesting point. I don't know if anybody brought that up yet. A short hair from an unknown source that definitely did not come from any of the MacDonalds was found in evidence obtained from under Colette MacDonald's fingernails. See, I find that a lot more damning because, what's the allegation here? That, well, again, if Stokely's that high on drugs, maybe she would brush her wig with Colette's hairbrush. I guess that's not that... Yeah, I mean, if this was if it was one of the males, if there was never a female claimed at the scene, I guess, if there was never a female claimed at the scene, let alone part of some kind of cult on drugs, chanting with candles, then it would be much easier to completely write off the blonde synthetic fiber. And, of course, the wig was blonde, so, yeah, kind of weird. But the hair from under Colette's fingernails is definitely curious. Because how did that get there? If someone wants to claim contamination, that's fine. But again, all of the other evidence here is, this is insane. The conclusion. I have to admit, I'm a lot more conflicted about this than I thought I was going to be. When I first read Jeffrey's version of events, I assumed it was an open and shut case. That seems like a completely fabricated story. And that's the thing I brought up in episode 1. Just the outlandish nature of the story. Like, what kind of intelligent doctor would come up with that outlandish and ludicrous of a story? I mean, it's just so weird. But anyway, continuing on here. In February of 2001, I was certain that planes were going to be flying into skyscrapers all the time from that point forward. What? Thankfully, that wasn't the case. I am sure that in February 1970, it seemed like random attacks from murderous hippie cults were going to be normal. Thankfully, they never were. Jeffrey MacDonald's story feels like a fictional account that seemed believable at a very specific moment in history, but that did not withstand the scrutiny of time. I see it the other way around. That seems completely unbelievable, even for the time. After reviewing all the evidence, though, I am much less certain. The case against Jeffrey MacDonald has serious problems that can't all be explained away. So who do we think killed Colette, Kimberley, and Kristen MacDonald? Well, we might disagree on this one, but I still think Jeffrey MacDonald murdered his family. Let me speculate recklessly about what happened, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. I think that Jeffrey MacDonald was under a great deal of stress in February 1970. He worked 3 jobs, Army doctor, emergency room doctor, physician for the boxing team, got very little sleep, and had a pregnant wife, 2 young daughters, and a horse to take care of. In McGinnis's book, Jeffrey devotes an uncomfortable amount of time describing his various romantic conquests before and after Colette. It seemed really important to him that he was always had a beautiful woman on his arm. Colette was a beautiful woman, but she was also pregnant with their 3rd child. Despite his protestations to the contrary, Jeffrey MacDonald cheated on Colette more than once, and that is not something a happily married man does. Well, actually, some would argue that the reason some men are happily married is because they're also getting so much extra on the side that they're just happy in general. Jeffrey married Colette when they were 19, and I think by 1970 he was starting to feel trapped. Again, there's countless men who have affairs. That I don't see how that points to murder. I mean, maybe all these other things do, but I don't see how that does. It's pretty common for people to feel trapped in a marriage at some point. Sometimes the feeling passes and they stay happily married. Sometimes it doesn't and they get divorced. But sometimes the suppressed frustration of a situation like that boils over into anger or violence. I think that's what happened with Jeffrey. I have no idea what the specific impetus was, but I think Jeffrey was sleep-deprived, stressed, and agitated the night of the murders. I think that after the girls went to bed, Jeffrey and Colette had an argument because they didn't want to wake the girls. They kept it quiet, which explains why the neighbors didn't hear any fighting, but may have heard Colette speaking angrily. At some point, it became violent. Colette struck Jeffrey with the club, either out of anger or fear, causing the bump on his head. He snapped, took the club, and brutally attacked her. She tried to protect herself with a knife, nicking Jeffrey on the abdomen and arm, but he overpowered her and took the knife as well. He broke her arms with the club as she tried to protect herself. Then he stabbed her repeatedly with a knife after she stopped resisting. Okay, hold on a second here. Do we have character testimony on Colette? Because, again, this is 1970. If she's not like a drug-using drunk, like how many women in the 70s, in the 60s, early 70s, they might slap their husband maybe. How many, and maybe even hit him with a club, whatever, maybe. That still seems doubtful. But how many would actually stab with a knife? I don't know. Again, every individual is unique, but on the surface, this does not seem believable. Even if he's guilty, this sequence of events does not seem believable to me. It just seems kind of weird. Especially since the murder, there were allegations that he had maybe slapped her or hit her before. So why would she just randomly start trying to stab him this time? I don't know. It doesn't really add up here. Again, even if he's completely guilty, even if he snapped and killed them all, just this sequence of her stabbing, wouldn't it seem more likely that he faked the injuries on himself? The attack either started in Kristen's room and moved to the master bedroom, or started in the master bedroom, moved to Kristen's room, then moved back to the master bedroom to account for the large amount of Colette's blood in both rooms. Or does it seem more likely that roving druggies are just stabbing and hitting everybody, running from room to room and then back and forth again, just the amount of injuries? Kristen was only 2 years old and was thus able to sleep through the fight, but Kimberly woke up at some point and went to the master bedroom. Jeffrey had already killed or was in the process of killing Colette. Jeffrey did not yet know what he was going to do after the murder, but he understood that his old life was definitely over and that he was never going to be able to be a father for Kimberly after what she'd seen. Well, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, aren't there quite a few accounts of fathers who've killed their significant other? Their child knew about it, sometimes even witnessed it, but either never said anything, was traumatized, or was living in fear because obviously under threat. So I don't know if you would automatically assume that. So he struck her in the head with a club twice, knocking her unconscious, possibly killing her. He then carried her to her bed, where he stabbed her several times to ensure that she was dead. See, that's a problem, too. Like, even if his old life was over, unless this was a complete drug-induced snapping, it would seem that a father still wouldn't go to this level of excess. Like, if he wanted to kill his kid, it's so tough. Multiple weapons and stabs. I mean, and then switching hands to kind of fake it. I mean, I don't know. It just seems, there's something off about it. I don't see it playing out this way given the available information. Even if he did kill them all, just this manner, it just doesn't seem like this is what would have happened. I think he then decided that he couldn't leave Kristen alive after what he'd done, so he went into the room and stabbed her to death. She awoke during the attack and raised her hands in defense, causing cuts to both hands. Well, why would she awake during the attack? Like, this is a grown man. If he wanted to kill a small child like this, there would be no waking up. Or if there was, there certainly wouldn't be any fighting back or raising hands to prevent additional injuries. I mean, one massive stab in the neck or one big blow to the head, there's no fighting. This doesn't make any sense to me. And then, why would he have decided that he couldn't leave her alive? She didn't see anything. Yeah, again, if this is some kind of drug-induced rage, whatever, he just turns into a family annihilator, but just the mechanics of it, it just seems, something seems off here. There's missing pieces. Even if he's guilty, there's just missing pieces here. I like Paul Stumbaug's theory about the suitcase. I think Jeffrey MacDonald's initial impulse was to pack a suitcase and head out on the run. He was gonna leave the country, change his name, change his appearance, and try to disappear. But he was a proud man who couldn't bear to live with the stain on his reputation. So that's an interesting point, because even if he's innocent, obviously he knew the number one suspicion would be on him. So would a narcissist, would he want to flee, or even a non-narcissist, if he thought nobody would believe him? Would he think about fleeing even if he's innocent? So again, that doesn't really point to guilt. Just like in the Scott Peterson case, he's dyeing his hair and fleeing to Mexico. If he thought he was already convicted and he would never get a fair trial, why wouldn't he flee? Like, if he's innocent and he was 100% convinced he's not getting a fair trial, wouldn't a lot of people flee in that situation if they don't have faith in the system and they're facing life in prison? I mean, that's just the fight or flight response. Like, that doesn't point to guilt in any way. And look how many people didn't flee, and now they're sitting in prison because they had faith in the system, and the system failed them. So it's kind of hard to blame even innocent people who want to flee. I think at some point while he was weighing his options, he glanced out the window and saw a woman in a floppy hat. He recognized how weird it was that she was out there in the rain at the time of night. He assumed she was a hippie from town since there were a lot of them, and an idea formed. Could he convince everybody that his family was murdered by hippies? He staged the scene as best he could. As best he could? He couldn't even knock over a couple of books? Really? Really? I mean, come on. He couldn't throw himself on the wall a couple times? I mean, really? What? He stabbed his family's dead bodies with an ice pick and a second knife to give the appearance of multiple attackers, but he couldn't stage the scene better? He couldn't throw himself into a wall or a window a few times? This doesn't make any sense. He wrote a message in blood, just like the Manson family had done, and then he gave himself a precise stab wound that would cause a serious sounding injury, a collapsed lung, that ultimately wouldn't be life-threatening. He then called the cops and did his best to sell the lie. Helena Stokely was not the woman in the floppy hat, but she fit the description. She was also a serious drug addict that could not account for her whereabouts during the murders. She was young and dramatic and kind of Well, this also doesn't factor in, if there's only the woman in the floppy hat, how did he also accurately describe two other guys there that Helena Stokely magically happened to hang out with. She was young and dramatic and kind of enjoyed the attention she was getting about her possible involvement in the case. She stoked that attention by making all kinds of incriminating statements to people in her life. But ultimately, she knew she wasn't there and was in no actual danger of being charged with a crime. I mean, that also doesn't jive with her last... That might explain, okay, if she's an attention seeker, whatever. Maybe she said all these things, but why in the final visit to her mother does she say it again? And is it also just that coincidental that her boyfriend... druggy or not, I mean, he's making... I mean, yeah, this is all really weird. But ultimately, she knew she wasn't there and she was in no actual danger of being charged with the crime. And why would a U.S. Marshal, Jimmy Britt, lie and say he overheard Blackburn, who, again, later disbarred and served prison time for unethical practices? Why would a U.S. Marshal lie about this guy threatening Stokely to not say she was there if she really was going to testify? Man, this reckless speculation guy doesn't seem to be that bright because he's kind of ignoring all these other factors. She got plenty of details wrong about the murder, but the bit about the broken rocking horse she either guessed correctly or overheard from all of the investigators who questioned her in the case. Well, without a timeline, because, yeah, if an investigator said, did you know, why would they randomly say, did you know there was a broken rocking horse in the, I mean, that's kind of a weird, I mean, maybe, but that doesn't seem, I don't know how likely that could be. And again, also fooling Ted Gunderson and all of that. I mean, this is just ignoring so much here. There you have it, a perfect, not even close. It accounts for almost a quarter of the evidence and only ignores the things that contradict it. The hair under Colette's fingernail, you ask. Why did Helena Stokely get rid of her wig and boots, you question. The wax drippings in the MacDonald home and the unidentified fingerprint on the jewelry box and the blonde synthetic fiber in Colette's brush, you demand. Not to be rude, but I asked when we started that you grant me a very loose definition of the word solve, and with that in mind, I'm calling this solved. Well, at least he admitted some of it. But he still didn't, again, between the former U.S. Marshal, Britt, I mean, there's just so much here, and we didn't even get to one of the most mind-shocking things, which we're going to get to right now. There's actually two more, and they're really insane. So, let's go through, this is crimearchives.net, directly from the 79 MacDonald trial documents referring to this hearing, September 10th, 1970, First Lieutenant Edwin Casper. Colonel Rock states, this hearing will come to order. Let the record reflect that all parties present at the recess are currently in the hearing room. A conference telephone call was placed to First Lieutenant Edwin G. Casper II, who was sworn and testified as follows. Questions by Colonel Rock. Would you please give me your full name, your rank, your current military address? Okay, Edwin George Casper II, rank First Lieutenant, military address, 4th Officer Student Company, Fort Walters, Texas. Are you in the U.S. Army? Yes, sir. This afternoon I'm going to ask you certain questions, and the following this counsel for the government, Captain Summers, and then the counsel for the accused, Mr. Siegel, may ask you questions. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Where were you stationed in February of this year? Fort Bragg, North Carolina, sir. And what was your resident address? Do you remember? It's 334 North Doherty. And is that at Fort Bragg? Yes, sir. Were you home on the night of the 16th to the 17th February 1970? Yes, sir. Approximately what time did you go to bed that evening? It was between 10 and 11, I think, probably right around 10:30. Did your wife retire at the same time? No, sir. She stayed up and watched TV for a while. I see. Where was your bedroom that you were sleeping in located with reference to the street? Did it face the street? No, sir. Our bedroom is in the right front of the apartment. If you face the apartment and it faces the court, inside of the court. I see. What were the weather conditions when you went to bed that night? If I remember correctly, it was raining sporadically off and on all night. All right. I forget whether it was raining when I went to bed or not, but I know it rained sometime during the night. Did you check to see whether any windows in that bedroom were open at the time that you went to sleep that evening? Yes, sir. We usually leave the window in all the rooms open because it's steam heated. And it gets real hot and there's only one way we can regulate it, to open the windows. There's no central heating. And then it is your impression that you had the window opening that evening. Yes, sir. Approximately how far open the window or the window had been open? Oh, probably just about all the way. It's not a crack, it's usually half or all the way up. That would be more than one window? That would be both windows. Right, sir. Were you awakened at any time during the night of the 16th to the 17th February after you had gone to bed? Yes, sir. Approximately when was that? I would say anywhere from, if I went to bed between 10 and 11, I would say between 12 or 2400 hours and 0300, 3 a.m. Why were you awakened? I heard what I thought was the next door neighbor's kids running up the path, and the splashing of the feet in the water awoke me. And I just rolled over and didn't think anything and went back to sleep. But my wife said, later on when the CID agent came by and asked me if I had heard anything unusual, I mentioned this. And I said, of course, it was the kids next door. And my wife said, no, they had already moved. So then I didn't know who it could have been. Well, now would you repeat again what you thought you heard that evening? I just heard some footsteps and laughing running through the water, that's all. It seemed like there was a group, that there was more than one, probably two or more, and they were running through the water because you could hear their footsteps splashing, and they were laughing. And that's all I heard. I see. Were there any significant characteristics about the laughing that you noted? Did it appear to be giggling, a hearty chuckle, or could you describe it in any fashion? It seemed to me just occasional giggling, ha 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 ha, something like that. I see. Do you remember whether anyone came to your apartment at any time during the daylight hours of the 17th to inquire about any unusual incidents? Right. The CID agents, 2 of them stopped by. Let's see, it would have been late that evening, about 7 o'clock, I guess right at supper time, and they asked us if we had heard anything unusual, and at the time I did mention what we heard. Some young teenagers, what I thought were teenagers, running back and forth in front of the apartment, and of course it was probably just neighborhood kids next door. But then my wife said no, they had already moved before this time. And I said, well, I don't know who it could have been then, but that's what we heard. Do you remember whether you indicated to the CID agents approximately what time you thought you heard those? I think I did. I think they asked me about that. And do you recall your reply? No, not really. I don't know. I can't remember what I said. All right. Do you think, Lieutenant Casper, that your recollection of the events that evening is fresher now in your memory than it was on the date of the 17th of February? No, sir. It's not fresher because it's been a while. And I just try to... The only thing I can remember is that they woke me up. And I usually go to bed between 10:30, between 10 and 11, that's all. Exactly what time they came by, I think it was between 2400 and 0300, because I was able to go back to sleep. If it had been like 4 or 5 in the morning, I'd be up because I have to get up at about 5:30 or 6. I probably went back to sleep, so that's all I can remember. Right. When the CID agents came to your door, did they ask you the questions or did they ask you and your wife questions, both of you separately, or just how did they ask the questions? Sir, I think they asked us both together. And did your wife also volunteer answers? What's that, sir? Did your wife also answer some of the questions? Yes, sir, she did. I think they asked me some questions and my wife came in and then, they asked her approximately the same questions. Okay. Do you recall what answers your wife may have given to the questions or anything that she may have volunteered during the questioning? Well, I think my wife was, just from what I can remember, my wife was able to give them a little bit more info than I did, because I think she said she had just gotten asleep or wasn't asleep yet where I was. They had woke me up, and I just rolled over and went back to sleep. Colonel Rock states, I see. Thank you, Lieutenant Casper. I have no further questions. I will now turn you over to Counsel for Government for questions from his side. Just a moment. Questions by Captain Summers. Can you hear me, Lieutenant Casper? Yes, sir. This is Captain Summers. You say what you heard sounded like somebody running through water and laughing. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Could you tell me from the voices if both male and female were present, or could you tell? No, sir. In all honesty, I don't really say I could tell, because I read the paper, and when I was at Fort Bragg, I know there was supposed to be 2 boys and a girl, and I could say, yes, there was 2 boys and maybe a girl, but I don't really know. I know there was laughing, and though I had a preconceived idea that it was the next door neighbor's girl and 2 of her friends that were boys. And I had this preconceived idea that it was so-and-so and her new boyfriend. But to actually say that they were, male or female voices, no, I can't, because in this instance, this neighborhood girl had already left. So I don't have any idea at all, and I hate to say who it was and wasn't. I just don't know. I just didn't pay any attention to it. You say you don't have any independent memory of recognizing which sex you were listening to. Right, sir? I don't know. It seemed to me teenagers because you could tell by the sound of the laughing. But whether it was all girls or all boys or one girl and two boys, two girls and one boy, I don't know, sir. I just didn't really pay that much attention at the time. Now, you use the phrase running back and forth. Could you clarify that? Which direction were these people running, if you could tell? And did they just run by once, or what do you mean by running back and forth? All right, sir. Our apartment faces a portion of the court that's between North Doherty and, when we were there, Highway 87. No, what is that runs out in front? Route 80 that runs between... Are you talking about Bragg Boulevard? Right, okay, we live between North Doherty and Bragg Boulevard, and the first time when I heard what seemed like they were running up from North Doherty toward Bragg Boulevard. The first time. And then it seems like they ran back the other way, like they were coming up towards the apartment and then running back down. What was the time interval between the first time and the second time? Half hour, maybe. I don't really know because I was half asleep. Wow, so we have an ear witness here that is ear witnessing comings and goings that particular night. Okay, now as I understand it, you said they were running towards Bragg Boulevard when you first heard them. Right, sir. And then running back down towards North Doherty when you heard them. Right, sir. When you were interviewed by the people you described as CID agents, could you have told them that you heard this at a period of time between 7:30 and 9 in the evening? I don't know. I'm telling you, I remember all these questions were and what I remember saying. I might have. I thought that I had heard it earlier when I was downstairs reading the paper between that time, because that's when I was downstairs reading the paper. Now, either I don't know, I can't remember what I really said. It's possible that you then might have said it was between 7:30 and 9. Right, but I don't know for sure because I was awoken that night between 2400 and 0300 because I remember I went to bed and I was awoken. Why did you think it was the teenagers from next door? Well, they usually would sometimes, like on one weekend night, they would stay up pretty late, and they would on a weekend, they would, go over somebody's house to this girl's house that lived just down from us, and they'd sit around and talk and laugh and giggle for, a couple hours or whatever, and they would do this, and then they would go to somebody else's house, and this is why I thought it was them. Lieutenant Casper, do you have somebody else there with you right now, my family? Are you conferring with someone as you answer these questions? Sir, my wife is trying to tell me what happened. You are not letting that affect you, are you? No, sir. Were there many children in that neighborhood? There weren't too many teenagers, sir. It was mostly now, just from what I remember, is that there was mostly younger children, like my children, between 5 and a couple of months. That's all that lived in our court, except for this one family, and if they moved in there with just young children too. Do you know the name of the family with teenage children? I don't remember, sir, at all. I think it was a Spanish name, but I don't really remember. Okay, so what does everybody make of this? So did the wife corroborate that it was between midnight and 3 a.m.? But she stated those teenagers that he thought it was them, they had already moved by that point. Has that been corroborated? But either way, it kind of puts to bed, and if they hadn't moved, were they interviewed to determine whether there was anybody doing that at those times? But this really kind of puts to bed the guilters who claim that nobody else heard or saw anything that night. Clearly they did. Now, exactly what it was, and whether or not it proves that MacDonald is innocent, obviously not, but clearly, there is some damning testimony here. Now, let's get to one of the biggest mind shocks ever. So this is the testimony of one Jimmy Fryer. So supposedly, Jimmy Fryer planned to call a man named Richard MacDonald, but he was given the wrong phone number, so this is 2 a.m., and called Jeffrey's house instead. A woman answered the phone. When he asked for Richard, the woman began laughing. Another voice said, quote, hang up the damn phone, end quote, and the call disconnected. Helena also corroborated this, claiming that she was the woman that talked to Jimmy. So that's really curious because also the Fryer situation, some people said that he's a guy with mental issues, whatever, but so conveniently, these druggies, like if Helena Stokely, so she's got drug problems, whatever, she said that did happen. She also knows about the broken spring. I mean, there's just so many questions here. I mean, what does everybody make of this? There's just so many mind-shocking so-called coincidences or anomalies. Like, how could there be this much? So conveniently, back in this time period, there are no phone records to corroborate this. Which, yeah, I mean, that's the problem. See, the thing that's crazy, like, let's say this happened in modern times, you'd be able to solve this easily, because you would do all the DNA testing on everything. I mean, people would have cell phones, you'd have the pings, whatever, and then all the phone records. So this could easily be corroborated, not to mention security cameras all over the place. But if he's innocent and this really did happen, I mean, yeah, this is rough. Supposedly long-distance calls were logged, but non-long-distance local calls were not. So the full story here is supposedly Fryer was hospitalized at Fort Bragg, left without permission. So he would have technically been AWOL. So then he wanted to report this to his doctor. His doctor was MacDonald, but not Jeffrey MacDonald. It was MacDonald. But the hospital switchboard gave him MacDonald's number instead. And then when Fryer realized what had occurred after he had found out about the murders, he reported it. But nobody seemed to care because he had, supposedly he has mental issues or whatnot. Nobody cared, but I mean, regardless of possible issues he could have had, if it's true, and Stokely said this did happen. So what does everybody make of this, including the witness account? And supposedly there's reference to I don't know if this was a mistaken reference to the ear witness, to Casper, but there might have been another witness who also saw people, but I don't see that. I can't nail that down anywhere. So maybe it was just the one ear witness, but still, I mean, it's just really weird. All of this is just so weird. So what do all the MindShock listeners think of this? I'll also be doing an AI analysis on this case because that will be very interesting to see what AI determines. So keep an eye out for that. Hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunks of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.